Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
The Slime King, a dimensional city. No, it's a regret compensation center. Part 1. It was an ordinary morning, with bright sunshine. The bustling streets were surrounded by tall buildings. A young man with short black hair, a handsome face, and a well-built physique walked down the street, a bag of groceries in his left hand and his right hand fixed on his phone. However, his handsome face was etched with the marks of time, and heavy dark circles under his eyes were clearly visible. I definitely need to get some good rest when I get home. That whole night was just unbelievable. Who works overtime until the next morning? Today I truly witnessed the sinister face of capitalists. The young man mumbled as he walked, as if he had suffered a great injustice. The thought of the night's busyness still made him shiver slightly. The young man's name was Zhang Chen, a name that carried the charm of a novel's protagonist. He had given himself this name. He disliked the name the orphanage director had given him, so he changed it himself after he came of age. He wanted a life like a novel's protagonist, but alas. He had the body of a young master but the fate of a waiter. After graduating from university, he couldn't find a good job and had been living a laid-back life. Occasionally, he would watch anime, complain about the female lead's misfortune, and say what he would do if he were in her shoes. Fortunately, he had been well educated by the orphanage director since childhood, retaining a kind heart. He would even help elderly ladies cross the road, though the elderly lady had just crossed the road. Overall, he was an otaku with no great ambitions. When will these, beast of burden, days end? I'm toiling day and night. Zhang Chen was lamenting the difficulties of life when he suddenly heard someone shout from a distance. Look out! Zhang Chen looked up towards the source of the sound, only to see a large cargo truck speeding straight towards him. Bang! Zhang Chen felt his body must have been thrown into the air. What was all this? He was just complaining. He really hadn't intended to end his, beast of burden, life this way. As Zhang Chen was struck and fell to the ground, he vaguely heard a sentence. This year's quota has been met, young man, it's time for you to reincarnate in another world. Then he lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, in a sun-drenched dense forest. Hiss, ouch, ouch. I'm actually not dead. By the way, where did that Chinese Iajutsu come from in the city? This time, I'm going to extort a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment from him. Zhang Chen rubbed his head, feeling a dull ache all over his body. After a while, the pain gradually disappeared, and he sat up, looking around. Holy crap, where did they send me? Is this even still China? All around him were lush green trees, tall and dense, blocking everything from view. He was clearly in a dense forest, its edge nowhere in sight. Ding! Host detected to be awake. Strongest sign in system activated. Does host wish to claim the novice gift pack? Hearing the voice in his mind, Zhang Chen's heart instantly trembled. My goodness, a system. I didn't transmigrate, did I? Having often read novels and watched anime, he naturally knew what a system was. This thing was practically a must-have for transmigrators. He quickly asked. System, did I transmigrate? What functions do you have? Host can communicate with the system mentally. This system is the strongest sign in system. As the name suggests, host can obtain rewards by signing in daily. Rewards are completely random. In short, as long as host plays it safe, even a sow can become Tiga. Does host wish to open the novice gift pack? One more thing, given the current situation, doesn't host already know if he transmigrated? Alright, open the novice gift pack. As Zhang Chen opened the gift pack, a blue light screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations host on obtaining Dimensional Gate 7 Colored 1. Ding! Congratulations host on obtaining Basic Cultivation Method 7 Colored 1. Ding! Congratulations host on obtaining Ultimate Marrow Cleansing Pill Gold 1. Holy crap, a golden legend. But what is a dimensional gate? And does a 7 colored represent item quality? Ding! Sign in reward qualities, from low to high, are white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, 7 colored. 7 colored is the highest quality of reward. Dimensional gate automatically charges over time. Once fully charged, it will randomly anchor world coordinates across the myriad worlds. After obtaining coordinates, the dimensional gate can be opened to travel to that world. Basic cultivation method. A miraculous cultivation method that integrates divine abilities, artifact refining, formations, and other cultivation techniques. As the Great Tao is simple, the name doesn't matter. Ultimate marrow cleansing pill. As the name suggests, it is the finest among marrow cleansing pills. It can perfectly transform the host's physique, making cultivation as simple as eating and drinking. System. Open the panel. Ding. Opening panel for host. Host. Zhang Chen. Gender. Male. Age. 23 years old. Realm. None. Items. Basic cultivation method. Marrow cleansing pill. Dimensional gate. Overall rating. A weakling with combat power less than 5. You can't even beat a certain chicken that practiced for 2.5 years. What's the point of you still being alive? Looking at the system's evaluation, a drop of cold sweat involuntarily ran down Zhang Chen's forehead. Who said he couldn't beat a chicken? Do you know how many chickens I've eaten? Do you know? Ding. Does host wish to use the basic cultivation method and marrow cleansing pill? It is recommended that host uses them together. Use them. Zhang Chen miraculously found that various knowledge about cultivation suddenly appeared in his mind. He felt that his path to cultivation should be smooth sailing from now on. Could he be that one in a million cultivation prodigy? Just as he was feeling smug, a golden pill appeared in his right hand. Understanding that this was the marrow cleansing pill, Zhang Chen swallowed it without hesitation. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth. Zhang Chen only felt a warm sensation spread throughout his body. At the same time, the pill was continuously transforming his physique. Utilizing this medicinal power, Zhang Chen quickly sat cross-legged and began cultivating according to the contents of the basic cultivation method. Qi condensation first layer. Qi condensation second layer. Qi condensation third layer. Foundation establishment first layer. Foundation establishment ninth layer. Just as he reached the peak of foundation establishment, Zhang Chen shouted. Kidney stones, no, golden core, condense for me. He seemed to hear a sound similar to metal solidifying within his body, and then a shimmering golden core slowly emerged in his lower dantian. Phew, I've reached the golden core stage. But why does the sound of this golden core condensing sound so much like blacksmithing? It wasn't hammered into a round shape, was it? System. Open panel. Host. Zhang Chen. Gender. Male. Age. 23 years old. Realm. Peak golden core stage. Items. Dimensional gate. Overall rating. In the myriad worlds, you are merely a visible minion. Be careful not to be accidentally stepped on. Looking at the system's evaluation, Zhang Chen fell into contemplation. So, even in the myriad worlds, he was still a small fry. Forget it, I won't think about it. I'll first see what this world is like. If it's too dangerous, I'll find a place to hide for now. Watashi wa, uchujanda. Zhang Chen, who was pondering his future, suddenly heard a cute playful sound from a distance. Although it wasn't Chinese, strangely, he could understand it. Looking towards the source of the sound, he saw a light blue, jelly-like mass bouncing towards him. Hey, hey, hey. There's actually a person. The bouncing jelly seemed to have discovered Zhang Chen. Two wide eyes suddenly appeared on its jelly-like body, and it shouted loudly about seeing a person, then quickly bounced towards Zhang Chen. Looking at the jelly bouncing in front of him, Zhang Chen couldn't help but think how much this thing resembled a slime. He hadn't transmigrated to a magic world, had he? Hello there, are you also lost in the forest? My name is Rimuru, and I'm not an evil slime. Hearing the self-introduction from the jelly, no, the slime, Zhang Chen instantly understood which world he had transmigrated to. So I transmigrated to the world of, that time I got reincarnated as a slime. Isn't this the protagonist of this world right in front of me? It's said that she's also the reincarnation of the creator god Dragon King, possessing the great sage, which is like a cheat. Looking at her, she must have just come out of the cave where the storm dragon was sealed. Hello, my name is Zhang Chen. I don't know how I suddenly came to this forest, and now I'm trying to figure out how to get out. Listening to Zhang Chen's self-introduction, Rimuru extended her small hand and touched her round body, asking in return. I see. But aren't you afraid when you see me like this? I'm a monster. Awoo. Notification. Individual Zhang Chen detected to contain unknown energy. The unknown energy is too vast. It is recommended that Master quickly distance herself. Target is extremely dangerous. Is that how it is? Rimuru, who was feigning evil, instantly froze upon hearing the great sage's words. Am I going to be finished right after coming out? Wah! I haven't even properly seen this world yet. Ha ha ha, how could that be? You look so cute. I think you must be a cute girl. How did you know I was a girl in my previous life? Rimuru stopped her dazed state upon hearing Zhang Chen's words and asked with wide eyes. What does previous life mean? And are you really a girl? Zhang Chen asked, feigning ignorance. According to his memories from before transmigration, Rimuru's previous life should have been a middle-aged man. How did she suddenly become a girl? Was it the legendary butterfly effect? Rimuru then explained her origins upon Zhang Chen's question, though she didn't mention the storm dragon. It seems she's still holding back from me. But that's right, who would tell a stranger everything upon first meeting? After figuring it out, Zhang Chen squatted down and extended his right hand towards Rimuru, asking. It seems we two are quite fated, then. I also don't know how I came to this world. Would you like to come with me? Looking at the right hand extended towards her, and then at the gentle smile on the handsome young man's face, Rimuru thought for a moment before extending a small hand and grasping Zhang Chen's large hand. Then, please take care of me. You too. The warm sunlight of the jungle shone upon the two shaking hands, combined with the rich natural atmosphere of the forest, forming a beautiful and heartwarming scene. Unfortunately, no one could see this scene except for a certain power bank. Afternoon, Great Jura Forest. System check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 bottle of Libi. Zhang Chen fell into deep thought as he looked at the pile of items in his system storage space. Host. Zhang Chen. Gender. Male. Age. 23 years old. Realm. Peak Golden Core Stage. Items. One-dimensional gate. Libi * 3. Feminine hygiene product * 1. Damaged iron sword * 1. Overall evaluation. In the myriad of worlds, you are already a visible nobody, be careful not to be accidentally stepped on. It's been 5 consecutive days now, what kind of bizarre stuff is this system giving me? Libi is fine, at least I can drink it, but what in the world is this feminine hygiene product? I'm a man. A man. System, isn't the probability of getting good stuff from this check-in too low? Ding. Check-in rewards are completely random. How is the check-in probability low? It's been this high for so many years. Please look for your own problems, host. Have you been earnestly praying and improving your luck all these years? HMPH. Sigh. Chen, what's wrong? I've seen you sighing these past 2 days. Rimuru, held in Zhang Chen's arms, looked up at the constantly sighing Zhang Chen and couldn't help but ask. Hearing Rimuru's question, Zhang Chen stroked Rimuru's round body and said with emotion. Oh, Rimuru. I'm lamenting the injustice of heaven. Why do excellent people like me always face such shameless targeting? Sigh. Is that so? After walking for an unknown period, the two suddenly heard a chaotic sound of footsteps and found a group of green-skinned goblins blocking their path. The goblins held crude weapons and wore tattered equipment, appearing very weak. The goblin leader, wearing a red bandana, looked very nervous. Upon seeing Rimuru held in Zhang Chen's arms, he gripped his weapon even tighter, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Saint Strong One, place please, what brings you to our front? The goblin wearing the red bandana asked, trembling, with his weapon in hand. Strong One. Chen, is he asking you? No, I think he's clearly asking you. Looking down at Rimuru, who was emitting an aura that was absolutely terrifying to the goblins. Zhang Chen suddenly remembered, wasn't this Rimuru's first encounter with the goblins? Sigh. Me. Nice to meet you, I'm a slime. My name is Rimuru, and this is Chen. His full name is Zhang Chen. As Rimuru introduced himself, his voice, carrying terrifying pressure, assailed the goblins, instantly causing them to cover their ears and fall to the ground in pain. We understand your power, please lower your voice. As the intent contained too strong. Thinking this, Rimuru then spoke softly, as if afraid of blowing away a fallen leaf on the ground. So, do you have something you need from us? We sensed the aura of a powerful monster and came to investigate. The red bandana goblin knelt on the ground and replied. But I didn't sense any powerful monster. Hearing this, Zhang Chen directly spoke to Rimuru. Oh, Rimuru. Try switching your perspective to look at yourself. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Rimuru used Great Sage to switch his perspective and saw the terrifying magic power swirling around him. Wow. My aura is leaking out, and Great Sage didn't even remind me. No wonder the goblins are so afraid of me. Thinking this, Rimuru quickly retracted his magic power. Chen is so mean, he knew but didn't remind me, just to see me make a fool of myself, right? HMPH. As Rimuru retracted his leaking magic power, the goblins immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then knelt on all fours, heads touching the ground, and pleaded. Oh, strong one. Given your immense power, we have a request. Please, we implore you to visit our village and hear our plea. We beg of you. Hearing the request, Rimuru looked up at Zhang Chen and asked. Hey, A-Chen, should we go? Let's go. Anyway, we don't know where to go right now. Going there might also help us understand more about this world. If you don't go, how will you rule these goblins? If you don't help them, you won't meet the Fanged Wolf. You are the future lord of the Demon Country Federation. I'm planning to freeload off you. Ding. Host, look at your lack of ambition. None of your business. Since Zhang Chen had said so, Rimuru agreed to the goblins. Following the goblins, they arrived at a dilapidated village, consisting of only a dozen small huts made of thatch. Inside the central hut of the village, the goblin village chief and the red bandana goblin were kneeling on the ground, looking at Zhang Chen and Rimuru. Welcome, both of you. I am the chief of this village. The village chief, with white hair and a frail body, spoke tremblingly. Hello. So, what do you wish to ask of us? Rimuru asked, getting straight to the point after hearing the village chief's words. Zhang Chen stood silently by, simply observing. Are you aware of the recent increase in monster activity? No. Our deity disappeared a month ago, and since then, monsters from the vicinity have begun to harass this land. Hearing the village chief's words, Rimuru looked up and pondered. Is he referring to Veldora? The timing matches. Can his existence keep monsters at bay? We fought back, but the difference in strength was simply too great. The village chief helplessly explained the situation, and at this point, the red bandana goblin kneeling nearby excitedly said. That's why we hope to entrust ourselves to you, two esteemed sirs. Please grant us your protection, and we will swear our loyalty to you. Did they want to borrow our power? Rimuru thought this as he looked at the two kneeling goblins. But I am a slime, I might not meet your expectations. The red bandana goblin, who had previously felt Rimuru's terrifying aura, bowed his head respectfully and said. You are too modest. An ordinary slime would not possess such a powerful aura as yours. You must be a rather famous monster. Is that so? You noticed. You goblins have quite a future. Zhang Chen found this scene very interesting. He had seen it in anime before, but this was his first time witnessing it in reality. Thank you for your praise. So, our request is. As the village chief recounted, the situation was still the same as in the original story. The Fanged Wolf tribe swarmed from the east to attack the village. The disparity in combat power was immense, and the goblins were unable to resist, which is why they sought out strong individuals for protection. Chen, why don't we help them? Rimuru looked up and asked Zhang Chen, who was standing beside him. No matter what, you're always so soft-hearted, but that's also one of your charming qualities. Alright, I agree. Really. A-Chen, you're so good to me. Watching Rimuru happily jumping around, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile. Your wish, I, Rimuru Tempest, will accept on behalf of Storm Dragon Veldora. Hearing Rimuru agree, all the goblins excitedly knelt and bowed, and the village chief, with tears in his eyes, respectfully shouted. Thank you so much. From now on, we are the loyal servants of Lord Rimuru and Lord Zhang Chen. It seems I can also test my skills tonight. As a dignified golden core cultivator, I haven't had a chance to fight yet, and my hands are getting a bit itchy. Zhang Chen hadn't fought since becoming a golden core cultivator. He was still very curious to know what level his current combat power was in this world. Based on his estimation of Rimuru aura, it shouldn't be weaker than an awakened demon lord. However, it probably wouldn't reach the level of Milam and Guy, as the current Rimuru should have at least A-level combat power. Fighting a demon lord seed, he might not be guaranteed a win, but he shouldn't lose either. Time slowly moved into the deep night. Night in the great Jura forest. Under the moonlight, a fanged wolf with a scarred eye stood on a giant rock, giving a pre-battle pep talk to the many fanged wolves below. Tonight, they would bathe the goblin village in blood, taking the first step towards dominating the great Jura forest. What a beautiful night. This forest has lost Veldora's protection, there's nothing to fear. Tonight, we will destroy the goblin village and establish a foothold for conquering the great Jura forest. Awoo! Awoo! The many fanged wolves cheered in unison. We will become the rulers of this forest. Awoo! After speaking, the fanged wolf leader leapt from the giant rock. My subordinates, follow me. Awoo! Awoo! The many fanged wolves followed their leader, running through the forest, and soon arrived at the open ground outside the goblin village. A slime and a human. Looking at the human and the slime standing at the entrance of the goblin village, the fanged wolf leader muttered in confusion. Rimuru, on the other hand, warned the group of fanged wolves in front of him. If you retreat now, I won't do anything. Leave immediately. Hearing the slime's warning, the fanged wolf leader felt underestimated. How dare a mere slime order him around? Showing off your petty cleverness. A mere slime dares to command as fanged wolves. Knock down that fence and sacrifice the goblins. As the fanged wolf leader's command was given, all the fanged wolves began to charge towards the goblin village. The fanged wolves' charge was astonishingly fast. In no time, they had reached the village entrance, about to tear down the fence. Just then, an incredibly arrogant voice echoed from the village entrance into the ears of all the monsters present. Oh ho! A few small dogs dare to be so arrogant. Rimuru, let me handle this. Watch how I deal with these little dogs. Zhang Chen, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, finally couldn't hold back and decided to act upon seeing the arrogant fanged wolf leader. Zhang Chen flipped his right hand, and a rusty, broken sword appeared in his palm. Hey Chen, your sword is so broken, it's almost as bad as the goblins' broken swords. Ah, that's not important. Hearing Rimuru's make complaints, Zhang Chen's old face couldn't help but flush. The system didn't give him good weapons, and there was nothing he could do. He didn't have any refining materials, so he couldn't refine them himself. He was helpless. The system made him lose face. It's all the system's fault. System. Oh, right, it's all my fault. A mere human dares to be so arrogant. My subordinates, tear him to shreds. Hearing Zhang Chen's undisguised contempt, the fanged wolf leader's rage instantly peaked. Then let's see. With that, Zhang Chen's figure instantly vanished, reappearing in front of the fanged wolf running at the very front. Zhang Chen raised the sword in his hand and unleashed a sword chi towards the fanged wolf's neck. PFF'd. The sword chi sliced through, and the wolf's head fell to the ground with a thud. The wolf's body fell unwillingly. You cursed human. Quick, all of you, attack together and tear him to shreds. Awoo! 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 Seeing their fallen companion, the many fanged wolves were not afraid. Instead, their latent ferocity was ignited, and they charged at Zhang Chen fearlessly. Hey Chen, be careful. Lord Chen, be careful. Rimuru and the many goblins couldn't help but voice their concern at this sight. Haha, warm-up's over. Time to show some real skill. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Chen lightly tapped the ground with his right foot, and his body slowly floated up. As he flew higher and higher, in no time, he was above the heads of the many fanged wolves. Floating in the air, Zhang Chen was bathed in moonlight, appearing like an immortal descending to the mortal world. As Zhang Chen raised his right hand high, he shouted loudly. Let the world know pain. He sharply slashed downwards with his sword-wielding right hand, and a sword chi, over 10 meters high, shot towards the fanged wolf leader. Danger. Dodge quickly. What kind of human is this? The sword chi sliced across the ground. Not a single fanged wolf in its path could withstand it for even a moment. As the sword chi passed, they all turned into corpses and fell. The fanged wolf leader looked at the sword chi before him and couldn't help but fall into despair. Was I wrong? I shouldn't have led my kin to their deaths. It's all my fault. PFF'd. After the sword chi split the fanged wolf leader's body in half, it continued to extend backward. The sword chi lasted for over 10 seconds before slowly disappearing, leaving a sword mark several meters deep and nearly 1,000 meters long on the ground. Silence. Looking at this sword mark, both goblins and fanged wolves stopped moving, engulfed in deep shock. Lord Chen is too amazing. With Lord Chen protecting us, we no longer have to fear being bullied. OOOON. A moment later, the goblins let out deafening cheers. Chen, you're too incredible. Rimuru exclaimed, looking at Zhang Chen, who was slowly returning to the ground from the sky. Ha. Just average, third in the world. Don't worship me, I'm just a legend. Listening to Rimuru's flattery, Zhang Chen responded with extreme smugness. The broken sword in his right hand had already been returned to the system space the moment he landed. Looking at Zhang Chen's smug expression, Rimuru jumped into Zhang Chen's arms and said lightly. Hey, Chen, do you also like carrying rice? Ah, Rimuru, so you watch Naruto too. It's over, my Chunabu behavior has been discovered. Isn't this social death? System. Is there a way to make everyone lose their memories? Never mind, maybe I should just kill them all. System. Don't start talking about killing over such a small matter. I didn't expect Chen to have such a Chunabu side, hee. Rimuru, having discovered Zhang Chen's Chunabu side, felt inexplicably much better. Ha. A man is a youth until death, you know. Listening to Rimuru's words, Zhang Chen hugged Rimuru tightly with his left hand, scratched his head awkwardly with his right, and stubbornly retorted with a slight blush. Well, let's skip this topic for now. Rimuru, you go deal with the problem over there. Rimuru followed Zhang Chen's gaze and saw that all the surviving fanged wolves were quietly looking at Rimuru and Zhang Chen. Ah, I almost forgot about these fanged wolves. Heave ho. Rimuru jumped from Zhang Chen's arms to stand before the fanged wolf pack. I give you a choice, obey or die. Hearing Rimuru's words, the fanged wolves made no sound. Oh no, what if they attack with the spirit of absolute disobedience? Can they just obediently run away? I won't really have to kill them all, will I? Suddenly, Rimuru seemed to think of something and softly muttered. Predation. As the predator skill activated, Rimuru's body instantly turned into liquid and consumed the fanged wolf leader's corpse. Analysis complete. Acquired mimicry. Fanged wolf. Acquired fanged wolf unique skills. Super olfaction, telepathy, intimidation. Good. Great sage, mimicry, fanged wolf. Understood. Rimuru's body began to change rapidly, instantly mimicking a majestic fanged wolf. It's so good to have the great sage. She can handle everything for him. I'm so jealous. Looking at Rimuru, who had turned into a fanged wolf, Zhang Chen's eyes couldn't help but well up with envious tears. Rimuru, in fanged wolf form, came before the many fanged wolves and said in a deliberately fierce voice. If you are unwilling to obey, you are permitted to leave immediately. Intimidation. Awoo. Rimuru let out a howl and activated the intimidation skill, spreading its intimidating aura around. The goblins were pushed off balance, while among the fanged wolves, one with white fur on its neck and tail slowly walked out, enduring the intimidation. This one must be the second eldest filial son. Looking at the fanged wolf slowly walking out, Zhang Chen couldn't help but think to himself. We are willing to follow you. Led by this fanged wolf, all the other fanged wolves prostrated themselves on the ground and shouted respectfully. Hearing this, Rimuru immediately cancelled the transformation. However, during the cancellation, a pair of wolf ears remained on his head, and there was also a fluffy wolf tail behind him, but this appearance was fleeting. See kawaii. Looking at Rimuru's momentarily retained fanged wolf features, Zhang Chen, a former otaku, couldn't help but shout in his heart. Well, it's good that we don't have to fight. Yes, peace is best. Watching Rimuru's cute head wobbling, Zhang Chen's mood improved considerably. The next day, Goblin Village. Genshin Impact launch. No, system check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received Primeval Spirit Sword X1. Primeval Spirit Sword grows with its master. This is the system's destined flying sword for the host. Hurry and give it a name. I'm sorry, system. I might have spoken a little too loudly before. Looking at the spirit sword that appeared in his hand, just by its appearance, Zhang Chen knew it was a good sword. One side of the blade was carved with the sun, moon, and stars, while the other side depicted mountains, rivers, and vegetation. One side of the hilt showed techniques of farming and animal husbandry, and the other side detailed strategies for unifying the four seas. The more Zhang Chen looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Isn't this the Xuanyuan sword? System, what's going on here? Ding. Of course, it has to look good. After all, being strong is temporary, but being handsome is for life. Does the host not like it? Hee, of course I like it. Looking at the Xuanyuan sword-style spirit sword in his hand, Zhang Chen felt truly delighted. I'll call you Linglong. Later, when you take on a human form, you can change it to a name you like. Linglong. You must remember, in cultivation, you must learn to play it safe. Constantly fighting will only lead you to become brothers in the 10,000 soul banner one day. The Linglong sword's body trembled slightly, as if it had accepted the name. This immortal has decided to play it safe and develop slowly. As everyone knows, there are only 4 realms in cultivation. They are the Ant Realm, Junior Realm, Taoist Realm, and Senior Realm. Since I don't have a powerful background, I can't enter the Junior Realm. I don't like the Taoist Realm, so I can only strive to reach the Senior Realm. Just as Zhang Chen was firm in his path of caution, he heard a system notification. Ding. The dimensional gate has completed its initial charging. Do you wish to anchor the world coordinates? Zhang Chen was stunned by the notification. He had acquired the dimensional gate many days ago, and it had been silent. He thought it would take a long time to charge, but he didn't expect it to be ready so quickly. System, after anchoring the world coordinates, can I choose not to go there? Ding. Whether or not to travel to a world is up to the host to decide. That's good. If it opens to a dangerous world and I'm forced to teleport there, wouldn't that be game over? System, open the dimensional gate. Ding. Anchoring world coordinates. Ding. World coordinates successfully anchored. Based on the host's memory search, the current world is Demon Slayer. Does the host wish to begin the traversal? Not yet. Hearing that the system had found the Demon Slayer world, Zhang Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief. Good, it's not a dangerous world. I wonder if I can travel to the time when Kanae Kocho was still alive. When he watched the anime, he felt the ending was too tragic, with few survivors after the final battle. Even Tanjiro wouldn't live much longer. This time, with a chance to change Demon Slayer's ending, Zhang Chen declared, I love changing misfortunes. I'll go find Rimuru first. If I suddenly disappear, Rimuru would be worried sick. Zhang Chen walked out of the thatched hut into the open space outside and saw Rimuru's round body squatting on a wooden stake, speaking to the goblins and fanged wolves below the stake. From now on, please form teams and live together. The goblins and fanged wolves below didn't seem to understand what forming teams meant, so Rimuru could only explain further. That's how it is. From now on, you must help each other and get along peacefully, understood? Yes *N. Woof *N. Seeing the many monsters below respond, Rimuru sighed softly. Let's leave it at that for now. So, regarding the most important aspects of food, clothing, housing, and transportation, I want to establish teams for finding food, building houses, and strengthening the village's defenses. First. Looking at the goblin with the red bandana in front of him, Rimuru suddenly fell into thought. Oh, what was his name again? Does he even have a name? Rimuru looked up and asked the goblin village chief, who was leaning on a staff beside him. By the way, what are all your names? The goblin village chief quickly and respectfully replied. Ordinary monsters don't have names, because we can communicate without them. Is that so? But having names would be more convenient. I want to name you all, is that okay? Hearing this, the goblins and fanged wolves didn't react much, but Zhang Chen already had a thought in his mind. Here he comes, the naming maniac. The Storm Dragon power bank is highly recommended. Ah ah ah. The goblins and fanged wolves all let out loud cries of surprise, with clear disbelief in their tones. The goblin village chief cautiously asked Rimuru. Rimuru-sama, a name, is it really okay? Hearing the goblin village chief's question, the clueless Rimuru responded blankly. Oh, Upon hearing the clear answer, all the goblins began to cheer, dancing with joy. Even the goblin village chief's old body was happily dancing. Why are they so excited about getting a name? Rimuru thought, not understanding. Just as Rimuru was about to start naming, Zhang Chen hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. If he started naming now, he would be out of commission for several days. If that happened, how would he tell Rimuru about leaving for a while? Rimuru, wait a moment. Zhang Chen hurriedly interrupted Rimuru's next action. Hearing Zhang Chen's voice, Rimuru twisted his body and looked back. Chen, you're awake. Yes, are you going to name them? Yes, it's very inconvenient without names, so I thought I'd give everyone a name. Listening to Rimuru's innocent words, Zhang Chen couldn't help but suppress a smile and replied. Oh, that's great, but don't start naming yet. I have something to tell you. What is it, Chen? Hearing that Zhang Chen had something to tell him, Rimuru immediately asked. I might need to leave for a few days. For these few days, you'll have to rely on yourself. What? Chen, you're leaving. Hearing that Zhang Chen was leaving, Rimuru's heart skipped a beat, and an indescribable discomfort welled up. During this time, he had always been with Zhang Chen, eating together, sleeping together, chatting together. He had long considered Zhang Chen, who also came from another world, his best friend. I'm just leaving for a few days. I'll be back in a few days, so you don't need to worry. Noticing that Zhang Chen had said he was only leaving for a few days, Rimuru couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chen, you scared me to death. Zhang Chen could feel that Rimuru had indeed been startled for a moment. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen said with a smile. Ha ha ha, you scared yourself. You are my only friend in this strange new world, how could I possibly leave you? You still scared me. Seeing Rimuru act a little petulant, Zhang Chen secretly laughed and comforted him verbally. Alright, then how about I bring you a gift when I come back? Really? Then I'll reluctantly forgive you. Looking at Rimuru's words, which carried a hint of tsunere, Zhang Chen's tone also couldn't help but carry a hint of doting. Alright, thank you to our Rimuru-sama for forgiving his dear friend. Hearing Zhang Chen say this, Rimuru's round body also flushed slightly. So, Chen, when are you leaving? I'm leaving now. So soon. Then Chen, you must be careful and take care. Hearing that Zhang Chen was leaving immediately, Rimuru worriedly instructed him. Zhang Chen patted Rimuru's small head, then said nothing more and turned to walk into the depths of the forest. Watching Zhang Chen's departing back, Rimuru softly murmured. You must come back safely, Chen. Having composed himself, Rimuru looked at the many monsters in front of him and shouted loudly. Alright. Now, everyone line up. We'll start with the village chief for naming. Let me think, what was the name of your deceased warrior son? Riguru. Then you shall be called Rigurd. As soon as the words fell, a golden light erupted from the village chief's body. Thank you, Rimuru-sama, Rigurd is so grateful. The village chief excitedly thanked Rimuru. You will inherit your brother's name and be called Riguru. You are Gobuta. Gobuchi. Gobuzu. Gobuzo. Gob. Just as Rimuru transformed into a naming maniac, Zhang Chen arrived in the forest. System, use the dimensional gate to begin traversal. Ding. Opening dimensional gate for host. A portal glowing with white light suddenly appeared beside Zhang Chen. Within the portal, countless planes of all worlds seemed to be reflected. Is this the dimensional gate? You're not pulling your weight, teacher. Although he was complaining in his heart, his body honestly stepped inside. In an instant, Zhang Chen's figure disappeared. Demon Slayer World Evening. Demon Slayer World Early Morning. The night, illuminated by the moonlight, shimmered with faint glimmers. Suddenly, 100 meters above the silent, uninhabited forest, a white light erupted. The white light rapidly expanded, forming a portal. From this portal, a figure was thrown out. Yes, you read that right, he was thrown out. System. This isn't transmigration, this is clearly high-altitude littering. Feeling his body plummeting headfirst, Zhang Chen quickly channeled spiritual energy throughout his body. In an instant, Zhang Chen's body seemed to hit a pause button, stopping midair. Then, Zhang Chen controlled his body to slowly rotate up and down, righting himself. Phew, good thing I can fly, otherwise I'd have splattered on impact. Coming back to his senses, Zhang Chen surveyed the situation below. Although it was night, who was he? He was a dignified golden core cultivator, and mere night vision was child's play for him. Below was a small mountain covered in dense vegetation. Feeling the night temperature, it was clearly either spring or summer. Zhang Chen recalled his memories from his previous life and realized this shouldn't be when the plot began. Unable to figure out the timeline for a moment, Zhang Chen decided to find people first. Linglong, your master needs your help. Hearing his master's summons, Linglong immediately materialized beneath Zhang Chen's feet. Which way should I fly? I've got it. Zhang Chen then used his divine sense to radiate outwards, 100 li, 500 li, 1,000 li, until he found something in a residential area. Ah, there's a fighting aura over there. Let's go check it out first. Sensing the fighting aura, Zhang Chen swiftly flew towards the target. Heh, you've tried so hard until now, I'll free you soon. I'll eat you little by little. A man with short, light blonde hair, holding a folding fan, spoke with a gentle smile on his face. A clear, too, character was visible in his golden eyes, as he spoke extremely cruel words in a very gentle tone to the beautiful girl below the courtyard wall. Even if I die, I'll drag you to hell with me. The beautiful girl, wearing a butterfly howry, with a butterfly hairpin in her hair, and holding a half-broken Nichiren blade, roared at the figure above. Unfortunately, her body, covered in blood and her pale face, made her roar seem so weak and powerless. If Zhang Chen had seen this scene, he would have recognized the girl. That's right, this girl was Kanae Kocho, who would later die tragically at Doma's hands. Oh dear, you think you can take me down with you? Aren't you a bit too naive? Doma's figure vanished from Kanae's sight with a whoosh, reappearing in front of her. This is bad. He's too fast. There's no time. Kanae struggled to raise the Nichiren blade in her hand, but before she could block, she felt a sharp pain throughout her body, her throat sweetened, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Boom. Kanae Kocho's body was sent flying several meters by the fan, crashing against the courtyard wall. Cough. Gasp. Enduring the intense pain, Kanae, propped up by her Nichiren blade and leaning against the wall, continuously coughed up blood, which, against her beautiful face, created a sense of tragic beauty. Oh my, you can still stand up. But it doesn't matter, I'll make you live forever with me in a moment. Watching Doma steadily approach her, Kanae fell into deep despair. Is this the end? I really want to see the children at Butterfly Mansion again, and my beloved sister. I'm sorry, I love you all so much. Cough. Doma, who had walked up to Kanae Kocho, slowly raised the folding fan in his hand. Kanae closed her eyes, awaiting death's arrival. Just as the folding fan was about to reach Kanae's head, a faint voice suddenly echoed in her ear. Oh my, beautiful lady, do you need help? Hearing the voice, Kanae opened her tightly shut eyes, and the scene before her left her shocked. What met her eyes was a young man with short black hair, a handsome face, bright and radiant eyes, and a mischievous smile playing on his lips. At this moment, the young man's right hand was tightly gripping Doma's folding fan, which had been extended towards her. He appeared instantly. Who exactly are you? Doma, still wearing a smile, asked the stranger who had grabbed his weapon. Zhang Chen did not answer Doma's question. He merely exerted a slight force with his right hand, which was gripping the folding fan, and flicked it backwards. Instantly, Doma's body was flung away like a cannonball, crashing into the opposite courtyard wall. System. This street's courtyard walls are really sturdy. Boom. Huh. Feeling the pain throughout his body, as if it were falling apart, Doma still wore a smile. How is this possible? That's an upper-rank demon. Watching Doma being effortlessly flung away, Kanae looked at the young man with the mischievous smile, her face filled with disbelief. He was sent flying, huh? Is this support from the Demon Slayer Corps? Doma, his body slowly recovering, stood up and looked at the young man who had sent him flying, still smiling. Indeed, this young man was Zhang Chen, who had flown over on Linglong. Upon seeing Kanae Kocho on the verge of death, Zhang Chen immediately used shrinking the ground to an inch to save her. System. Don't ask how he knows shrinking the ground to an inch, just know that the basic cultivation method is awesome. You rest well for now. I'll take care of this little demon first. Zhang Chen pointed his right index finger at Kanae Kocho, a golden light appearing at his fingertip. The golden light followed the direction of his finger and entered Kanae Kocho's body. In an instant, Kanae felt a warmth spread through her body. Her wounds were healing, and her strength was slowly returning. All right, then sir, please be careful. Take this Nichiren blade. Without using a Nichiren blade, a demon will recover no matter how severe its injuries are. Looking at the half-broken Nichiren blade Kanae offered, Zhang Chen couldn't help but think. This hand, no, this Nichiren blade is really beautiful. No need, I have a way to deal with him. You just rest well on the side. After speaking, Zhang Chen turned to face Doma, who was still smiling. Speaking of which, this guy really has no emotions. Even after I've beaten him to a pulp, he still has that expression. Zhang Chen, seeing a demon in reality for the first time, was still a bit curious about them. What exactly is the structure of these demons? Kibutsuji Muzan can even regenerate from a drop of blood. If this were in the cultivation world, wouldn't that be a skill only a tribulation transcender could possess? Yet, in this world, a mere Kibutsuji Muzan can do it. Truly the wonder of the two-dimensional world. Why did you save her? Wouldn't it be better for her to live forever with me? Doma spoke as he attacked Zhang Chen, arriving by his side in a flash. Unfortunately, his incredibly arrogant speed seemed as slow as a snail in Zhang Chen's eyes. Zhang Chen simply raised his right foot and kicked the charging Doma. Whoosh! Doma was kicked back even faster than he had come. Boom! Cough cough. Doma, who had crashed into the courtyard wall again, lay on the ground, coughing up blood. System. Reiterating, the courtyard walls are really tough. Is he a new Hashira? Should I go tell Muzan-sama first, or? As Doma pondered whether to seek out Muzan, Zhang Chen raised his right hand, extended his index finger towards Doma, and said faintly. All right, no more games. Demons belong in hell, especially man-eating fiends. Except for Benimaru and the others in the future. Small desolation imprisoning heaven finger. Why not great desolation? How can I call this little finger, great desolation? Above Doma, a golden finger, tens of meters long, appeared and pressed down towards him. Looking at the golden finger descending from the sky, Doma showed a gentle smile on his face. Heh, humans, truly pathetic. What's pathetic? You, without emotions, are the most pathetic. Boom. The golden finger pressed into the ground, creating a crater tens of meters deep where Doma had been. Doma's figure was no longer there. The mighty upper rank too, without even a chance to use his blood demon art, completely vanished from this world. Watching Doma, who had been crushed by a single finger from Zhang Chen, leaving no corpse behind. Kanae Kocho, her face filled with shock, looked at the young man with his back to her and asked with a trembling voice. Are you Lord God? Hearing the question, tinged with a tremor, from behind him, Zhang Chen turned around to look at Kanae Kocho, who was sitting on the ground. Seeing the slight fear on the girl's beautiful face, Zhang Chen smiled and extended his right hand towards Kanae. I am not a god. I'm just a passing common rider. I'm just an ordinary person. Can you get up now? Oh no, I almost exposed my Chunabu tendencies again. Looking at the gentle young man in front of her, Kanae Kocho unconsciously extended her right hand. Kanao Suyuri slowly stood up, grabbing the man's hand in front of her. Seeing Kanae stand up, Zhang Chen immediately withdrew his right hand and said, it seems your body is ready to move. Hearing Zhang Chen's question, Kanae Kocho brushed the dust off her clothes and bowed respectfully to Zhang Chen, thanking him, thank you very much for saving me. My name is Kanae Kocho. Would you be so kind as to accompany me to my humble abode so I may express my gratitude? Ah, no need to call me Mr. My name is Zhang Chen, and close friends call me A Chen. Then may I address you as Lord Chen? Would that be acceptable? This, fine, whatever you like. Yes, Lord Chen. Zhang Chen could only helplessly accept, watching Kanae Kocho speak with such consistent respect. But, he had to admit, having such a beautiful woman respectfully call him Lord, did give him a little secret thrill. Sister. Just as Zhang Chen and Kanae were about to head to the butterfly mansion, a young girl ran over from a distance. It wasn't until the girl reached Zhang Chen and Kanae Kocho that Zhang Chen got a clear view of her. The girl was also wearing the black uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, with a butterfly-shaped hair tie at the back of her head, and her delicate small face looked very anxious. Is this Kocho Shinobu? She really is a mini Kanae Kocho. It seems that at this time, Kocho Shinobu is still a somewhat rebellious girl, not the gentle Kocho Shinobu from the original story who always imitated her sister, exuding gentleness from head to toe. Sister, are you alright? Seeing her sister covered in blood, Kocho Shinobu immediately asked worriedly, her hands searching Kanae's body. Alright, Shinobu. Sister is fine. By the way, why did you run over here? I was just worried that sister might be in danger, so I took it upon myself to come. Looking at Kocho Shinobu, who was hanging her head like a child who had done something wrong, Kanae still didn't have the heart to scold her. Alright, don't let it happen again, okay? Yes. Sister is the best. Cough, cough. Good heavens. If you two sisters keep chatting, the sun will rise. Seeing a faint glimmer of light slowly appearing on the distant mountaintop, Zhang Chen, who had been ignored, couldn't help but make a sound, interrupting the sisters. Hearing the sound, the Kocho sisters couldn't help but look towards Zhang Chen. Kanae Kocho, regaining her composure, quickly introduced him to Kocho Shinobu. This is Lord Zhang Chen. He saved me. And Lord Chen is also a powerful individual, he easily killed an upper-rank demon. What? Killed an upper-rank demon? Kocho Shinobu looked at Zhang Chen's slouchy appearance and couldn't see a hint of a powerful individual's demeanor, so she couldn't help but question him. You really killed an upper-rank demon. Could it be that my sister crippled the demon, and you just took the credit? Seeing Kocho Shinobu dare to question Zhang Chen, Kanae Kocho, fearing Zhang Chen would get angry, quickly interjected. Shinobu, don't be rude. How can you speak like that? Apologize to Lord Chen at once. Oh ho, little girl, you've got quite some guts, don't you? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chen instantly vanished. Lord Chen, please show mercy. Kanae Kocho said nervously, seeing Zhang Chen disappear. Zhang Chen suddenly appeared behind Kocho Shinobu and gave her a sharp rap on the head. Thud. Ow, it hurts so much. Kocho Shinobu felt the pain from the top of her head and couldn't help but squat down, cradling her head. With this head cradling squat defense, even Remilia would have to exclaim, an expert. Ha ha ha, little girl, do you still dare to question me now? Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily, looking at Kocho Shinobu in her head cradling squat defense. Seeing Zhang Chen laughing heartily and Kocho Shinobu in her head cradling squat defense, Kanae couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile at the corner of her mouth. Lord Chen, really? Kocho Shinobu rubbed her little head, her eyes slightly red, and looked up at Zhang Chen's mischievous face, whimpering softly, I know I was wrong. Woo woo woo. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh again at this scene, and Kanae Kocho also couldn't help but cover her mouth and let out a soft laugh. Alright, Lord Chen, Shinobu, let's go. Okay asterisk 2. Infinity Castle. How is this possible? Doma was actually killed. Kibutsuji Muzan, who had just received the news of Doma's death in his mind, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, reviewing Doma's memories before his death. Who is this man? A new Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. How could he be so strong? Kibutsuji Muzan grew more and more alarmed as he watched, feeling that the man in the vision was no weaker than the man who had terrified him for 500 years. He might even be stronger, especially that one-finger strike. It was simply not something a human could accomplish. No, I absolutely cannot be found. Nakame, Send word to the 12 Kazuki to return to the Infinity Castle immediately, and seal off the Infinity Castle. Yes, Lord Muzan. Nakame responded respectfully, holding her biwa. It just goes to show that Kibutsuji Muzan has no ultimate boss presence at all. He hides at the slightest hint of danger. Even Zhang Chen, who wants to walk the path of self-preservation, would probably give him a thumbs up. Truly worthy of the name, scummy boss. Worst case, I'll wait another 500 years. I don't believe you can live for 500 years too. Kibutsuji Muzan narrowed his crimson eyes and muttered softly, watching Nakime's retreating figure as she went to deliver the message. Butterfly Mansion, morning. We're back. Kocho Shinobu, having just entered the Butterfly Mansion, shouted loudly inside. Oh, Sister Kanae, Sister Shinobu, you're back. Kanzaki Aoi, who was sweeping the courtyard, responded with delight, seeing the Kocho sisters walk in through the Butterfly Mansion's entrance. Meanwhile, Kanao Suyuri, who was feeding fish by a small pond nearby, stopped her actions. She made no sound, simply watching quietly. Zhang Chen looked at the vast butterfly mansion and the pond in the courtyard, thinking of his small rented room and the goblin village's thatched huts in his previous life, and secretly sighed, darn rich people. Excuse me, who are you, sir? What brings you to the butterfly mansion? Kanzaki Aoi asked directly, seeing Zhang Chen walk in from behind the two sisters. Kanao Suyuri also turned her head to look at Zhang Chen. Aoi, Kanao, let me introduce you. This is Lord Zhang Chen. This time, when I went out to slay a demon, I encountered an upper-rank demon. Fortunately, I met Lord Chen and was able to survive. Aoi, quickly go prepare a meal to properly entertain Lord Chen. Huh. Sister Kanae, you actually encountered an upper-rank demon. Are you alright? Kanzaki Aoi was greatly shocked upon hearing Kanae Kocho's introduction. She often heard Demon Slayer Corps members discuss the terrifying nature of the 12 Kazuki. Among them, upper-rank demons required multiple Hashira-level swordsmen to contend with them. Now, Sister Kanae had actually encountered one, and thankfully, nothing bad happened. Of course, I'm fine. Alright, let's go inside first if you have any questions. Lord Chen, please come in. Lord Chen, please come in quickly. Hearing Kanae's words, Kanzaki Aoi nervously invited Zhang Chen inside. Looking at the nervous Kanzaki Aoi and Kanao Suyuri standing silently beside her, Zhang Chen smiled at Kanzaki Aoi and said, Haha, little girl, don't be nervous, I don't eat people. Kanae, your home is really interesting. As everyone entered the house, the Kocho sisters went to the inner room to change into clean clothes, while Kanzaki Aoi went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. For a time, only Zhang Chen and Kanao Suyuri were left in the room, staring blankly at each other. Neither of them spoke. Zhang Chen didn't know what to say, while Kanao, holding a coin, didn't want to speak. The scene became very awkward for a moment. Is this Kanao when she was little? She's really dazed, but so cute. I really want to pinch her little face. Will it be 3 years in prison? Oh, I forgot I can sign in today. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations host for obtaining. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1 Nascent Soul Realm Pill Gold. Nascent Soul Realm Pill allows the host to directly reach the peak of the Nascent Soul Realm without any side effects. Good heavens, I won the lottery. I thought it would take at least 2 years to reach the Nascent Soul Realm at my current cultivation speed. I didn't expect to get a realm pill directly. System, I don't want to work hard anymore. Why don't you just give me a Grand Mist Violet Chi so I can become a saint on the spot? Host, if your luck is good enough, it's not impossible to get it, it's just the probability. For some reason, an image popped into Zhang Chen's mind. A small person, eyes squinting into the distance, hands behind his back, whistling. System, do you dare to announce the probability so I can know? Current host check in probability for Grand Mist Violet Chi is 0.00000. Zhang Chen looked at the panel, which couldn't even display all the zeros, and immediately began to doubt his life. System, you just don't want me to get it. With this probability, I suspect even the Jade Emperor couldn't get it. Host, please don't be anxious. Isn't it just that the host's realm is too low? As the host's realm continuously improves, the probability of checking in for good items will also gradually increase. By the way, the Jade Emperor couldn't get it either. Ah, what you said makes so much sense, I can't even refute it. Seeing that he couldn't get it, Zhang Chen stopped thinking about it. If he researched it further, the art style would be off. This was a two-dimensional art style, it couldn't deviate into a primordial art style. Stare. Just as Zhang Chen was being stared at by Kanao Suyuri to the point of doubting his life, Kanae Kocho's gentle voice finally rang in Zhang Chen's ears. Lord Chen, I apologize for making you wait. Zhang Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw Kanae Kocho, having just showered and changed into clean clothes, placing her hands on her abdomen and bowing slightly to him. Zhang Chen, who had always been a shut-in, had never seen such a beautiful girl. How could he describe the young woman in front of him? If phrases like, bright eyes and white teeth, skin like congealed fat, were used, for Zhang Chen, it would be one word: vulgar, unbearably vulgar. Our protagonist had his own wonderful adjective for it. Wow. Lord Chen, you're exaggerating. Looking at Zhang Chen's, wow, exclamation, a noticeable blush appeared on Kanae Kocho's delicate face. Her earlobes also turned red, but deep down, a strange sense of joy arose. Ahem. Well, it's just that the contrast between how you look now and how you looked yesterday is a bit big, ahahaha. Realizing he had spoken his mind, Zhang Chen awkwardly explained to Kanae Kocho. My sister is naturally beautiful, you bad guy, your eyes must be glued to her. Luckily, Kocho Shinobu, who had also changed clothes, spoke up, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Hey, even if my eyes were glued, it would be to your sister. It's still better than a certain washboard. Listening to Kocho Shinobu's words, Zhang Chen glanced disdainfully at Kocho Shinobu's chest and said indifferently. Hearing Zhang Chen's contemptuous words, Kocho Shinobu quickly raised her hands to cover her chest, her face flushed, and she whined to her sister. You bad guy, sister, look at him. Looking at Kocho Shinobu pouting at her, Kanae reached out and stroked her little head, gently advising with a smile. Alright, Shinobu, Lord Chen is just joking with you, don't be angry. Watching this scene, Zhang Chen couldn't help but think of Kocho Shinobu in the original story. At that time, Kocho Shinobu imitated her sister in all her actions, always maintaining a gentle smile on her face, but her heart was filled with hatred for demons. Now that he had saved Kanae Kocho, Kocho Shinobu would probably no longer imitate her sister. Although it was a bit of a pity that he would never see the original Kocho Shinobu again, Zhang Chen still preferred this warm scene. To use Rimaru's words, long live peace. Sister Kanae, breakfast is ready, we can eat. Kanzaki Aoi, who had gone to make breakfast, came over to remind everyone that it was time to eat. Everyone then got up and took their seats at the dining table. Itadakimasu. Asterisk 4. Itadakimasu. Watching the four people around him shout, Itadakimasu, in unison, Zhang Chen, as a person from Shenzhou, also had to follow suit and shout it. Don't tell me, Kanzaki Aoi's cooking is really good. This fish is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone returned to the living room. Kanae Kocho and Kocho Shinobu knelt opposite Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, unaccustomed to kneeling, chose to sit cross-legged directly. Once again, thank you for saving my life. Saying that, Kanae Kocho bowed her head in gratitude. Kocho Shinobu next to her also bowed her head and said gratefully. Thank you for saving my sister. If it weren't for you, my sister would have been in danger. Well, haven't you already thanked me? No need to be so polite. Also, Shinobu, this isn't like you. Haven't you always called me a big bad guy? Hearing Zhang Chen's teasing, Kocho Shinobu's face flushed slightly, and she retorted. No matter what, you saved my sister, even though you're still a big bad guy, HMPH. Hey, you little girl. Lord Chen, may I be so bold as to ask where you are from? Your name sounds like you are from Shenzhou. Hearing Kanae Kocho's question, Zhang Chen thought for a moment and said with a smile. Yes, I am indeed from Shenzhou, but not from the Shenzhou of this world. Not from the Shenzhou of this world. What do you mean by that? Hearing Zhang Chen's answer, Kanae Kocho was very puzzled. What did it mean to be from Shenzhou but not from the Shenzhou of this world? To be precise, I traveled from another world using the dimensional gate. You can also see that I am a little bit stronger than ordinary people. Travel. You can also understand it is me coming from a place similar to Takamagahara. Feeling that he couldn't explain what a multiverse or parallel universe theory was to them, Zhang Chen decided to explain what traveling was in a way they could understand. What? Then Lord Chen, are you really a god? Hearing Zhang Chen's explanation, Kanae Kocho couldn't help but exclaim. If compared to what you call the 8 million gods here, I should be a little bit stronger than them. Zhang Chen thought of the so-called gods in Neon and felt that he could kill millions of them with a single sword. Although the Demon Slayer core world should not have any so-called gods. Really? Please forgive my impoliteness, but I have a request. Could I ask you to visit our Demon Slayer core headquarters and meet our master? Demon Slayer core. Zhang Chen pretended not to know what the Demon Slayer core was and asked with a puzzled expression. Our Demon Slayer core is. Kanae Kocho then explained the original intention and purpose of the Demon Slayer core to Zhang Chen. So, we must kill Kibutsuji Muzan so that there will be no more evil demons harming people in this world. Please, please, you must meet Master. At the end of her explanation, Kanae Kocho and Kocho Shinobu both requested Zhang Chen in a Dageza posture. Alright, I'll go then. You two get up first, this makes me very uncomfortable. Looking at the sisters kneeling before him, Zhang Chen finally agreed. In fact, he had another idea in his heart. That was, after defeating Kibutsuji Muzan, he planned to see if he could bring the entire Demon Slayer core back to the slime world. After all, the entire Demon Slayer core had all kinds of talents, and with them, the Demon Country Federation's establishment speed would be much faster. As for whether he could bring them back, Zhang Chen had secretly asked the system. The system indicated that the dimensional gate could indeed bring people across worlds. Thinking of this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but look forward to Rimaru's surprised expression when he returned with a group of talented people. It would be so much fun. Demon Slayer Core Headquarters. Kagaya Ubuyashiki looked at the letter sent by Kanae Kocho via her Kasugai Crow and fell into deep thought. He didn't believe there were gods in this world. If there really were gods, then why didn't they come out to eliminate Kibutsuji Muzan? However, in the letter, Kanae Kocho was very certain that the man named Zhang Chen could eliminate Kibutsuji Muzan. He actually suspected that this might be a conspiracy by Kibutsuji Muzan to find the Demon Slayer Core headquarters. But seeing hope of eliminating Kibutsuji Muzan, he didn't want to give up this slim hope. In the end, he decided to take a gamble. Go and summon all the pillars back. All Demon Slayer Core members who are out should also return to headquarters as soon as possible. Kagaya Ubuyashiki, having made up his mind, ordered the guards outside the door. Yes, master. The guard, having received the order, knelt on one knee to acknowledge it, then stood up and walked out. The next day, Demon Slayer Core headquarters. So this is the Demon Slayer Core headquarters. It doesn't feel as luxurious as the Butterfly Mansion. Lord Chen, please come in. Zhang Chen walked into the main hall, looked at the pillars sitting on both sides with serious expressions, and Kagaya Ubuyashiki sitting at the head with a smile, and couldn't help but greet them. Yo! Good afternoon, everyone. Hearing Zhang Chen's greeting, everyone's gaze focused on him. Oh! Good afternoon, everyone. Seeing everyone look at him, Zhang Chen didn't show the slightest nervousness, still observing Kagaya Ubuyashiki with a smile. Is this Kagaya Ubuyashiki? He's really been tormented by the curse beyond recognition. Kagaya Ubuyashiki, in front of Zhang Chen, had neat, medium-length black hair. His face, wrapped in bandages, was severely disfigured, and he was blind. But even so, a smile still lingered on his lips, with not a trace of pain on his face. What a resilient leader. No wonder the Demon Slayer Core members respect him so much. His charisma is truly off the charts. Hehe, Mr. Zhang Chen, it's my first time visiting, and I'm being rude. Unfortunately, I am blind and cannot see your true face. Please, have a seat. Hearing Kagaya Ubuyashiki's words, a servant nearby brought a cushion and placed it in front of Zhang Chen, then bowed slightly and withdrew. Zhang Chen unceremoniously sat cross-legged on the cushion. My dear husband, Mr. Zhang Chen has taken his seat. Amane Ubuyashiki, with her white hair and delicate features, whispered a reminder into her husband's ear. Hee, in that case, let's get straight to the point. Mr. Zhang Chen, what do you think? Alright, the guest follows the host's lead. Let's start right away. Zhang Chen replied directly to Kagaya Ubuyashiki's inquiry. I read Kanae's letter. She said you could help the Demon Slayer Corps kill Kibutsuji Muzan. Is that true? Kagaya Ubuyashiki went straight to the main topic, asking the question he most wanted to know right from the start. Yes, it's true. Kibutsuji Muzan is nothing to me. No matter how deeply he hides, I can find him and kill him. But I want to know what I can get for helping you eliminate Kibutsuji Muzan. Zhang Chen wasn't a selfless good Samaritan. He could agree to Kanae Kocho's request and meet with Kagaya Ubuyashiki. But helping for no reason would make him seem cheap. Besides, he was still thinking of taking the entire Demon Slayer Corps with him. Then, Mr. Zhang Chen, what do you want? As long as Kibutsuji Muzan can be killed, I'll give you my life if you ask for it. Listening to Zhang Chen's words, Kagaya Ubuyashiki replied with a determined expression. Master. Asterisk 9. Upon hearing Kagaya Ubuyashiki's reply, the Hashira present all gasped. Master. If it requires your life, then I would rather go and fight Muzan myself. Rengoku Kyujiro, the flame Hashira, shouted anxiously. Yes, Master, such a victory would not be flamboyant at all. Tengen Uzui, the sound Hashira, quickly followed. The other Hashira present also expressed that they would rather fight Muzan themselves than have Kagaya Ubuyashiki exchange his life for Muzan's death. Ah, I don't want your life. I want the Demon Slayer Corps, including all members, yourself included. What? You fool. The hot-headed Sanemi Shinazugawa, the wind Hashira, couldn't help but stand up and move to attack Zhang Chen, who was speaking so presumptuously. Seeing this, Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a terrifying pressure instantly swept through the entire room. Except for the Ubuyashiki couple and Kanae Kocho, whom Zhang Chen intentionally spared, everyone else was pressed down by the pressure, unable to move. Their kneeling posture also turned into prostrating on the ground. What? I can't breathe. Sanemi Shinazugawa, pressed to the ground, spoke with difficulty. So heavy, I can't move at all. Tomioka Giyu, the water Hashira, was also pressed down, unable to move. Mr. Zhang Chen, please calm down first. Seeing this, Kanae Kocho quickly spoke up to plead. Are you all taking yourselves too seriously, and me not seriously enough? I'm speaking with your master, is it your turn to interrupt? Zhang Chen meant, your boss hasn't even spoken yet, and you, a bunch of subordinates, are already shouting to kill and fight. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they wouldn't know how many eyes the Horse King has. In fact, Zhang Chen himself hadn't realized that his actions were becoming increasingly overbearing. This might be the inevitable shift in mentality after gaining power. Mr. Zhang Chen, please calm your anger first. I apologize to you on their behalf. Kagaya Ubuyashiki, supported by his wife, stood up and bowed deeply to Zhang Chen. Seeing this, Zhang Chen withdrew his pressure. He still had a trace of respect for someone who could view his own life and death so lightly. The air in the room instantly lightened, and everyone gasped for breath. I'll give Master Kagaya some face. You're not well, so please sit down quickly. Thank you for your understanding. Kagaya Ubuyashiki, relieved to be forgiven, slowly sat back down with his wife's support and said. Mr. Zhang Chen, do you mean you want to gain the loyalty of the entire Demon Slayer Corps? Yes, you can understand it that way. If Kibutsuji Muzan is eliminated, there will be no more demons in the world, and the Demon Slayer Corps will have no reason to exist. What use would you have for the loyalty of the Demon Slayer Corps then? Actually, it's like this. Zhang Chen explained the situation of the slime world and why he needed the Demon Slayer Corps in a way they could understand. Kagaya Ubuyashiki, having understood Zhang Chen's meaning, spoke. So, you mean you plan to establish a country in that world, but you currently lack talent, which is why you need our Demon Slayer Corps. Exactly. Moreover, if you go to that world, you can live a new kind of life. In that world, there are countless guys like Muzan. And I can also cure your body, which has been ravaged by the curse. What do you think? Hearing Zhang Chen's words, Kagaya Ubuyashiki pondered for a moment, then asked the Hashira below. How do you all feel? If you don't want to go, I won't force anyone. Master, your decision is my decision. Your subordinates swear to follow Master to the death. Hearing their master's question, the Hashira present all expressed their willingness to follow Kagaya Ubuyashiki to the slime world. Zhang Chen, having understood the implication in Kagaya Ubuyashiki's words, asked. So, it seems you've made up your mind. Yes, I've decided. Perhaps going to a new world is also a brand new beginning. Hearing this, Zhang Chen stood up, walked to Kagaya Ubuyashiki, extended his right hand, and said with a smile. Then, please take care of me from now on, Master Kagaya. Feeling the right hand in front of him, Kagaya Ubuyashiki also stood up with his wife's support, extended his right hand, and gently grasped Zhang Chen's right hand, saying warmly. Please take care of me, Mr. Zhang Chen. Seeing this, the Hashira all rose, then knelt on one knee, lowered their heads, and shouted. Please take care of us from now on, Lord Chen. Asterisk 9. Ha 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 ha. Everyone, stand up. I don't have so many rules, there's no need to constantly kneel and bow. How to put it, Zhang Chen could crush his enemies without a second thought. But towards his own people, he was actually quite approachable, even a bit chunabu in personality, a typical otaku personality. Zhang Chen responded gently to the Hashira who were bowing and pledging loyalty. Just now, Zhang Chen's actions had made these Hashira think he was a very serious person. Now, discovering that Zhang Chen's personality was so approachable, everyone couldn't help but smile. Among them, Sanemi Shinazugawa, the Wind Hashira, sincerely apologized to Zhang Chen. I am deeply sorry, Lord Chen. I was rude just now. Please forgive my disrespect. Looking at Sanemi Shinazugawa in a dogeza pose in front of him, Zhang Chen squatted down and gently patted his shoulder, saying, Hey, I've already forgotten about what happened just now. Alright, I forgive you, stand up. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Zhang Chen's words, everyone present burst into laughter. After a while, the scene gradually returned to calm. After everyone sat back in their positions, Zhang Chen slowly spoke. Then, let's discuss how to take down Kibutsuji Muzan. Hearing this, everyone present sat up straight, looking at Zhang Chen with serious expressions. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters Main Hall. Lord Chen, how do you plan to eliminate Muzan? Zhang Chen, hearing the question, said with a relaxed expression, find him, then kill him directly. It's that simple. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's reply, everyone present stiffened. That's simple. That was Kibutsuji Muzan. The Demon Slayer Corps had searched for him for 500 years without success. Mr. Zhang Chen, you mentioned before that you could locate Muzan. Do you have some special method for this? Kagaya Ubuyashiki, sitting across from Zhang Chen, asked with a serious expression. He couldn't imagine what method Zhang Chen would use to find Kibutsuji Muzan. Although Zhang Chen could suppress the entire Demon Slayer Corps with just his aura, powerful strength didn't necessarily mean he was good at finding people. Haha, Mr. Kagaya, you don't need to worry about that. I naturally have my own methods. Right now, all you need to do is gather all the Demon Slayer Corps members and prepare for a complete relocation. As for how to kill Muzan, Zhang Chen didn't really take it to heart. After all, to him, Muzan was just a small fry. Relatively speaking, packing up the entire Demon Slayer Corps was the main focus. Since Mr. Zhang Chen has said so, I will not ask further. However, do you truly not need our help? Even if it's just to kill some ordinary demons, that would be good. That's right, Lord Chen, please take us with you. Even if we can't kill Muzan, we can still help you deal with the 12 Kazuki. Rengoku Kyujuro requested respectfully. Sitting next to Rengoku Kyujuro was a beautiful young girl wearing a white haori, with curly pink hair and golden eyes. At this moment, the girl was staring at Zhang Chen with shining eyes. Looking at Zhang Chen's handsome face and the incredibly confident and sunny aura he exuded, she felt that the husband she was looking for might have been found. Yes, Lord Chen, please take us with you, I beg you. Hearing the girl's request, Zhang Chen looked towards the source of the sound. What caught his eye first wasn't the girl's beautiful face, but her captivating greatness. One shouldn't think Zhang Chen seemed overly eager, it was purely a man's instinct, after all, a hero's true colors. Is this Mitsuri Kanroji? This, so magnificent. By the way, at her age, isn't this figure a bit unfair? Mitsuri. How can you speak to Lord Chen like that? It's fine. If you really want to go, then go. After all, you've been fighting demons for so many years, you truly deserve to see this through. Seeing so many people present wanting to go, Zhang Chen thought about it and agreed. After all, it had been hundreds of years. Now that everything was finally coming to an end, they should indeed be there to witness it. Then, let's do this. Once all the Demon Slayer Corps members are gathered, we will depart to eliminate Kibutsuji Muzan. Before that, I'll temporarily stay at the Butterfly Mansion. If you need to find me, just have Kanae notify me, alright Kanae. Hearing Zhang Chen's question, Kanae Kocho nodded slightly in response. I understand, Lord Chen, leave it to me. Zhang Chen nodded slightly to Kanae Kocho, then turned to look at Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Seeing his cursed body, like a flickering candle in the wind, he spoke. Mr. Kagaya, now that all issues have been settled, let's address your physical condition. And while we're at it, let's also treat this fellow who is also blind. By the way, what's your name? Zhang Chen looked at Guillaume Himahima and asked. He, of course, knew Guillaume Himahima's name, but they hadn't been introduced before, and calling him by name directly would be too strange. I am Guillaume Himahima, greetings, Lord Chen. Lord Chen, do you mean you can cure my eyes? Hearing that Zhang Chen intended to treat his eyes, Guillaume Himahima suppressed his excitement and asked. Yes, of course. Zhang Chen raised his right hand, palm upward, circulating the spiritual energy within his body. A golden orb of light slowly appeared in his palm, expanding rapidly until it covered his entire hand. Suddenly, the orb of light split into two, forming one large and one small. The larger orb flew towards Kagaya Ubuyashiki. The smaller orb flew towards Guillaume Himahima, quickly merging into their respective bodies. System. What, do you only have a right hand? Can't you lift your left hand? This is, my body. Feeling an unprecedented lightness in his body, Kagaya Ubuyashiki clenched his right hand into a fist. Feeling the strength spread throughout his body, he gently pushed away his wife beside him and stood up directly. Master. You can stand on your own. This is wonderful, Master is finally well. This is truly magnificent, Lord Chen has really cured our master. Seeing Kagaya Ubuyashiki stand up, everyone present couldn't help but cheer. Heaven knows how much guilt and helplessness they felt watching their master suffer daily from the curse. Now, he was finally well. The miracle they had never even dared to dream of had finally happened. Haha, Lord Chen is truly a man of miracles. It's wonderful to have met you. Kanae Kocho, who had been silently watching Zhang Chen display his divine power, had an increasingly gentle look in her eyes. For some reason, she felt her heart beating faster and faster. Unconsciously, it seemed only Zhang Chen remained in her vision. My eyes can actually see. Kagaya Ubuyashiki slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the dazzling sunlight, he instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes. After a while, once his eyes adjusted to the light, he saw the young man sitting directly in front of him. The young man's appearance could be described as delicate, with short black hair and a sunny disposition that was hard to forget. So, this is what you look like, Mr. Zhang Chen. Just as I imagined, a sunny person. Thank you very much for curing me. My eyes can also see. Lord Chen, thank you for curing my eyes. Truly, thank you very much. Looking at Kagaya Ubuyashiki bowing deeply to him, and Guillaume Himahima, who could now also see, prostrating himself and kowtowing in gratitude. Zhang Chen waved his hand helplessly. These Japanese people really like to bow and prostrate themselves. Alright, for me, it was nothing more than a small effort. Mr. Kagaya, now that this matter is settled, I should return. Kanae, let's go back. Zhang Chen, standing up, called out to Kanae beside him. Kanae quickly stood up and walked to Zhang Chen's side, bowing slightly to Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Yes, then master, I will take Lord Chen back first. Kagaya Ubuyashiki also nodded gently. All right, Kanae, remember to entertain Mr. Zhang Chen well. Well then, goodbye everyone. Zhang Chen waved goodbye to everyone present, then turned and left the hall with Kanae Kocho. Watching Zhang Chen's retreating figure, the Hashira in the room couldn't help but bow their heads together and shout in unison. Farewell, Lord Chen. Asterisk 8. Butterfly Mansion afternoon. Returning to the Butterfly Mansion, Zhang Chen hurried back to his room after lunch. He looked at the elixir in his hand, put it directly into his mouth, then sat cross-legged to absorb its medicinal power. The spiritual energy contained in the elixir instantly spread throughout his body. The golden core in his dantian, impacted by a large amount of spiritual energy, became increasingly fragile. Crack crack. As the cracks on the golden core grew, a loud boom was heard. Good news from the delivery room, it's born. Ah, the golden core was born. Ah, no, that's not right. It was the shattering of the core to form an infant. A small figure, identical to Zhang Chen, was floating in his dantian, eyes closed and sitting cross-legged. Zhang Chen did not stop cultivating, instead, he used the medicinal power to continue advancing his realm. Nascent soul middle stage. Nascent soul late stage. Nascent soul peak. Zhang Chen exhaled a turbid breath, looked inward at his dantian at the nascent soul identical to himself, and felt a strength at least 1,000 times greater than when he was in the golden core stage. He now just wanted to shout, I don't eat beef. As expected of me, even my nascent soul is so handsome. By the way, I'm also a nascent soul ancestor now. This time, when I go back, I won't be afraid of anyone. Open the system panel. Host. Zhang Chen. Gender. Male. Age. 23 years old. Realm. Nascent soul peak cultivation realms. Qi condensation, foundation establishment. Golden core. Nascent soul. Soul transformation. Integration. Tribulation transcending. Mahayana. Earth immortal. Items. Dimensional gate. Libi *4, Whisper *1. Overall evaluation. In the myriad worlds, you are already a visible big shot, though you might still accidentally be stepped on. Zhang Chen felt that if he returned to Slime World now, he shouldn't be afraid of anyone. His current strength should no longer be weaker than Guy's, perhaps even stronger. As for the myriad worlds, this is an anime style, where would there be immortal cultivation grandmasters? Stepped on by what? Rimuru. This time when I go back, I'll give you a surprise, wahahaha. Meanwhile, in Slime World. In the thatched hut at the center of Goblin Village, a slime that had fallen into slumber due to depleted magicules suddenly shivered. The goblin girl guarding nearby was startled by this sight and quickly ran out, shouting loudly. Village chief, something's wrong. Lord Rimuru is in trouble. The system begins today's sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Eye of Identification. Red. Eye of Identification allows you to view attributes such as others' loyalty and favorability. It actually turned red. This is truly a divine skill. With this ability, Mama no longer has to worry about subordinates betraying me. Zhang Chen looked at the good item he got from today's sign-in and decided to try it out on someone first. He then walked out of the house into the yard and immediately saw the emotionless girl feeding fish by the pond. It's decided. It's you. Pika. Eye of Identification. Kanao Suyuri. Loyalty. 80. Favorability. 91. Abilities. None. Overall Strength Evaluation. E rank. Note. The ranking system follows the Slime World, from lowest to highest. F, E, D, C, B, A, Special A, S, Special S, SS, SSS. Each rank is further divided into 3 levels, such as F, F, F+. Simple combat power comparison. F rank indicates a level with little to no combat power. E rank, slightly weaker than an average adult, the most numerous type of slime. D rank, for human warriors, encountering multiple individuals of this rank is life-threatening. Individual Ranga before evolution belong to this rank. C rank, defined as stronger than a well-trained regular army. In the anime, orcs were originally D rank, but under the influence of the Orc Lord's unique skill, Starved, they achieved quasi-C rank combat power. B rank, capable of destroying a village alone. Ogres are B rank, considered relatively high-level slime. A- rank disaster class, a level of danger with a high probability of causing significant damage to a town. Special A rank disaster class, a level of danger that can bring a nation to a national crisis, such as the destructive activities of high-ranking demons or devils. In the anime, the Orc Lord was Special A rank, but combat power cannot be solely based on rank, for example, a certain cute and adorable slime. S rank Calamity class, usually refers to Demon Lords. Demon Lord seeds defined as a level that a small country cannot handle, and a large country might be able to handle if it puts in its full effort. Special S rank Cataclysm class, commonly applies to awakened Demon Lords and dragon species, a level that cannot be handled by a single nation. It concerns the survival of an entire race, requiring the elimination of national barriers and collective effort to survive. Representative figures include the 8-star Demon Lords and the Rimuru during his Wisdom King period. SS World-Ending class, an existence whose rampage would lead to a world-ending crisis. Representative figures are Guy and Milam, Ramirez in her prime, Rimuru with the Manas, Seal, and the protagonist during the nascent soul stage. SSS Creation class, figures of creation class. Representative figures are the creator god Star King Dragon and the Rimuru at the end of the story. Yar. Is the favorability so high? I don't think I've even spoken to her. Zhang Chen was very surprised looking at Kanao Suyuri's attribute panel, but then he immediately understood why the favorability was so high. The main reason was that Zhang Chen saved Kanae Kocho. And for Kanao Suyuri, Kanae Kocho was the one who gave her new life and salvation. Saving Kanae was equivalent to saving herself. So, such high favorability was not surprising. Relatively speaking, Zhang Chen was actually more curious about Kanae Kocho's favorability towards him. After all, Zhang Chen actually prefers mature older sisters. Dog author. Cuteness is worthless in the face of romances. Ohio, good morning. Lord Chen. Kanae Kocho, who had just walked out of the house, greeted Zhang Chen, who was standing in the yard staring at Kanao Suyuri. Hearing the voice, Zhang Chen turned his head and greeted her back. Good morning, Kanae. I told you before, just call me by my name, no need to add, Lord. How can that be? You are now the master of the entire Demon Slayer Corps. Calling you by your name directly would be too disrespectful. Looking at the persistent Kanae Kocho, Zhang Chen was quite helpless. Alright, then calling me Lord Chen should be fine, right? Calling me by my full name always feels too distant. Hearing Zhang Chen say that, Kanae Kocho's heart secretly rejoiced. Does Lord Chen want to get closer to me? Or am I overthinking it? As you wish, Lord Chen. I just saw you staring at Kanao. Are you very concerned about this child? Remembering Zhang Chen's action of staring at Kanao just now, Kanae Kocho couldn't help but ask. I've never heard her speak since I first saw her. She always looks at a coin. Did something happen? Zhang Chen, who knew the plot, naturally knew why Kanao Suyuri always carried a coin. She was a girl with a very tragic past. Abandoned by her parents at a young age, she was sold by human traffickers until she was fortunate enough to meet Kanae Kocho and was rescued. However, due to her childhood experiences, she didn't know how to act, so Kanae Kocho gave her a coin. She would flip the coin to decide when she didn't know how to make a choice. Kanae Kocho looked at Kanao Suyuri, who was squatting by the pond feeding fish, and introduced the girl's past to Zhang Chen. And listening to Kanae Kocho's introduction, Zhang Chen learned many things not mentioned in the original work and couldn't help but sigh. I see. It seems there are tragedies everywhere. It's her good fortune to have met you. Hee, you flatter me. Eye of identification. Target. Kanae Kocho. Kanae Kocho. Loyalty. 92. Favorability. 95. Abilities. Flower breathing, 6th form, whirlwind peach. Overall strength evaluation, C rank. Both the favorability and loyalty are unexpectedly high. Does 95 favorability mean she likes me? System. Let's talk about the three great illusions of life. Kanao-chan, come here. Kanae Kocho called out to the emotionless girl. And the girl, hearing the voice, stopped feeding fish and trotted over. When she reached Kanae Kocho, the girl's clear voice came out. Ohio, good morning, Kanae Oni-san. Looking at the emotionless girl who said nothing after greeting, Kanae Kocho helplessly pointed at Zhang Chen, who was standing beside her, and said, Kanao-chan, you can't be impolite. When you see Lord Chen here, remember to greet him. Oh, Lord Chen, Ohio, good morning. Hee, good morning to you too, little sister Kanao. Big brother will give you something delicious to drink. After saying that, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a can of Libi, handing it to Kanao Suyuri. The girl blankly took the canned drink, not knowing how to drink it. Seeing Kanao Suyuri, who didn't know how to open the pull tab can, Zhang Chen could only step forward, take the Libi, and open the pull tab. With a hiss, the can was opened, and then he handed it back to the girl in front of him. Hurry and thank Lord Chen. Taking the can, Kanao Suyuri, expressionless, softly said. Arigato, thank you, Lord Chen. Looking at the cute, emotionless girl in front of him, and hearing her soft voice, even Zhang Chen, who wasn't a lowly con, couldn't help but want to reach out and pinch her little cheek. Kawaii, cute. Lowly emotionless girl psycho. System. 3 years to start, let's understand that. You're welcome, Kanao-chan. From now on, just call me Brother Chen. I also want to have a little sister. Brother Chen. Hearing Kanao Suyuri's address, Zhang Chen felt his heart filled by that soft voice and couldn't help but reach out and pat the little head of the girl in front of him. Just then, Kocho Shinobu, who had just walked out of the house, saw this scene and immediately rushed over, shouting as she ran. Hey! You bad guy, take your hands off her. Don't bully Kanao. And looking at Kocho Shinobu rushing over, Zhang Chen revealed a mischievous smile. Ah! Where is he? Kocho Shinobu stopped and looked around, seeing Zhang Chen had suddenly vanished from her sight. Where do you think I am, little girl? Hearing the voice from behind her, Kocho Shinobu instantly had a bad feeling and instinctively tried to cover her head, but it was too late. Thump! Ouch, that hurts. As if reliving the scene, Kocho Shinobu once again squatted on the ground, covering her head in a defensive posture, while Zhang Chen burst out laughing at the sight. Ha ha ha, little girl, take that head flick. Still dare to be arrogant. Kocho Shinobu, still clutching her head, retorted indignantly. How are you so fast, you bad guy? Kanae Kocho smiled helplessly, watching the two bicker. She noticed that Kocho Shinobu always seemed to lose her composure easily in front of Zhang Chen. But she also sensed that Kocho Shinobu didn't dislike Zhang Chen. On the contrary, though Kocho Shinobu always called Zhang Chen a bad guy, the amusement in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Could this girl be in love with Lord Chen? Feeling she had discovered the truth, Kanae Kocho fell into contemplation, watching the two playing. Because she realized she seemed to have fallen for Zhang Chen too. After being rescued by him at their first meeting, she had developed a good impression of the young man. During their time together, she had discovered Zhang Chen's excellent qualities, kind and approachable to his allies, yet merciless to his enemies. Such a person was truly hard to dislike. HMPH. Shinobu, it seems big sister will also have to contend with you for Lord Chen. Kanao Suyuri, who was next to them, taking a sip of Libi, muttered softly with an expressionless face, delicious. Time passed imperceptibly, and 2 days went by in a flash. Butterfly Mansion, afternoon. Open system panel. Zhang Chen. Gender. Male. Age. 23 years old. Realm. Nascent soul stage peak. Items. Dimensional gate. Libi *3, Safi *1, Big Brother Phone *1, Ica Paradise *1. Overall evaluation. You are already a visible big shot in the myriad worlds, though you might still accidentally be stepped on. System. You don't love me anymore. You don't give good things for daily sign-ins. What's the use of this Big Brother phone? There's no signal, Big Brother. And what the heck is this Ica Paradise? Am I the kind of person who likes to read erotic novels? Ha ha. Host, do you really not like it? Then maybe you won't get it from sign-ins anymore. Hee hee. I can only say, system, you're a great judge of character. Thinking of Kocho Shinobu's attributes he had seen 2 days ago, he suddenly felt that he might not need to read erotic novels anymore in the future. Kocho Shinobu. Loyalty. 91. Affection. 99. Abilities. Insect breathing, dance of the butterfly, caprice. Overall strength evaluation. D rank. That girl Shinobu really hides her feelings deep. Her affection is almost full. I'll have to tease her more often in the future. Just as Zhang Chen was thinking about how to tease Kocho Shinobu, Kanae Kocho's voice suddenly rang out from outside the room. Lord Chen. Master Ubuyashiki says the Demon Slayer Corps has assembled and invites you to the headquarters. Hearing that the Demon Slayer Corps had finally assembled, Zhang Chen stood up, opened the door, and said to Kanae Kocho, who was standing outside. Alright, let's go. Everyone at the Butterfly Mansion gathered around, knowing Zhang Chen was about to depart. Kocho Shinobu said with a worried expression. Hey, you big bad guy, you must come back safely. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Kanao Tsuyuri, standing beside Kocho Shinobu, also said expressionlessly. Brother Chen, be careful. Although the girl was expressionless, Zhang Chen clearly sensed the worry in her words. Lord Zhang Chen, I wish you lasting martial fortune. I will prepare a meal and await your triumphant return. Kanzaki Aoi couldn't help but say to Zhang Chen. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'm too fond of living to die. You all wait for me here. Kanae, let's go. Yes, Lord Chen. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Everyone, today we will end the hundreds of years of grievances between us and the demons. In these centuries, we have constantly sacrificed, yet saw no hope. But today, I believe that under the leadership of Lord Zhang Chen, we will definitely kill Kibutsuji Muzan and end all of this. Everyone, do you have confidence? N. The square formation of hundreds of people below shouted excitedly in unison. Watching the Demon Slayer Corps members, who seemed invigorated by Kagaya Ubuyashiki's speech, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel that Kagaya Ubuyashiki was truly suited to be a leader. At the same time, he secretly thought that the Demon Country Federation's civil servant position was settled this time. After all, everyone knew what the two bosses of the future Demon Country Federation were like. Rimuru was good at being cute, but handling government affairs. Forget about it. As for Zhang Chen himself, he was even less willing to do it. Before transmigration, he worked 996 like an ox. After becoming a boss, he still had to handle government affairs like an ox. Then wouldn't this transmigration be for nothing? Since he's already a boss, can't he enjoy himself? Someone. Bring the music and the dance. Kagaya Ubuyashiki, who had finished hyping everyone up, came to Zhang Chen's side. Lord Zhang Chen, do you have anything else to say? Listening to Kagaya Ubuyashiki's question and looking at the excited figures below, Zhang Chen clenched his right fist and raised it above his head, shouting to the crowd below. I have nothing else to say. I have only one sentence. This day next year will be Kibutsuji Muzan's death anniversary. Long live Lord Zhang Chen. Although it was only one sentence, I feel it was truly magnificent. Zhang Chen's eyes swept over the crowd below, starting with the pillars standing at the very front. Rengoku Kyujuro. Loyalty. 92. Affection. 91. Abilities. Flame-breathing first form. Unknowing fire. Ninth form. Rengoku. Overall strength evaluation. C rank. Uzui Tengen. Loyalty. 91. Affection. 91. Abilities. Sound-breathing first form. Roar. Fifth form. String performance. Overall strength evaluation. C rank. Muichiro Tokito. Loyalty. 92. Affection. 91. Abilities. Mist-breathing first form. Low clouds, distant haze. Seventh form. Obscuring clouds. Overall strength evaluation. C rank. Tomioka Giyu. Loyalty. 93. Affection. 90. Abilities. Water-breathing first form. Water surface slice. Water-breathing 10th form. Constant flux. Overall strength evaluation. C rank. Obanai Iguro. Loyalty. 93. Affection. 91. Abilities. Serpent-breathing first form. Winding serpent slash. Fifth form, slithering serpent. Overall strength evaluation, C rank. Mitsuri Kanroji. Loyalty, 93. Affection, 92. Abilities, love breathing first form, first love tremor. Love breathing sixth form, catfoot love breeze. Overall strength evaluation, C rank. Tsunemi Shinazugawa. Loyalty, 95. Affection, 93. Abilities, wind breathing 11th form dust whirlwind cutter. 9th form typhoon of Adaton. Overall strength evaluation, C rank. Gyome Himahima. Loyalty, 99. Affection, 97. Abilities, stone breathing first form, serpentinite bipolar. 5th form, arcs of justice. Overall strength evaluation, C rank. Kanae Kocho. Loyalty, 99. Affection, 100. Abilities, flower breathing 6th form whirling peach. Overall strength evaluation, C rank. Mob A. Loyalty, 84. Affection, 88. Abilities, path breathing. Overall strength evaluation, D rank. Mob B. Loyalty, 83. Affection, 85. Abilities, path breathing. Overall strength evaluation, D rank. Zhang Chen looked at the attribute panels of the people below and found that their affection and loyalty towards him were surprisingly high. Out of curiosity, Zhang Chen also glanced at Kagaya Ubuyashiki, who was standing nearby. Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Loyalty, 100. Affection, 100. Abilities, charisma. Overall strength evaluation, E rank. Holy crap. Double hundreds. And a special ability, charisma. This is a huge gain. Everyone. Let's go. OOON. Infinity Castle. Kibutsuji Muzan, who was meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened his crimson eyes. Evening unnamed outskirts. A quiet, uninhabited, unnamed suburban area gradually became noisy as people moved through it. Do you think Kibutsuji Muzan is really in this wilderness? Since Lord Chen has led us here, of course he is. Didn't you see that the pillars didn't say a word? Right. I was overthinking it. Hundreds of Demon Slayer Corps members, who had followed Zhang Chen to an unnamed suburban area, couldn't help but discuss among themselves as they looked at the desolate surroundings. Zhang Chen didn't care about the discussions behind him. If it weren't for the pillars' request, he would have wanted to handle everything by himself. To be honest, after being away for so many days, he did miss that adorable creature a bit. Rimuru should be awake by now. I wonder what she's doing. Goblin Village must be very busy with its initial construction. Slime World Night Dwarf Kingdom Elf Bar. Wahahaha, but this is truly astonishing. The sword I forged with all my skill was instantly mass-produced. Kajin, the dwarf wearing a pointy construction hat, sat in a booth with a wine glass in his hand, exclaiming to Rimuru, who was being held by a golden-haired elf lady. That's because the prototype you forged, Kajin, was excellent. I merely analyzed it and then replicated it using magic ore blocks. Rimuru, with her brainwave pad on her head, replied, holding her wine glass. Wow. Is this an elf lady? So good. Dog author. Weren't you a girl in your past life? Rimuru. None of your business. Hearing her words, everyone present exchanged glances, and Rimuru, seeing the awkward silence, asked curiously. Did I overstep? Hearing this, Kajin, who had recovered, immediately raised his wine glass and said boisterously. Next time, I'll definitely forge an amazing sword that even the master doesn't necessarily mean a man, it's just a respectful title can't imitate. Rimuru, looking at Kajin, also happily raised her wine glass. That's the spirit. Cheers. Bartender, another round. The slender, golden-haired proprietress in a purple dress, holding a bottle of beer, smiled charmingly at Rimuru. Oh my, slime, can you taste it? Rimuru, holding her wine glass with her materialized small hand, said happily. I can't taste it, but with a beautiful person pouring the drink, everything is delicious. Hearing Rimuru's straightforward compliment, the proprietress's charming face beamed even more brightly. Oh my, such sweet words. Here, please drink. It's so great to be a guest. This is simply heaven. Another round. Hi, yes. Zhang Chen. Drinking in a bar full of elf ladies, and being held in their arms, how enviable, no. How infuriating. Leaving aside Rimuru, who was indulging in the gentle embrace and had completely forgotten Zhang Chen, let's shift our perspective back to the Demon Slayer world. This is about the place. Zhang Chen's divine sense scanned the entire neon, finally discovering that the Infinity Castle, the different dimension opened by Nakame, was located here. Lord Chen, is this it? Rengoku Kyujiro, with his flame-like hair, heard that they had arrived and turned to look at the empty surroundings, asking doubtfully. This is it. Muzan is hidden within a different dimension. You won't see anything here. Zhang Chen, summoning Linglong, raised his right hand and replied casually, looking forward. A different dimension. Asterisk 9. The surrounding pillars all exclaimed in surprise. No wonder we couldn't find Muzan no matter how hard we looked. To think he's hidden in a different dimension, is it a blood demon art? There's a blood demon art that can open a different dimension. While the pillars were marveling at the power of the blood demon art, only Kanae Kocho, who had been observing Zhang Chen, noticed his actions. Lord Chen, what are you doing? Zhang Chen, holding Linglong, didn't answer Kanae Kocho's question. He simply channeled spiritual power into the sword blade with his right hand and lightly slashed from left to right. As if space itself was being cut, a spatial rift, about 10 meters wide, appeared before everyone's eyes. Everything within the space could be clearly seen through the gap. The internal structure of the space appeared very complex, filled with ancient Japanese buildings, mostly wooden structures. The pavilions and window frames on each level were lifelike. Everyone who witnessed this scene was utterly shocked. Is this Kibutsuji Muzan's lair? It's truly astonishing. Lord Chen is so powerful, to be able to easily find Muzan's lair. Is the final battle finally here? Infinity Castle. Nakame, who was playing the biwa, suddenly felt the barrier being broken. Startled, she instantly stood up. How could anyone find the Infinity Castle? How could my blood demon art be broken? Nakame. What happened? Why are you so flustered? Seeing Nakame suddenly stand up, Muzan, who was lying on his side drinking, opened his scarlet eyes and asked displeased. Hearing Muzan's icy voice, Nakame knelt on the ground in a panic and replied. I am very sorry, Lord Muzan. I sensed that the Infinity Castle's barrier has been broken, and someone has intruded into the Infinity Castle. What? You said someone broke the Infinity Castle's barrier. How is that possible? Hearing Nakim's words, Muzan also stood up in shock, his mind racing, wondering who could break the Infinity Castle's barrier. Who is it? The Demon Slayer Corps. Impossible. They don't have that ability. Then who could it be? Suddenly, he remembered someone, a young man who filled him with fear. It was because of this young man that he decided to retreat into the Infinity Castle and dare not go out. Could it be the one who killed Doma? No, I need to change locations. The Infinity Castle is no longer safe. I need to leave quickly. Nakame. Notify the 12 Kazuki to go and eliminate the intruders. Yes, Lord Muzan. One has to admit, the scumbag boss's ability to cling to life is truly admirable. With just a slight clue, he sends his subordinates to their deaths while he makes his escape. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Just as Kibutsuji Muzan was about to flee, a voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire Infinity Castle. Muzan, come out and get some sun. All the demons in the Infinity Castle were terrified upon hearing this voice. Who is this? So bold. Aren't they afraid of Lord Muzan's wrath? It's over, if Lord Muzan gets angry, none of us will survive. I haven't eaten enough human flesh yet, I don't want to die. The 12 Kazuki, who also heard this voice, also changed their expressions. One of them, a humanoid creature with 6 eyes, warned the surrounding demons with a solemn expression. Those who don't want to die, shut up. This 6-eyed monster was the upper rank one of the 12 Kazuki, Kokushibo. Kokushibo, originally named Sugikuni Mikikatsu, joined the Demon Slayer Corps because he was jealous of his younger brother Sugikuni Yorichi's swordsmanship talent. To surpass his brother, he later betrayed humanity out of fear of death. Marked demon slayers are fated to die at 25. After becoming a demon, he pledged allegiance to Kibutsuji Muzan and became upper rank 1, changing his name to Kokushibo. He uses his self-created, moon breathing, and his strength is second only to Muzan. Kokushibo, who was wondering who the intruder was, suddenly received a message from Nakame in his ear. Lord Kokushibo, Lord Muzan has ordered all 12 Kazuki to eliminate the intruders. Upon hearing the message, Kokushibo's eyes immediately revealed killing intent. He reached for the katana at his waist and said coldly, "Let the intruder's blood fill you." Ah, ah, ah. Everyone from the Demon Slayer Corps standing around Zhang Chen was stunned. Shouldn't they have entered the village quietly, without firing a shot? To so openly tell Kibutsuji Muzan, "I'm here to kill you," wasn't that a bit too arrogant? Lord Chen, isn't this a bit too flamboyant? Kanae Kocho, who was nearby, leaned closer to Zhang Chen and asked cautiously. Feeling a faint, delicate fragrance from beside him, Zhang Chen replied a little unnaturally. Don't worry, it's not a big problem, he definitely can't escape. After speaking, Zhang Chen, holding his linglong, strode into the Infinity Castle. Seeing Zhang Chen enter, the others quickly followed. Lord Zhang Chen, this place is so vast, do you know where Muzan is? Tomioka Giyu, holding his Nichiren blade, walked alongside Zhang Chen and respectfully asked him. Don't worry, someone will come looking for us. Look, here they come. Zhang Chen pointed ahead to a group of demons slowly appearing and said to Tomioka Giyu. Demons. Everyone, be on alert, and make sure not to get separated. Yes, first squad, draw your blades. Second squad, draw your blades. Third squad. As all the Demon Slayer Corps members drew the blades from their waists, the atmosphere instantly became incredibly solemn, and a murderous aura enveloped everyone present. Zhang Chen looked at the demons rushing towards them from ahead and lightly clicked his tongue. What are these things? A bunch of cannon fodder. Does Muzan use this kind of stuff to entertain guests? Discovering that the opposing side was full of cannon fodder demons, Zhang Chen declared that the local gang was truly impolite, and he decided to teach them a lesson. Everyone of the Demon Slayer Corps. Avenge our families, charge. Kill. Kill. Just as the Demon Slayer Corps members, faces full of rage, were about to charge into battle with the demons, a golden sword energy filled everyone's eyes. The sword energy swiftly struck the group of demons, and wherever it passed, both buildings and demons were crushed into fragments. Demon corpses lay scattered on the ground, and buildings turned into sawdust, flying in the air. The Demon Slayer Corps members, having recovered, still maintained their charging postures. Looking again at the scene before them, which was now just ruins and a desolate, corpse-strewn clearing, they were all dumbfounded. They involuntarily turned their gaze to Zhang Chen, who still held his sword-wielding posture. Hey ya, I told you all along that I could handle everything myself, you just needed to watch from the side. Zhang Chen looked at the Demon Slayer Corps members staring at him and calmly stated that he could handle everything himself. It wasn't that he wanted to be a babysitter, but rather that he had boasted so much at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. If he just stood by and watched, he felt he would lose face, and there was an even more important reason. With so many people present, if he didn't show off, wouldn't he be letting down his invincible strength? Rich and not returning home is like wearing fine clothes in the dark. Looking at the shocked and admiring gazes of the surrounding Demon Slayer Corps members, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Moreover, a leader also needs to appropriately display strength to better command his subordinates. See, isn't this how loyalty skyrockets? Is this Lord Zhang Chen's power? This is simply a god. With Lord Zhang Chen, we can definitely kill Kibutsuji Muzan. Oh. The morale of the Demon Slayer Corps was greatly boosted for a time. Seeing this, Zhang Chen ordered Rengoku Kyujiro, the Flame Hashira, who was serving as commander beside him. You lead everyone to sweep through the ordinary demons in the vicinity. If you encounter a lower rank demon, you deal with it yourselves. If you encounter an upper rank demon, call out to me loudly, and I will take action then, understood? Hearing the order, Rengoku Kyujiro immediately knelt on one knee and accepted the command. Yes. Your subordinate understands. And you? Oh, I'm going to play with Muzan. I just wonder if he can handle the fun, hey. Looking at Zhang Chen's sinister laugh, Rengoku Kyujiro couldn't help but shiver. Lord Zhang Chen in this state was terrifying. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Chen used shrink ground into an inch to leave the main group. Seeing Zhang Chen disappear, Rengoku Kyujiro stood up and ordered everyone. Now, everyone will begin clearing out the remaining demons in small teams. If you encounter danger, you must call for help immediately. Is that clear to everyone? Yes. While the Demon Slayer Corps was preparing to hunt down the stragglers in small teams, Zhang Chen was observing the six-eyed figure before him. Yo! This must be Kokushibo, right? If you look at his aura, he actually looks more like the final boss than Muzan. Kokushibo also observed the human who had suddenly appeared before him. He had black hair, wore strange clothes from who knows where, apologized to the aunties at the modern clothing factory, hey, seemed lazy all over, and held an ancient longsword in his right hand, completely lacking the demeanor of a strong individual. But the mere fact that he could suddenly appear before him was enough to warrant his attention. Kokushibo tightly gripped his Nichiren blade and coldly said to the human before him. Human. I don't care what you rely on, but since you dared to intrude, are you ready to die? I haven't really thought about how to die yet, why don't you tell me how I should die? Hearing Kokushibo's words, Zhang Chen waved his hand indifferently, provoking Kokushibo across from him. Human. It's been many years since anyone dared to speak to me like that. I will mercifully grant you a magnificent funeral. Good grief, this guy is even better at showing off than me. No, this world doesn't allow anyone, any demon, to exist who can show off more than me. Looking at the show-off across from him, Zhang Chen decided to add fuel to the fire. Oh dear. A guy who was suppressed his entire life by Sugikuni Yorichi can actually be so arrogant. It's truly, when the tiger is away, the monkey becomes king. Kokushibo's pupils suddenly contracted, and his right hand gripping the sword hilt tightened even more. How do you know about that? It's been hundreds of years, how could anyone still know? Sugikuni Yorichi. I have far surpassed you now. Human, I promise you will die a terrible death. Saying this, he charged towards Zhang Chen, holding his Nichiren blade. Moon breathing, first form. Dark moon, evening palace. Kokushibo instantly unleashed a powerful slash towards Zhang Chen, but Zhang Chen didn't even move as he watched the attack. Golden light incantation. System. Once again, basic cultivation method is awesome. The slash struck a golden protective barrier without causing the slightest ripple. Is that all? You're not very good, you know. Why don't you go back a few hundred years and learn swordsmanship properly from your brother again? What is this? Seeing his attack fail, Kokushibo immediately used a powerful technique. Watch me break your turtle shell. Moon breathing, 16th form. Moonbow, half moon. Kokushibo instantly leapt up, launching a devastating downward slash that could easily cleave through the ground. Unfortunately, the slash reached the golden barrier and still didn't cause the slightest ripple. How is this possible? Are you done playing? Then it's my turn. Watch my ordinary slash. Zhang Chen, using spiritual energy, drew a golden sword energy that instantly arrived before Kokushibo. Kokushibo's pupils constricted, and an extreme sense of death permeated his entire body. He desperately tried to move his body, but it felt as if he was fixed in place by something. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. Looking at the golden sword energy before him, Kokushibo couldn't help but think of his younger brother, Sugikuni Yorichi. So there are humans infinitely stronger than you, after all these years, was I wrong? But, brother, I just wanted to become like you. The sword energy sliced through Kokushibo's body and then disappeared. Kokushibo's body slowly split into two halves, the light in his six pupils gradually fading until only stillness remained. Hey, gotta say, spiritual energy really is the bane of demons. One slash and everyone dies, no chance of recovery. Zhang Chen glanced at Kokushibo's corpse and then turned to leave. What was there to see about a corpse? My little darling Muzan, Big Brother is here to play with you, hey. System. You're definitely a bit of a pervert. Infinity Castle. After just eliminating Kokushibo, Zhang Chen extended his divine sense to scan the entire Infinity Castle. After confirming that the Demon Slayer Corps members were not in danger, he no longer paid attention to them. Found him. So he was hiding here. Through his divine sense, Zhang Chen discovered Kibutsuji Muzan's hiding place. All the remaining 12 Kazuki were also gathered around Muzan. It seems that my elimination of Kokushibo scared the scumbag boss. Indeed, Kibutsuji Muzan knew immediately after Zhang Chen killed Kokushibo. Terrified of death, he instantly ordered the 12 Kazuki, who had been planning to eliminate the Demon Slayer Corps, to quickly return to his side. Lord Muzan, what exactly happened? Why have you recalled us? The Demon Slayer Corps has already broken in. The current upper rank 3, Hantengu, who had not yet been eliminated by Kamado Tanjiro, knelt on the ground and asked respectfully. Kokushibo is dead, and he was killed in one move. Kibutsuji Muzan's eyes were blood red as he looked at the kneeling 12 Kazuki members, his voice devoid of any emotion. What? He could kill Kokushibo in one move. Lord Muzan, is he from the Demon Slayer Corps? Upper rank 6, Daki, asked in horror. Yutaro, kneeling beside her, also had a face full of shock. As upper-rank demons, they clearly understood that even among the upper ranks, there was a vast difference in strength between them and Kokushibo. Kokushibo could easily kill all the other demons of the 12 Kazuki. Kibutsuji Muzan's face had already turned extremely grim when he received the vision of Kokushibo's death. Now, looking at the kneeling 12 Kazuki below, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Useless. Kokushibo is useless. You are all useless. What good are you if you can't even stop one person? Kibutsuji Muzan fully displayed his demeanor as a scumbag boss, always blaming his subordinates and never considering that he himself was just as useless. Hearing Muzan's insults, they could only lower their heads tightly, not daring to utter a single word in rebuttal, fearing that the enraged Muzan would kill them directly. Oh my! Oh my! Calling your subordinates useless, then our great Lord Muzan must be very brave, huh? Who's there? Who is it, daring to mock Lord Muzan when he's enraged? It's over, Lord Muzan is going to kill. At this moment, Kibutsuji Muzan was no longer in the mood to pay attention to the kneeling 12 Kazuki. His blood-red eyes stared intently at the young man standing opposite him. This was the young man who had killed Doma and Kokushibo. It's you. You've already killed Doma and Kokushibo, why don't you stop? Do you really think you can kill me? Kibutsuji Muzan, with an extremely grim expression, gritted his teeth and spoke to Zhang Chen. What? He killed Doma and Kokushibo. He's here now, could it be that he intends to kill Lord Muzan? How is that possible? Trying to kill Lord Muzan, isn't that just seeking death? The 12 Kazuki looked at Zhang Chen's figure with inexplicable horror. They had never seen such a brave person. Although Zhang Chen had killed Kokushibo and Doma, having been dominated by Muzan for countless years, they firmly believed in Muzan's power and never thought anyone could kill Kibutsuji Muzan. This was also why they didn't know Sugikuni Yorichi. If they did, they might have been even more terrified. We'll know if I can kill you by trying. Zhang Chen no longer wasted words with Muzan. He directly channeled his spiritual energy into a golden chain and hurled it towards Kibutsuji Muzan. Seeing the approaching golden chain, Muzan immediately grabbed the lower rank 3, Hantengu, in front of him, blocking the attack. The golden chain instantly bound Hantengu. Lord Muzan, save me. Muzan ignored his pleas, turned and ran, ordering as he fled. You useless lot, stop him for me. If you can't stop him, you'll all die. Hearing the command, the demons had no choice but to stand up and block Zhang Chen. Unfortunately, before they could make any move, they heard a voice. Kneel. If you like kneeling, then stay kneeling. Who allowed you to stand up? Zhang Chen's aura erupted, as if the air itself was about to collapse. The demons who had just stood up immediately knelt back down under the terrifying pressure. I can't move my body. How is this possible? Such terrifying pressure. So heavy. Zhang Chen controlled the golden chain to slowly tighten. Hantengu's face grew increasingly purple, his throat trying to say something but unable to produce a sound. Bang! Watching Hantengu being crushed by the chain, Kibutsuji Muzan felt an unprecedented fear in his heart. If he had been a step slower just now, wouldn't it have been him who was crushed? You found a scapegoat, huh? But it doesn't matter, let's see where you'll escape this time. Muzan, without thinking, wanted to self-destruct and escape. Unfortunately, under the scrutiny of Zhang Chen's divine sense, all his movements were perfectly clear to Zhang Chen. Not binding Muzan earlier wasn't because he couldn't, but because he deliberately wanted to toy with him. What? How is this possible? When? Seeing the golden chain wrapped around him, Kibutsuji Muzan cried out in disbelief. He had clearly seen the chain still far away from him just now. How did it instantly appear on his body? Nothing is impossible. Let me tell you something. If you're bad, practice more. Zhang Chen controlled the golden chain to pull Muzan in front of him and said mockingly. Alright, I've caught your boss, so you all can go to hell. Linglong, deal with them. Linglong, hearing her master's command, flew out of Zhang Chen's body and, under the terrified gazes of the demons, beheaded them one by one. Thus, the 12 Kazuki were completely annihilated, and with the death of Nakame, the Infinity Castle also shattered. We're out. It must be Lord Zhang Chen who killed Muzan. As the Infinity Castle shattered, the Demon Slayer Corps members, back on the surface, looked at the bright full moon in the sky and understood that Zhang Chen must have done something. Whoosh! Lord Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, carrying Kibutsuji Muzan, instantly appeared before the Demon Slayer Corps members. Seeing Zhang Chen, everyone stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. Lord Zhang Chen, may I ask who this person is? Rengoku Kyujiro, noticing that Zhang Chen was carrying someone, asked curiously. You guess. Looking at Zhang Chen, who had a slight smile on his face, Rengoku Kyujiro suddenly had a bold idea. Could this be Kibutsuji Muzan? Bingo. You got it right, but no prize. Zhang Chen affirmed Rengoku Kyujiro's correct answer with a slightly playful tone. What? Muzan? Is it that Muzan? This guy is Kibutsuji Muzan. Hearing that the one bound by the golden chain was Kibutsuji Muzan, everyone could no longer suppress their anger and rushed forward. Muzan, die for me. Give me back my mother's life. I want you dead. Surrounded by the crowd, Kibutsuji Muzan could only painfully endure the Nichiren blades constantly striking him and the fists continuously landing on his body. Zhang Chen merely watched this scene quietly. Kibutsuji Muzan had committed countless evil deeds in his life, and this outcome was well deserved. As time passed, even with his regeneration ability released by Zhang Chen, Muzan was tormented to the brink of death. Zhang Chen looked at Muzan in this state, then at the faintly widening sky over the small mountain, and said to the Demon Slayer Corps members. Everyone. It's all over. As Zhang Chen's words fell, the sunlight finally shone upon the earth, and Kibutsuji Muzan painfully turned into ashes under the scorching sun. Oh. It's finally over. Mother, sister, I've finally avenged you. Sob. Ah. Machiko. Your soul in heaven can finally rest in peace. Sob. Looking at the many Demon Slayer Corps members kneeling and weeping, Kanae Kocho, standing beside Zhang Chen, gently took his left hand, her beautiful eyes gazing affectionately at Zhang Chen's profile. Lord Chen, all of this is your achievement. Meeting you is my greatest fortune. Saying this, she gently stood on her tiptoes and lightly kissed Zhang Chen's cheek. Feeling Kanae Kocho's fragrant kiss, Zhang Chen immediately turned around, unhesitatingly pulled Kanae Kocho into his embrace, and leaned his head close to her ear, whispering. You made the first move, you know. The next day, early morning, Butterfly Mansion. Zhang Chen, who had just woken up, reached out to his side and found it empty. He then sat up, lifted the blanket, and a hint of a smile flashed across his eyes as he looked at the crimson stain on the bed. Alright. It's a brand new day, system sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Dimensional Gate Sub-Gate Gold. Dimensional Gate Sub-Gate can be permanently fixed in a world anchored by the Dimensional Gate, allowing free travel between the two worlds without the need for the host. It's a gold. Permanent fixation. Wouldn't that be the same as connecting two worlds together? As long as I anchor it to a world worth developing in the future, I can develop the Demon Country Federation into other worlds. Previously, the Dimensional Gate could only be used by Zhang Chen to bring people back and forth, but now with the sub-gate, the Dimensional Gate can be fixed. It's a pity that only one sub-gate was obtained now. It's a bit inappropriate to use it in the Demon Slayer world. The martial power of this world is too low and there is no potential for development. It's better to keep it for a world with potential in the future. Good. I'm really lucky today. Just as Zhang Chen was happily talking to himself, Kanae Kocho opened the door and walked in. Seeing Zhang Chen, she asked with a puzzled expression. Lord Chen, what are you saying? Looking at the increasingly charming and beautiful figure in front of him, Zhang Chen couldn't help but think of the scene last night, and responded with a slightly shy expression. It's nothing. You woke up so early, why didn't you sleep a little longer? Looking at the slightly shy Zhang Chen in front of her, a mischievous look flashed in Kanae Kocho's eyes, and then she smiled charmingly. Oh my. Lord Chen wasn't like this last night. Why are you still shy now? Looking at Kanae Kocho teasing him in front of him, Zhang Chen couldn't help but blush. In his previous life, he was an otaku who had never even held a girl's hand. He didn't know why he suddenly had so much courage yesterday. Could it be that having power really changes one's mentality completely? Ah, this is. Looking at Zhang Chen in front of her, who was stammering and couldn't say anything, Kanae Kocho smiled and stopped teasing him. She straightened her expression and said, Lord Chen, Master Oyakata has sent a message saying that the Demon Slayer Corps members and their families are already preparing for the migration. Master Oyakata has also started selling off his property and converting it into various living supplies. Do you have any other instructions here? Looking at Kanae Kocho still calling him Lord Chen, Zhang Chen couldn't help but rub his forehead and said helplessly. Ah, Kanae, you can just call me A Chen. Rimuru calls me that. Hearing the name of Rimuru, Kanae Kocho thought of the close friend that Zhang Chen mentioned when introducing his world. It is said to be a very cute slime. Lord Rimuru, is it? Okay, then I'll call you A Chen from now on. That's right. By the way, I'll go out by myself after breakfast later. I'm going to find some people. Suddenly thinking of something, Zhang Chen said to Kanae Kocho in front of him. Find someone. Do you need me to contact Master Oyakata to help you find them? No need, I'll go by myself. Hearing Zhang Chen say no need, Kanae Kocho continued. Then I'll go with you. Your body is not convenient, you should rest well. After saying that, Zhang Chen reached out and hugged Kanae Kocho, gently kissing her forehead. Feeling the touch from her forehead, Kanae Kocho said with a slightly flushed face. Ah, I understand, then A Chen, be careful yourself. Yeah, don't worry. Unnamed mountain, afternoon. It should be near here. Zhang Chen, who was flying in the sky on his sword, looked at the mountain below, recalling that the place where Kamado Tanjiro's family lived in the original work should be such a mountain. Not far from the foot of the mountain is Okutama Town, which is the town where the protagonist of the original work sells charcoal. That's right. Zhang Chen is looking for Kamado Tanjiro's family. He plans to abduct all the little ones from the original work. It's definitely not for the sake of the cute Nezuko. Zhang Chen can swear on the system's integrity. System. Hee. Found it. Suddenly, Zhang Chen noticed a place with sparse cooking smoke below. Upon closer inspection, he saw a middle-aged beautiful woman cooking food. Around the beautiful woman were several children playing or chopping wood. Zhang Chen recognized the one chopping wood as Kamado Tanjiro at a glance, and the one sitting obediently next to him was the cute Nezuko. Madam, you don't want to. Poo. Almost said it. Zhang Chen, who suddenly made a sound, attracted the attention of everyone in the Kamado family. Ah, young man, may I ask who you are? Looking at the handsome young man who suddenly appeared, Mrs. Kamado asked in confusion. My name is Zhang Chen, consider me a traveler. You should be Mrs. Kamado, right? Actually, I have something to discuss with you. Hello, young man Zhang Chen, may I ask what you want to discuss with us? Hearing Zhang Chen say that he had something to discuss with them, Mrs. Kamado became even more puzzled. Apart from selling some charcoal, it seemed that their family couldn't do anything else. I plan to take your whole family away. What? Take away? What are you going to do? Listening to Zhang Chen's kidnapper speech, Mrs. Kamado was shocked and hurriedly shouted at Tanjiro. Tanjiro, quickly take your younger siblings and run away. I'll stop him. Mother, I won't leave, I've grown up and can protect my family. Don't even think about bullying my mother, you fool. Looking at Kamado Tanjiro holding an axe and Mrs. Kamado holding a spatula, as well as several little radishes who were frightened and huddled together. Realizing that he had expressed himself poorly, Zhang Chen hurriedly explained. Ah, it's because I didn't explain the situation clearly. Actually, this is what happened. Listening to Zhang Chen's explanation, the Kamado family seemed to be listening to a heavenly book. What other world, what monsters, they couldn't understand at all. However, after seeing Zhang Chen holding Nezuko and flying into the sky, they had no choice but to believe all of this, but they only regarded Zhang Chen as a being similar to a god. System. Put down Nezuko, let me do it. After discussion, the Kamado family decided to follow Zhang Chen to Slime World. After all, they are already living in poverty. It would not be a bad thing for the whole family to go to the world of the gods together. Okay, then I'll take you to the Demon Slayer Core first. Pack up anything you want to take now. As the Kamado family packed everything up, Zhang Chen took them to the Butterfly Mansion and handed everyone over to Kanae Kocho to take care of. He flew out again without stopping. HMPH, that big bad guy bullied elder sister yesterday and doesn't even know to keep her company. He only knows to run around. Looking at Zhang Chen flying away again, Kocho Shinobu couldn't help but complain to Kanae Kocho beside her. Shinobu, he has serious business to attend to. Also, Shinobu, if you like him, you have to say it. He won't know if you don't say it. Elder sister won't mind. Listening to Kanae Kocho's teasing, Kocho Shinobu's face turned red instantly, and she hurriedly defended herself to her elder sister. Elder sister, what are you talking about? Who would like that big bad guy? HMPH, I'm ignoring you. Looking at Kocho Shinobu running away in a panic, Kanae Kocho put her right hand on her chin and muttered softly with a slight smile. Era, you still say you don't like him. You've almost written the word, like, on your face, only A Chen, that blockhead, can't see it. Not to mention the butterfly sisters over there. Zhang Chen ran around here and there and finally persuaded all the important characters in the original work to pack up and leave. Even Miss Tamayo, who had already become a demon, was not spared. The next day, early morning, Zhang Chen looked at the dense crowd, including swordsmen, doctors, blacksmiths, in short, it contained all kinds of professions. Thinking of Rimaru's stunned look after taking these people back, Zhang Chen couldn't help but show a wicked smile. Rimaru. This is the country that I have conquered for you. Everyone, then let us say goodbye to this world. Head to the new world. In the expectant eyes of the crowd, Zhang Chen opened the dimensional gate. Everyone saw a huge portal emitting white light slowly appearing in front of them. Everyone, this is the dimensional gate. Let's go. ****N. After the exclamations, the Demon Slayer people entered the dimensional gate in an orderly manner. As the last person walked into the door, Zhang Chen took a deep look at the distance of this world. Goodbye, Demon Slayer world. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the dimensional gate. Great Jura Forest. Ranga, watch closely. Yes, master. By a deserted riverbank, Rimaru was demonstrating a new move to Ranga. Rimaru extended his two small hands and shouted. Rimaru, transform. As the slime's body twisted, a black mist slowly emerged. When the mist dissipated, what appeared before Ranga was Rimaru's mimicry of a black storm star wolf. And then, black lightning gradually appeared on the black storm star wolf's two horns, mimicked by Rimaru. Black lightning. The black lightning coiling around the two horns swiftly struck a large rock in the river. Boom. The large rock, struck by lightning, instantly shattered into pieces. The whirlpool left behind after the rock disappeared did not subside for a long time, and the river water splashed onto the bank. Amazing. I tried out the skill I just acquired. This move is too strong. I need to carefully consider when to use it. Watching the rainbow formed by the splashing water, Ranga sincerely praised his master. Black lightning, as expected of my master. Hehe, experiment complete. Let's go back, Ranga. Yes, master. Rimaru then dispelled his mimicry and jumped onto Ranga's back. Ranga then galloped across the grassland with Rimaru. Rimaru, on Ranga's back, felt very comfortable with the wind blowing, and couldn't help but exclaim. Ah, how peaceful. As Ranga brought Rimaru to a high ground, Rimuru looked down at the bustling and lively goblin village below, and couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. While Zhang Chen was wreaking havoc in the Demon Slayer world, Rimuru, as in the original story, had already recruited Kajin and the three dwarf brothers. After the three brothers taught their respective unique skills to the goblins, who had grown in all aspects after being named by Rimuru, the entire village became busy. Perfect. Perfect. As expected of Kajin. Is that so? Is it really that perfect? And who is Kajin? Could it be that Rimuru, you found someone else behind my back? Hearing the familiar voice from behind, Rimuru quickly turned around to look, only to see Zhang Chen standing not far away, smiling at her. Chen. You're back. Rimuru took a big leap and bounced towards Zhang Chen. Seeing Rimuru bouncing over, Zhang Chen extended his hands and steadily caught Rimuru's round body. Yes, I'm back. How about it? Did you miss me? You said you'd only be gone for a few days, but it's almost a month now. I didn't miss you at all. Looking at Rimuru, who was throwing a small tantrum in his arms, Zhang Chen could only say with a doting smile. Yes, it's all my fault. I apologize to you. Please forgive your dear friend. Seeing how sincere Chen is, I'll forgive you. Hee. Rimuru, who wasn't really mad at Zhang Chen, immediately stopped holding a grudge upon hearing Zhang Chen's doting words. Seeing this scene, Ranga quickly ran to Zhang Chen, knelt on all fours, and respectfully said, Lord Chen, you're back. Your subordinate is truly overjoyed to see you return safely. Woof. Looking at the big dog in front of him, Zhang Chen couldn't help but reach out his right hand and stroke Ranga's head. The soft fur felt very comfortable to the touch. I'm back. Chen, I named him Ranga. How does it sound? Good, right? The name is indeed good. I see he seems different from before. Zhang Chen looked at Ranga, who had evolved into a Ranga, and pretended not to know what had happened, asking Rimuru. Chen, you mean that? Because I named them, they all evolved. Ranga also evolved from the previous fanged wolf to a Ranga, and even the goblins evolved into hobgoblins. As if remembering something, Rimuru continued. Chen, do you still remember the goblin village chief? Hearing Rimuru's question, Zhang Chen immediately thought of the frail, cane-wielding, old-faced goblin village chief. After I named him, he was like a completely different person. Chen, you'll be shocked when you see him. Zhang Chen's mind conjured the image of the village chief after being named, as he saw in the anime in his previous life, and he couldn't help but smile inwardly. The originally frail village chief, who needed a cane to walk, suddenly turned into a muscular man. This change was indeed enormous. Alright, I want to see what he's become. Oh, and Rimuru, I brought you a gift back. A gift. Hearing about the gift, Rimuru immediately became excited, rubbing his two small hands continuously. What is it? What is it? Come with me. Saying this, Zhang Chen carried Rimuru and walked towards the woods behind them, and Ranga also quickly followed. Rimuru, being carried, watched Zhang Chen go deeper and deeper into the forest, becoming more and more puzzled. What kind of gift needed to be hidden so deeply? Just as Rimuru was about to ask, Zhang Chen slowly pushed aside the bushes in front of them. Seeing the scene before him, Rimuru couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaim. What's going on? Where did all these people come from? Ha. How about it? This is the gift I brought back for you. Looking at Rimuru, whose eyes were bulging, Zhang Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. And seeing Zhang Chen's return, the Demon Slayer Corps members, who were discussing matters, quickly came forward to greet him. Lord Chen, you're back. Lord Chen *N. Looking at the approaching crowd, Zhang Chen raised the slime in his arms and responded. Yes, I'm back. Let me introduce you, this is my dear friend I told you about, and also the current leader of the Goblin Village, Rimuru. Hearing Zhang Chen's introduction, everyone's gaze involuntarily fell on Rimuru, who was held in Zhang Chen's arms. This is the legendary Lord Rimuru, not human at all, but this is too. Kawaii, so cute. Kocho Shinobu looked at Rimuru with sparkling eyes. In fact, it wasn't just Kocho Shinobu, other women also stared at Rimuru with sparkling eyes. There was no helping it, the round body, looking soft and cuddly, was simply too appealing to girls. A Chen, who are all these people? Rimuru, being stared at intensely by a group of women, asked Zhang Chen with a slight tremble. They are actually people I brought back from other worlds. Other worlds. Yes, actually, during the time I was away, I went to. After Zhang Chen recounted his experiences in the Demon Slayer world to Rimuru. I see. So, that means A Chen, you can travel to various worlds. Rimuru's eyes sparkled with excitement as he heard that Zhang Chen could travel to various worlds through the dimensional gate. Yes, I can. Next time, I'll take you with me to play. For now, let's deal with the current situation. Okay, it's a deal, you have to take me to play next time. Zhang Chen said to the Demon Slayer Corps members in front of him with a serious expression. Later, I will lead everyone to the Goblin Village. You must get along well with everyone there. Don't worry, the goblins are all very easy to get along with. But there's also the most important point. You must respect Rimuru as you respect me. She will also be your leader from now on. Do you all understand? Hearing Zhang Chen's serious words, all the Demon Slayer Corps members knelt on one knee and salute and shouted loudly. Yes, Lord Chen. Lord Rimuru, please guide us in the future. N. Looking at the people kneeling and saluting him, Rimuru scratched his head awkwardly and quickly said. Okay, please guide me in the future, everyone, please get up quickly. Yes, Lord Rimuru N. The Demon Slayer Corps members stood up upon hearing Rimuru's innocent voice. Seeing this, Zhang Chen brought Rimuru to Kagaya Ubuyashiki and introduced him to Rimuru. This is Mr. Kagaya Ubuyashiki, the former leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. Hello there, Rimuru. Looking at Kagaya Ubuyashiki, who had a gentle smile on his face, Rimuru happily extended his small hand. Hello, Mr. Kagaya. Welcome to our world. Let's get along well from now on. Looking at the small hand extended from the round body in front of him, and listening to Rimuru's innocent words, Kagaya Ubuyashiki couldn't help but show a slightly doting smile. Then, he extended his right hand, grasped Rimuru's small hand, and responded. Yes. Let's get along well, Rimuru. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
The Slime King, a dimensional city. No, it's a regret compensation center. Part 2. Great Jura Forest, Goblin Village. Gabuta. Get out, you scoundrel. Kajin roared in anger, watching Gabuta toss the sword blank he had just forged back into the furnace. Ah, I didn't mean to, I was just curious about this sword and wanted to take a look. I didn't expect it to accidentally fall in. Gabuta awkwardly scratched his head and apologized to Kajin. Stop with the excuses, get out. Alright, I'm leaving right away. Seeing Kajin roaring at him, Gabuta could only run out dejectedly. Coming out of the blacksmith's shop, Gabuta saw everyone laying foundations and Gobuzo and others constantly sparring. Feeling like he had nothing to do, Gabuta clasped his hands behind his head and strolled along the newly paved stone path until he reached the edge of the forest. What's that? Humans. So many of them. Oh no. I need to inform everyone quickly. Seeing a group of humans slowly emerging from the edge of the forest in the distance, Gabuta felt the need to notify the village. He immediately turned and ran, not stopping until he reached the village entrance, where he shouted. Everyone, someone's here. At the edge of the forest. Hearing Gabuta's shouts, everyone who heard him stopped their work and looked at Gabuta. Gabuta, what did you say? Where are the people? Riguru, the village chief's son, holding a saber, quickly asked Gabuta. Right up ahead, a large group of humans suddenly emerged from the forest, all carrying weapons. Hearing that a large group of humans were all carrying weapons, Riguru immediately became uneasy. This was definitely not a friendly visit. Alright, I understand. Quickly go gather the Storm Fang Wolf Riders. I'll go inform my father. And send someone to find Lord Rimuru. Oh, I'll go right away. Watching Gabuta turn and run off, Riguru also turned and ran towards the center of the village. Village Chief Rigard was also greatly surprised to hear his son's report and said to his son in front of him, "Have you sent someone to notify Lord Rimuru?" "Someone has already been sent to find Lord Rimuru." Hearing that someone had already been sent to find Rimuru, the village chief first breathed a sigh of relief and then said, then gather everyone who can wield a weapon. Let the old, weak, women, and children evacuate the village first. We must protect the village until Lord Rimuru returns." Yes. As the alarm bell in the village was rung, everyone began to act. The Storm Fang Wolf Riders, composed of goblins and Storm Fang Wolves, also quickly gathered under Gobuta's organization. At the village entrance, hundreds of goblins, armed with weapons and shields, all stared nervously ahead. Even Kajin and his three brothers stood at the village entrance with their weapons. "Mr. Kajin, you all should quickly go to safety," Riguru advised Kajin beside him. These were people Lord Rimuru had personally brought back. If anything really happened to them, he would truly have no face to see Lord Rimuru. "Riguru. I am also a warrior, do not underestimate me. Moreover, I am also a member of the village, and protecting the village is my responsibility." "Father is right, we are also members of the village." Kajin's three brothers also nodded in agreement. Seeing Riguru still hesitating, village chief Rigard suddenly said, "Enough, Riguru. Mr. Kajin is right. Don't try to persuade him anymore." "Yes, father. Then let's see what these humans intend to do. If it really comes to war, we are not to be trifled with." About 10 minutes later, a group of human figures slowly appeared in front of the village entrance. As the many figures drew closer, the village chief suddenly saw a familiar figure in the group. He even rubbed his eyes, somewhat disbelievingly. Isn't this Lord Chen?" Hearing Chen's name, Riguru asked the village chief beside him, somewhat incredulously. "What? Father, who did you say? Look at the person at the front of the crowd, isn't that Lord Chen?" Riguru looked in the direction the village chief was pointing and indeed found a familiar figure. "It really is Lord Chen. Lord Chen is back." "What? Lord Chen is back? Look, isn't that Lord Chen?" The initial group of goblins were all very familiar with Chen. After all, it was Chen who had saved the goblin village with a single sword back then. The goblins and Kajin who joined later had only heard of such a person, knowing that this person was another leader besides Lord Rimuru. Now hearing that Chen had actually appeared, they all curiously asked the goblins around them who knew Chen which one was Lord Chen. "The goblin village is just ahead, Kanae. I'm telling you, the goblins are all very easy to get along with. Look, they even came out to welcome us." Chen looked at the dense figures of goblins in the distance and said happily to Kanae Kocho beside him. Chen. Why do I feel like they're not here to welcome you?" Rimuru, held by Kocho Shinobu behind Chen, heard Kanae Kocho call Chen, Chen, and an alarm instantly sounded in her heart. Great sage, why does this woman call him so intimately? Notification. Based on analysis of data in Master's mind, the individual named Kanae Kocho may have a romantic relationship with Lord Chen. Nani? A couple. Listening to the great sage's analysis, Rimuru instantly became flushed. She was the one who came first, she was the one who met Chen first. That hateful homewrecker. Just as Rimuru was caught in self-doubt, Chen looked closely again at the goblins standing at the village entrance. He saw that they were all holding weapons and looking over nervously. He helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, "All right. They've mistaken us for enemies. You all wait here for a moment. Rimuru and I will go talk to them." Rimuru. Hearing Chen's call, Rimuru understood that now was not the time to continue agonizing. She immediately sprang from Kocho Shinobu's embrace into Chen's arms. Chen, holding Rimuru, used shrink ground into inch to directly arrive at the village entrance, and greeted the greatly transformed goblins directly. "Yo! Long time no see, everyone. It really is Lord Chen. Lord Chen. Ah! Lord Rimuru. You actually returned with Lord Chen. Lord Rimuru. Lord Chen. Welcome back." The many goblins looked at the two leaders in front of them, especially Chen, whom they hadn't seen in a long time, and all knelt on one knee in greeting. Everyone, rise. Oh, your changes are really significant. Lord Chen. After your departure, we were fortunate to receive names from Lord Rimuru, so our changes are quite significant. I am now called Rigard. Village Chief Rigard eagerly said to Chen. Looking at the muscular man in front of him, Chen couldn't help but reach out and pinch the village chief's arm, saying, Village Chief, your change is truly great. If I couldn't recognize your aura, I wouldn't dare to acknowledge you. Ha ha ha. This is all thanks to Lord Rimuru. The village chief said, striking a bodybuilding pose. Alright, stop posing for now. Those ahead are not enemies, they are all our people. Have everyone put away their weapons. You come with me to get acquainted with them. Yes. Lord Chen. Mr. Kagaya, let me introduce you. This is Rigard, the chief of Goblin Village. You two should get to know each other first. You'll be interacting a lot in the future. Zhang Chen, who had brought Rigard to the front of the crowd, directly introduced him to Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Everyone looked at the muscular man with green skin in front of them. Although they had heard Zhang Chen talk about goblins before, this was their first close-up encounter. Pleasure to meet you, Lord Rigard. Please guide me in the future. Hearing Zhang Chen's introduction, Kagaya Ubuyashiki extended his right hand with a smile. Rigard, seeing this, also extended his right hand and said happily. You are too kind, Lord Kagaya. Please guide me in the future as well. Watching the two getting along so well, Zhang Chen quickly interrupted them. If he let them continue, it would be dark by then. Alright, you'll have plenty of opportunities to chat later. Let's move on for now. Yes. Lord Zhang Chen. As the group arrived at the entrance of Goblin Village, the goblins discussed animatedly as they watched the crowd. Are these the people Lord Zhang Chen brought back? There are so many. It's my first time seeing humans. Those humans with swords look so strong. In fact, it wasn't just the goblins, the Demon Slayer Corps members were also discussing animatedly. Wow, so many goblins. Brother, look at that goblin, she's so cute. Kamado Nezuko, standing in the crowd, pointed at a goblin girl holding a short sword on the opposite side and excitedly said to Kamado Tanjiro. Nezuko. Be polite. Pointing at others is rude. Mrs. Kamado gently admonished Nezuko. Yes, mother. I understand. These are goblins. Are there strong ones among them too? Hee hee. How could Lord Zhang Chen's subordinates be weaklings? As both parties entered the village, the goblins set up a temporary platform for Zhang Chen. Standing on the platform, Zhang Chen spoke loudly to the crowd below. Everyone. From now on, we are all one family. I don't want the goblins to look at our new human companions with strange eyes. Do you all understand? Yes. Lord Zhang Chen. The goblins responded in unison, loudly, to Zhang Chen's speech. Monsters are actually very simple. They are not good at scheming and only believe in the strong. And Zhang Chen is an absolute strong one. Good. Rimuru, you say a few words too. After all, you're also a leader of Goblin Village. Looking at Rimuru, who is playing dead at his feet, Zhang Chen picked her up irritably and said. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Rimuru's eyes instantly widened as she looked at Zhang Chen, saying incredulously. Huh. I have to speak too. Isn't a Chen enough? Looking at Rimuru, who had started slacking off as soon as he returned, Zhang Chen said helplessly. You are also the leader of the entire village. How can you not say a few words? Under duress, Rimuru eventually added a few sentences. As for what exactly was said, it won't be elaborated here, as everyone who understands knows what lead is, few words, entail. Goblin Village Temporary Conference Room. In a large tent brought from the Demon Slayer world, a meeting about future development began. Important figures from both races sat on either side of the large conference table inside. On the left sat village chief Rigard, Kajin, Riguru, and young Gabuta, among others. On the right sat the Hashira-level swordsman, led by Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Rimuru, round and plump, sat at the head of the table, with Ranga crouching beside her. As for Zhang Chen, he sat directly opposite Rimuru. Ahem. Then I declare the meeting officially open. The main topic of discussion is future development. Everyone, please speak up with any ideas you have. The lively Rimuru spoke first. Hearing Rimuru's words, village chief Rigard said with a hint of distress. Lord Rimuru, with the addition of the Demon Slayer core members, our current food supply might not last much longer. Also, with the increasing population, the existing houses in the village are severely insufficient. Hearing the problems Rigard mentioned, Rimuru also scratched her head in distress. Unable to come up with a solution, she could only continue to ask. That is indeed a problem. Accommodation and food issues certainly need to be resolved first. Does anyone have any good solutions? Hearing Rimuru's question, Kagaya Ubuyashiki, who had just arrived, thought for a moment and said, Lord Rimuru, I actually have some ideas regarding this problem. Rimuru's eyes lit up when she heard that Kagaya Ubuyashiki had ideas, and she immediately said, Mr. Kagaya, if you have ideas, please speak. Alright. I wonder how many people are currently in Goblin Village in total. Kagaya Ubuyashiki asked Rigard, who was sitting directly opposite him. Currently, Goblin Village, including the goblins and the Ranga clan, has a total population of 1531 people. Zhang Chen was astonished to hear that the village's population now exceeded 1,000. He knew that when he had just left, the entire village had fewer than 200 people. To return and find so many people had joined, it could only be said that Rimuru, though naive, had indeed relied on herself to develop and strengthen Goblin Village. My Demon Slayer core members, including their families, total 1822 people. This means the village's total population now exceeds 3,000 people. Regarding food, I brought enough provisions to feed 2,000 people for half a year. Including the village's original food, I believe we can ensure that we won't have to worry about food for at least 4 months. During this period, by planting the seeds I brought from my original world, I believe we should be able to achieve food self-sufficiency. As for accommodation, it's not a big problem either. Before coming here, I had already prepared a large number of tents in my original world. Fortunately, it's currently summer, so we can perfectly well live in tents until the houses are built. And I've also seen the original houses in the village. The houses built by the goblins are actually too crude. I apologize for saying this, and I hope Lord Rigard doesn't mind. When speaking of the houses built by the goblins, Kagaya Ubuyashiki said apologetically to Rigard. Ha ha ha. Lord Kagaya, there's no need to worry. After all, what you said is true. Hearing Rigard's magnanimous words, Kagaya Ubuyashiki felt a warmth in his heart. It seemed the goblins truly didn't treat them as outsiders. Lord Rigard's generosity is admirable. Then I shall continue. The houses built by the goblins are too crude. My suggestion is to replan the layout of the entire village. As for the previous houses, they can be dismantled as new ones are built. Many of the Demon Slayer core members' family members are professional construction workers, so building houses is not a problem at all. Lord Rimuru. Lord Zhang Chen. What do you two think? Zhang Chen and Rimuru looked at the eloquently speaking Kagaya Ubuyashiki, and the two couldn't help but exchange glances. They knew he was amazing, but they didn't expect him to be this amazing, having considered all problems before even arriving. To this, Zhang Chen expressed, Nah, this is what you call professional. No problem. Oh, and regarding construction, you can consult with Maruto, the third of the 3 dwarf brothers. He's an architectural master from the dwarf kingdom. Oh, right. Chen mentioned that you have a group of craftsmen who specialize in forging weapons. Rimuru remembered the blacksmiths from the swordsmith village that Zhang Chen had told her about and asked Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Yes, Lord Rimuru. They were all craftsmen who specialized in forging Nichiren blades for the Demon Slayer Corps. Do you need them to forge weapons? Not entirely. This is Kajin. He used to be a legendary blacksmith from the Dwarf Kingdom. Unfortunately, he was the only one who could forge weapons before, so I hope they can follow Kajin's arrangements. Rimuru pointed to the dwarf sitting in the second position on the left and said to Kagaya Ubuyashiki. We are entirely at your command, Lord Rimuru. Since we have joined your and Lord Zhang Chen's ranks, we will completely follow your directives. Your subordinates will completely follow your directives, Lord Rimuru. Hearing Kagaya Ubuyashiki's assurance, the remaining Hashira also expressed their allegiance. Oh, there's no need to be so formal. Hee hee. Seeing Rimuru's embarrassed expression as she touched her own little head, everyone let out a knowing smile. Alright, Everyone, stop laughing. If you keep laughing, Rimuru will run away. Let's continue the meeting. Yes. Goblin Village Conference Room. Zhang Chen, sitting at the end of the table, watched as everyone gradually calmed down and continued, next, let's discuss the future development of the village. Everyone is welcome to speak freely. Everyone looked at each other, unsure how to begin. Kagaya Ubuyashiki couldn't speak because he was unfamiliar with the Great Jura Forest, while village chief Rigard and others were not very good at this aspect. Most of the village's current large population consisted of goblins from the surrounding areas who had voluntarily sought refuge. Does no one have any ideas? Zhang Chen looked at the silent crowd, feeling as though he had overestimated their abilities. He then smiled at Rimuru and said, Rimuru. It seems I can only rely on you. Come on, you go first and tell us your thoughts. Rimuru, who had been called upon, sat in the main seat and, manifesting small hands, pointed at himself in surprise, saying, me. Looking at the incredulous Rimuru, Zhang Chen displayed an incredibly brilliant smile, extended his right hand, and gave a thumbs up, saying, of course. My respected leader. Rimuru, in his previous life, had lived in modern society, so he could certainly offer some good ideas for Goblin Village, which was still in the village stage. As for why Zhang Chen didn't speak himself, it was mainly because Rimuru was destined to become the ruler of the Demon Country Federation, and he would have more and more matters to consider in the future. Some might ask why Zhang Chen didn't become the ruler of the Demon Country Federation himself. He mainly felt that if the ruler of the Demon Country Federation wasn't Rimuru, that adorable creature, something would just feel wrong. How can this be? Lord Chen is also a leader. At this, Zhang Chen suddenly knocked on the table with a serious expression and said, ahem. This is a meeting. Leader, please watch your words. Seeing this scene, everyone's shoulders shook wildly, and the smiles on their faces were clearly being suppressed with great effort. Kanae Kocho looked at Rimuru, who had an expression of utter despair, and felt that Rimuru didn't seem like a leader at all, but rather like a simple and cute little girl. However, she didn't dislike this Rimuru, instead, she felt very at ease having such a leader. Zhang Chen, in his previous life, he was much older than you. Alright. Lord Chen is really mean. HMPH. Alright, then I'll share my thoughts. Due to the disappearance of the storm dragon Veldora, various races in the Great Jura Forest are fighting fiercely for dominance. So, my initial idea is to first establish a force that can protect the village. Given that our total population is currently only a little over 3,300, I think we can first select 300 people to form an elite force. Let's call it the garrison. Gobuta's Wolf Rider squad was a good example, but unfortunately, the Wolf Rider squad was too small in number. Mr. Kagaya, how many combatants can you spare from your side? Hearing Rimuru's question, Kagaya Ubuyashiki thought for a moment and said, Lord Rimuru. Our Demon Slayer Corps is a force specialized in combat. Currently, we have about 500 official Demon Slayer Corps members, and all of them can be called upon if needed. Rimuru nodded slightly after hearing Kagaya Ubuyashiki's reply. His two manifested small hands were placed under his chin in a thoughtful pose. Did he even have a chin? We don't need all of them. We also need people for construction right now. How about this? The Demon Slayer Corps will dispatch 200 elites, and Rigard, you will select 100 of your strongest combatants to join the garrison. As for the Wolf Rider squad, it can remain as it was before. After speaking, Rimuru looked at Zhang Chen with expectant eyes and asked, Lord Chen. What do you think? Zhang Chen naturally had no objections to Rimuru's arrangements. He then raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up, saying, I have no objections. This is an excellent proposal. Rimuru, having received praise, was filled with a smug expression. HMPH. Lord Chen, you looked down on me, didn't you? How about that? Surprised now, aren't you? Then it's decided. Mr. Kagaya. Rigard. You two will handle this matter together. As for the captain of the garrison. At this point, Rimuru revealed a mischievous smile and said, as for the captain, I'll leave it to you, Lord Chen. Does everyone agree? Yes. Your subordinate has no objections whatsoever. Whatever Lord Rimuru decides is fine. Lord Zhang Chen is the best candidate. Zhang Chen was dumbfounded as Rimuru and the others decided in a few words that he would manage the garrison. He was still just an observer, so how did it suddenly involve him? Zhang Chen hastily retorted, "Wait a minute. Why am I suddenly the captain of the garrison? Why isn't it you, Rimuru?" "Alas. There's nothing I can do. Who told me I'm your respected leader?" "Lord Chen, you're stuck with this position, aren't you, everyone?" HMPH. Nasty Lord Chen. You tricked me, didn't you? How about that? I got you this time. Yes. This position belongs to no one but Lord Zhang Chen. Lord Chen. You don't have much to do anyway, so why not go and train the garrison properly? Seeing that even Kanae Kocho wasn't speaking up for him, Zhang Chen could only reluctantly accept the position. Alas. I've fallen back into being a wage slave. Ding. This system believes this is a high-level position, host should be happy. A high-level wage slave is still a wage slave. Leaving Zhang Chen, who had once again started his self-indulgent antics, Rimuru and the others further discussed and finally determined the composition of the garrison. Garrison. General Commander. Zhang Chen. Total number. 350 people. Garrison Squad 1. Captain Rengoku Kyujiro Flame Hashira 100 people. Garrison Squad 2. Captain Riguru Village Chief's Son 100 people. Garrison Squad 3. Captain Tomioka Giyu Water Hashira 100 people. Wolf Rider Squad. Captain Gabuta Little Brother 50 people. Incidentally, Kanae Kocho was selfishly assigned by Zhang Chen to be his secretary. Although Rimuru strongly opposed this, Zhang Chen easily suppressed his objections. This way, the village's safety should not be a concern for now. Next, everyone planned out various departments within the village, such as Kajin's blacksmith shop, Myrit's construction team, and so on. As the meeting gradually drew to a close, Rimuru suddenly jumped onto the table and shouted to everyone, "Then everything is decided. Let's begin the grand construction now. Everyone. Let's work hard together." As Rimuru's words fell, everyone present stood up and shouted in unison, "Yes. Lord Rimuru." Zhang Chen, the only one still seated, nodded gently as he watched Rimuru, who was increasingly taking on the appearance of a leader. His face was full of a gratified smile, much like a proud parent whose daughter was growing up. As everyone left the conference room one by one, only Zhang Chen and Rimuru remained. Zhang Chen looked at the conflicted Rimuru and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Rimuru? You seem to have something to say." "Lord Chen, what exactly is your relationship with that Kanae Kocho?" Hearing that Rimuru was asking this question, Zhang Chen didn't intend to deceive him and directly said, "My relationship with Kanae is." Goblin Village, 1 month later. 1, 2, 3. Up. Thud. Looking at the statues of Zhang Chen and Rimuru that had just been placed by workers in front of the fountain in the center of the town square. Hiding in a distant alley, peeking out with only their two heads, the pair felt like they would never be able to face anyone again. Chen. This is so embarrassing. Why did they have to put up my statue? It would have been fine with just Lord Chen's. Woo, I can't face anyone now. Zhang Chen, holding Rimuru, immediately knocked Rimuru's head in exasperation and said, "What do you mean, just mine would be fine? If we're going to be embarrassed, we'll be embarrassed together. Besides, you're the leader, so if they're going to put up one, it should be yours." Rimuru, whose head was knocked, retorted indignantly, "What? Lord Chen is also a leader. Alright, it's no use saying anything now. The statues have already been installed." Just as the two were secretly looking at the statues, planning to stealthily transform into Phantom Thief Kid in the middle of the night if necessary, a voice suddenly came from behind them. "Lord Chen, Lord Rimuru. You two were hiding here. Your subordinate had quite a search for you." Hearing this voice, Zhang Chen and Rimuru both stiffened, then turned their heads stiffly to look at the figure and replied with an awkward laugh. "Hee. Sakuya. I wasn't trying to run away on purpose, it was all Rimuru, yes, she dragged me here." "Nani, what? Lord Chen clearly dragged me here." "Sakuya, don't listen to Lord Chen's nonsense, he dragged me here, that's right, it was all him." Looking at the two bickering, the silver-haired girl in a maid outfit couldn't help but put a hand to her forehead and said helplessly. You two abandoned your respective duties and ran off. Now Lord Kagaya is sending people to search everywhere for Lord Rimuru. Lord Kanae is also sending people to search for Lord Chen. Have you two thought about how you're going to explain this to them? Hearing that both sides were sending people to look for them, a cold sweat dripped down their foreheads, and they laughed awkwardly. Ah, this. Unable to think of anything to say, the two exchanged glances and immediately made a decision. Look. A plane. A Chen. Run. Watching the two turn and run, the silver-haired girl pulled an antique pocket watch from her pocket and whispered. Time stop. The two, who had been running wildly, suddenly stopped. Time stop again. Looking at the slowly approaching girl, the two completely gave up struggling. In fact, the girl's time stop couldn't control them. But since they were the ones who ran off, leaving the girl alone to clean up their mess, they felt too embarrassed to break free again. The silver-haired girl's full name is Izuyoi Sakuya, a character from the Scarlet Devil Mansion in Gensokyo. The girl has short silver hair, with sideburns tied into small braids, and wears a maid outfit. She has a free-spirited and rational personality, very detached, and is skilled in all household chores. She possesses a pocket watch that can stop time, often using its ability for cleaning and cooking. She carries throwing knives, hidden somewhere on her person. Gensokyo players widely refer to her as the perfect head maid. As for how the girl appeared here, that goes back to a morning half a month ago. Half a month ago. System. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring one perfect head maid Izuyoi Sakuya summoning card gold. Holy crap. System, can you even sign in for characters here? Yes, host, and the characters obtained are 100% loyal to the host. Good. System, use the summoning card. A card with the image of a silver-haired maid appeared before Zhang Chen, then instantly shattered into many golden light particles. As the light particles slowly converged, a silver-haired girl in a maid outfit, with her eyes closed, appeared before Zhang Chen. As the girl slowly opened her red eyes and saw the young man standing before her, she clasped her hands gently over her lower abdomen, bowed slightly, and respectfully said, Greetings, Master. I am the maid Izuyoi Sakuya. I am willing to dedicate everything to you. System. Different Eastern works have different pupil colors, some red, some brown. Here we'll go with red. After all, silver hair and red eyes are a special attack on Chinese people. Looking at the silver-haired, red-eyed head maid before him, Zhang Chen couldn't help but give the system a thumbs up. Just call me A Chen from now on. Don't call me master or anything like that. Yes, Lord Chen. Looking at the stubborn girl before him, Zhang Chen said nothing more. Call him whatever she wanted, he was tired, let it all be destroyed. System, open the attribute panel. Zhang Chen. Gender, male. Age, 23 years old. Realm, peak nascent soul stage. Cultivation method, basic cultivation method. Special abilities, Eye of Identification, Dimensional Gate. Followers, Izuyoi Sakuya. Items, Dimensional Gate Sub-Gate *1, Libby *7, Overall Evaluation. You are already a visible big shot in the myriad worlds, though you might still be accidentally stepped on. The Dimensional Gate has been reclassified under Special Abilities, and a Follower section has been added. Seeing the change in his attribute panel with the addition of the Follower section, Zhang Chen activated his Eye of Identification on the girl before him. Izuyoi Sakuya. Loyalty, 100. Affection, 100. Abilities, Time Stop Pocket Watch, Time Stop Throwing Knives, All-Purpose Housekeeping, Overall Strength Evaluation, Special A rank. Looking at the long list of abilities, Zhang Chen thought, as expected of the perfect head maid, her strength actually reached Special A rank. This was already close to the strength of a Demon Lord seed. Even the current Rimuru was only at this level of strength. Timeline returns to the present. Lord Rimuru. Lord Zhang Chen. The garrison reports that human traces have been found in the forest. The two, who had been brought back by Izuyoi Sakuya by their callers, were sitting obediently in the main seats of the conference room, listening to Riguru's report, while Izuyoi Sakuya stood quietly behind them. Humans. Who found them? Zhang Chen looked at Riguru and asked. It was Gobuta's Storm Fang Wolf Riders. They found them while on patrol. How many people are there? The report says 2 men and 2 women. They are expected to arrive here very soon. 2 men and 2 women. Could it be Ellen's trio and Shizu Izawa? The timing seems about right. Continue to monitor them. If no hostility is detected, then leave them be. If they come to the town, bring them to see me. Yes, Lord Zhang Chen. Watching Riguru turn and leave, Zhang Chen fell into thought. He was wondering whether or not to save Shizu Izawa's life, as in the original work, she seemed to have actively sought death. So annoying. Should I save her or not? Forget it, I'll decide when the time comes. 1 hour later. When did a town get built here? Looking at the town that appeared before them, Ellen exclaimed in surprise. It really is. To actually build a town in the Great Jura Forest, it's incredible. Who on earth built it? It can't possibly be monsters, can it? Compared to the surprised trio, Shizu Izawa was much more composed. After looking around, she slowly pointed her right index finger in one direction and said, "It seems we don't need to guess. The masters of the town seem to have arrived." The trio followed Shizu Izawa's pointing finger and saw a team of goblins riding storm fang wolves rapidly approaching them. "Gentlemen, this is our territory ahead. May I ask what brings you here?" Gabuta, riding a storm fang wolf and leading a patrol, approached Ellen and the others, asking with a smile. We're actually adventurers from a free guild. We were being chased by monsters in the forest and stumbled upon this place in our panic. Kabaru, as the leader, stepped forward and explained to Gabuta. "I see. Well, if you don't mind, would you like to come into our town to rest?" Looking at the people in front of him, Gabuta remembered Lord Chen's orders and immediately invited them to the town. "Really? Won't it cause you any trouble?" Ellen excitedly asked upon hearing they could enter the town. She was incredibly curious about a town appearing in the Great Jura Forest. No, we welcome all friendly guests here." Gabuta quickly waved his hands and explained when he heard Ellen's words. "Then, everyone, please follow us. I'll take you to meet our leaders." "All right. Thank you, young man. It's nothing, let's go." The simple-minded Gabuta scratched his head awkwardly, then led the four towards the town. Upon entering the town, the four were filled with astonishment at the incredibly prosperous town within. They actually saw many humans living in the town, and it seemed impossible to them that monsters and humans could live together without any barriers. Wow! This town is so prosperous. Oh, they're selling candied hawthorn skewers over there. Kabaru, quickly buy me one. Looking at the 2-story buildings lining the streets, the clean and tidy streets, and the monsters and humans setting up stalls on both sides of the street. Ellen, looking around, suddenly spotted a stall selling candied hawthorn skewers and eagerly urged Kabaru to buy her one. "What? We don't have any money left. Besides, you've already squandered all the money, so where am I supposed to get money to buy you one now?" "I don't care. I want a candied hawthorn skewer." I'm the leader." The beautiful woman selling candied hawthorn skewers at the stall noticed the situation and called out to Ellen and the others. "Does that lovely young lady want a candied hawthorn skewer?" The four, hearing the call, looked towards the candied hawthorn stall and saw a beautiful woman in a floral kimono smiling and waving at them. Ellen looked at the gentle beautiful woman, quickly pulled the person next to her, ran over, and excitedly said to the beautiful woman. "Hello, big sister. Hello to you too. What a polite child." Looking at Ellen, who was scratching her head and giggling, the beautiful woman picked up a candied hawthorn skewer covered in sugar from the plate in front of her and handed it to Ellen. "This. Big sister, I can't take it. We don't have any money, we can't take your things for free." Consider it my treat. You aren't from our town, are you?" "No, we're adventurers who stumbled upon this place." "I see. My name is Ellen. I don't know what to call you, big sister." "My name is Mrs. Kamado. This is my daughter, Nezuko." That's right. The one selling candied hawthorn skewers was Mrs. Kamado, who Lord Chen had persuaded to come over from the Demon Slayer world. Because of Lord Chen's special care, she didn't originally need to work, but she felt it was too much to be taken care of for no reason, so she refused Lord Chen's help. She set up a small stall in front of her house, selling desserts she made herself. Today was the first time she had seen humans from this world, and hearing Ellen's words, she couldn't help but greet them. Oh, big sister, are you already married? Your daughter is so cute. Looking at Nezuko, who was shyly peeking out from behind Mrs. Kamado, Ellen felt her heart melt. Haha, Nezuko is a bit shy around strangers. Just take this candied hawthorn skewer. If you don't take it, big sister will get angry. Looking at the gentle Mrs. Kamado in front of her, Ellen finally accepted the candied hawthorn skewer. She then took out an emerald green rhomboid pendant from her mage's robe and handed it to Mrs. Kamado. Sister Kamado, this is for you, as a thank you for the candied hawthorn skewer. You can't refuse. Looking at the cute girl acting adorable in front of her, Mrs. Kamado, who felt an unusual connection with her, reached out and stroked her little head, saying with a smile. Alright, then I'll accept it. After you've explored the town, you must come visit my home. Kabaru, standing to the side, couldn't help but twitch his mouth as he watched the necklace being given away. This young lady is truly generous. This was a treasure given to her by the Duke for self-defense, and she just gave it away like that. Okay, sister, we'll be going now. We still have to meet the leader here, and I don't know if he'll be easy to deal with. After hearing Ellen's words, Mrs. Kamado smiled at them and said, don't worry. Lord Rimuru and Lord Chen are very easy to get along with, you'll definitely like them. Thinking of the two who Sakuya had dragged back earlier, Mrs. Kamado couldn't help but let out a chuckle. That's great, then I'm relieved. After exchanging greetings, the group continued to follow Gabuta to the administrative building in the center of the town. However, as they left, Shizu Izawa turned back and took a long look at Mrs. Kamado. As the group continued to observe the town, their curiosity about the town's leaders grew. Anyone capable of building such a happy town was certainly no ordinary person. Lord Rimuru. Lord Chen. The guards at the gate reported that the humans discovered earlier have arrived. They are waiting for both of you in the conference room. Looking at the two who were bent over, writing something, Tomioka Giyu, who had just pushed open the door, knelt on one knee and reported. Is that so? I understand, you may go about your business. Lord Chen, hearing the report, looked up and said to Tomioka Giyu, who was reporting. Yes. Watching Tomioka Giyu get up and leave, Lord Chen said to Rimuru, who was sketching with a pen. Rimuru, you and I will go meet those people first. Stop drawing for now. Okay. If Tomioka Giyu had been able to see what was actually drawn on the paper just now, he would have definitely said, as expected of the recognized duo of idlers, Miss Sakuya, who takes care of them every day, must truly be exhausted. Indeed, there was nothing important on the paper, only a caricatured drawing of a goblin. This caricatured goblin was the village chief, Rigard. As for why it was him, it was entirely because this fellow always reported to the chief maid. Conference room. Guests, please have some tea. The two masters will arrive shortly. Izayoi Sakuya carried 4 freshly brewed cups of black tea on a tray, placing them one by one in front of the 4 and said. Thank you, Miss Maid. No need to be polite, it is my duty as a maid. After bowing slightly to the 4 who thanked her, Sakuya put away the tray and stood to the side. Creak. The sound of the door opening echoed, and then Lord Chen and Rimuru entered, accompanied by Kanae Kocho and Ranga. After glancing at the 4 who quickly stood up, Lord Chen and Rimuru took their seats at the head of the conference table, while Kanae and Ranga stood behind them respectively. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Zhang Chen, and this is Rimuru. We are the leaders of this town. Welcome, guests. Conference room. Looking at Zhang Chen with a gentle smile and Rimuru, who was sitting in the main seat, curiously observing Miss Shizu. The few people present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed Mrs. Kamado was right, the leader here indeed seemed very easy to get along with. Mr. Zhang Chen, hello. We are adventurers from the Free Union Guild of the Bloomin' Kingdom. We accidentally came to your esteemed land because we were being chased by monsters and fled without knowing where we were going. Kabaru, the team leader, looked at Zhang Chen and Rimuru and spoke first. It really is them. Is this Shizu Izawa? From her figure, you can't tell she's already several decades old. Ifrit. Eye of identification. Explosive flame ruler Shizu Izawa. Loyalty. 0. Affection. 72. Abilities. Greater Spirit Ifrit Flame Manipulation, Top Tier Swordsmanship. Overall Strength Rating, Special A Rank. Sarian Ellen. Loyalty. 0. Affection. 75. Abilities. Intermediate Ice Magic, Ice Lance, Magic Shield. Overall Strength Rating, B Rank. Kabaru. Loyalty. 0. Affection. 71. Abilities. Advanced Blade Techniques, Advanced Magic Arts. Overall Strength Rating, A Rank. Guido. Loyalty. 0. Affection. 71. Abilities. Advanced Blade Techniques, Advanced Magic Arts. Overall Strength Rating, A Rank. Shizu Izawa is indeed the heroine of the slime world, she actually possesses special A rank strength. This trio is also not simple. Kabaru and Guido are both members of the Magical Kingdom's Imperial Knights, so it's not surprising they have A rank strength. With their strength, in the original work, they were actually chased around by several C+ rank monsters, which only goes to show they were all just acting. Haha. My subordinates have already reported your identities to me. Since you've come here, please rest here for a while. We welcome any friends who come here without hostility. Zhang Chen said to the group with a gentle smile. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen nodded at the grateful group, then turned his head to look at Miss Shizu, who was wearing a mask, and slowly began to speak. This lady has been wearing a mask, is there something you can't say? I still don't know this lady's name. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's question, Shizu Izawa reached out, slowly took off her mask, and said with a slight smile. It was my oversight, Mr. Zhang Chen. My name is Shizu Izawa. You can simply call me Miss Shizu. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Upon hearing the name Shizu Izawa, Zhang Chen hadn't said anything yet, but Rimuru excitedly asked. Shizu Izawa. Are you from Neon? Oh. Miss Slime actually knows about Neon. Miss Shizu asked in great surprise upon hearing that Rimuru knew about Neon. Ah, Rimuru, wait a moment. Sakuya. Please take these 3 guests to rest first. We have something we need to ask Miss Shizu here. Yes, Lord Chen. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's instructions, Izayoi Sakuya bowed slightly, then walked in front of the trio, extended her hand towards the door, and said. Guests, please follow me to rest first. You don't need to worry about Miss Shizu, I will bring Miss Shizu to see you all later. Please. Ellen and the others glanced at Miss Shizu, who nodded at them, and then followed Sakuya out of the conference room. Alright, Rimuru, you and Miss Shizu can start talking about whatever you want to say. Seeing that there were no outsiders left in the room, Rimuru then said to Miss Shizu. I'm a reincarnator. In my previous life, I was from Neon. I was stabbed to death on the street while trying to save a cute junior, and when I woke up, I had become a slime. Only after hearing that Rimuru was a reincarnator did Shizu Izawa suddenly understand. There were actually quite a few visitors from other worlds in this world, she herself had been summoned to this world by the demon lord Leon Cromwell. I see. It seems Miss Slime has also suffered quite a bit. Upon hearing, suffered, Rimuru couldn't help but reach out her small hand and pat her own little head, saying. I didn't really suffer. Not long after I came to this world, I met A Chen. Since then, A Chen has always taken care of me. So, I haven't really suffered much. Looking at Rimuru's face full of happy smiles, Miss Shizu couldn't help but show a gentle smile and said. Is that so? It seems Miss Slime is very happy. Mr. Zhang Chen, may I be so bold as to ask you a question? Haha. Please ask, Miss Shizu. Are you also a summoner? From your name, I hear that you are a Shunzhou person. Upon hearing Miss Shizu's question, Zhang Chen nodded and said. Yes, I am a Shunzhou person. But I am not a summoner, I don't even know how I specifically came here myself. Is that so? After confirming that Zhang Chen was from Shunzhou, Miss Shizu bowed deeply to Zhang Chen at a 90-degree angle, and said apologetically. I am very sorry, Mr. Zhang Chen. My country caused so much harm to your country. Although nothing I say can express my apology, and I don't expect you to forgive our country, I still sincerely express my apologies to you. Looking at Miss Shizu bowing in apology, Rimuru also came back to her senses and hurriedly said to Zhang Chen. A Chen. I'm also very sorry. I never thought of this, and you've always taken care of me. I. Looking at Rimuru, who was about to cry, Zhang Chen showed a gentle smile and stroked Rimuru, saying, I will not forgive everything they did, and I have no right to forgive them on behalf of our ancestors, but none of this has anything to do with you. We are best friends, you know. Are you going to abandon me and make me face Sakuya alone? You know how terrifying she is. Rimuru looked at Zhang Chen, who was feigning fear, and couldn't help but laugh. Hee hee. I knew A Chen was the best. Don't worry, I won't abandon you to face Sakuya alone. Looking at Rimuru, who had composed herself, Zhang Chen then said to Miss Shizu. Miss Shizu, I accept your personal apology. Besides, this is already another world. What happened in your previous life has nothing to do with you anymore. Miss Shizu straightened up and looked at the young man with a gentle smile in front of her. She couldn't help but show a brilliant smile and then said, Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang Chen. Looking at the bright young lady in front of him, Zhang Chen expressed that this smile was too dazzling. Ah, his eyes were going blind. All right, away with the sadness. Miss Shizu, please rest well here these next few days. Tomorrow, Rimuru and I will take you on a good tour of our town. Zhang Chen, feeling that they had discussed enough, spoke to Miss Shizu. Okay, I'll follow all of Lord Chen's arrangements. Then, Sakuya. Come in and take Miss Shizu to rest. Hearing the summons, Izayoi Sakuya gently pushed the door open and walked in, saying to Miss Shizu. Then, Miss Shizu, please follow me. Alright. Thank you, Miss Sakuya. Just as Sakuya was leading Miss Shizu to the door, Sakuya suddenly turned back and said to Zhang Chen and Rimuru with an expressionless face. Lord Chen. Lord Rimuru. Exactly what about me is terrifying? I would appreciate it if the two of you could explain it to me later. Upon hearing Sakuya's question, Zhang Chen and Rimuru both stiffened at the same time. Then, the two hugged each other tightly and began to tremble. Help! I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Chew, chew, chew. This is delicious. Inside a barbecue restaurant in town, Ellen and a few others were eating frantically. Ellen's mouth was full, like a hamster. Her chopsticks were busy too. She spotted a freshly grilled piece of meat and reached for it. Smack. Just as she was about to get it, Kabaru extended his chopsticks, knocked Ellen's aside, and snatched the grilled meat. I saw that piece of grilled meat first. Kabaru, whose mouth was also full, said indistinctly. Whoever snatches it gets it. I've been eyeing this piece of grilled meat for a long time too. Watching the two argue, Miss Shizu, who was sitting nearby wearing a mask, reached out her chopsticks, quickly picked up a piece of grilled meat, and put it into her mouth under the mask. This, A Chen. Are they reincarnated hungry ghosts? Are we going to be eaten into poverty? Rimuru looked at the few people, who seemed like they hadn't eaten in days, and said with a horrified expression. Zhang Chen, sitting beside him, looked at this scene and recalled a scene from an anime in his previous life, where Ellen's group of 4 also ate barbecue in a small thatched hut like hungry ghosts. Looking at it now, he found it quite amusing. Haha. Don't worry. This restaurant is run by Shinobu. If worst comes to worst, we'll just dine and dash. Looking at Zhang Chen, who was righteously making such shameless statements, Rimuru cautiously asked. A Chen, aren't you afraid Shinobu will chase you home for the debt? HMPH. I'll hide at Kanae's place. Let's see what she can do to me. Hearing that Zhang Chen planned to hide at Kanae Kocho's place, he couldn't help but pout and say. HMPH. Who knows what you're going there for? I think hiding from debt is fake, and secretly meeting someone is real. How could that be? Don't you know what an upright person I am? Looking at the obviously jealous Rimuru, Zhang Chen couldn't help but recall the day Rimuru asked him about his relationship with Kanae Kocho. At that time, he had clearly told Rimuru about his relationship with Kanae. However, after Rimuru met Kanae Kocho alone once, things changed. Although Rimuru would be jealous of Kanae Kocho, he didn't object to their interactions. Zhang Chen had asked Kanae Kocho what they had talked about, and Kanae Kocho always replied mysteriously, it's a secret. If A Chen is upright, then there are no treacherous people in this world. HMPH. Rimuru, who doubted Zhang Chen's character, retorted unceremoniously. I think Lord Rimuru is absolutely right. You are a treacherous big bad guy. You're the only one who can talk about dining and dashing so righteously. Zhang Chen, who was caught red-handed, looked at Kocho Shinobu, who was walking over with a plate, and gave a sheepish smile. Shinobu. I was just kidding, why did you take it seriously? Hearing Zhang Chen's sheepish remark, Kocho Shinobu glared at him and said fiercely. It better be. Then she turned her head, instantly her face full of smiles, and took out the beef from the plate, saying to Miss Shizu and the others. Guests, this is the special flavored beef you ordered. Please enjoy. Looking at Kocho Shinobu's two-faced demeanor, the people present couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha ha. Chen. Shinobu always has you wrapped around her finger. I never expected Lord Zhang Chen to have this side. Zhang Chen, who was being teased by everyone, didn't mind and continued to display his shameless spirit, saying, you guys are teasing me like this, it seems I can't leave any of this grilled meat for you. Sakuya, grab all the grilled meat for me. Yes, Lord Chen. Hearing Zhang Chen's command, Izuyoi Sakuya reached into her maid outfit pocket, pulled out a pocket watch, and gently opened its cover, saying, time stop. In an instant, the entire barbecue restaurant seemed to fall into a standstill. Only Sakuya, holding chopsticks, moved the grilled meat from the grill plate one by one onto Zhang Chen's plate. Time resume. As Sakuya stopped using her ability, everyone started moving again. Huh. Where's the grilled meat? Yeah. Where's the grilled meat? It's all gone. It was just here. Looking at the confused crowd, only Rimuru, who knew Sakuya's ability, couldn't help but say to Sakuya. Sakuya. You spoil Chen too much. Don't use your ability for such small matters. Hearing Rimuru's words, everyone simultaneously looked at Izuyoi Sakuya, who was sitting beside Zhang Chen in her maid outfit. Sakuya, expressionless, said. This is my master's command. I'm a bit envious of Lord Zhang Chen. I want a maid like that too. Compared to the somewhat speechless crowd, Ellen was so envious that her face was almost distorted. Alright, don't mind these small matters. Keep eating. Shinobu, bring them 2 more plates of beef. Hearing Zhang Chen's instruction, Kocho Shinobu didn't contradict him this time but obediently walked towards the back kitchen. After dinner, what are your plans? Looking at the people in front of him, Zhang Chen asked about their upcoming plans. After dinner, we plan to go find Mrs. Kamado. We promised to visit her place. Ellen lifted her small face, which was chewing on grilled meat, and said indistinctly. Oh, you even know Mrs. Kamado? Yes, we met her the first day we came here. Mrs. Kamado is very nice, and she even treated me to candied hawthorns for free. Ellen excitedly boasted to Zhang Chen. Ha ha. Is that so? Then you should get along well later. Of course. Just as Ellen and Zhang Chen were eating and chatting, Miss Shizu, who was sitting nearby, suddenly covered her mouth under the mask and started coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Looking at Miss Shizu, who was coughing continuously, Rimuru, sitting beside Zhang Chen, couldn't help but ask with a worried expression. Miss Shizu, are you alright? And Ellen and the others nearby also asked worriedly. Jing Jiji, are you alright? Miss Shizu. Looking at the worried crowd, Miss Shizu removed her mask and gave everyone a gentle smile, saying. I'm fine. It's an old ailment. Everyone, please don't worry. Is it getting harder to suppress ifrit? Zhang Chen, who understood why Miss Shizu suddenly coughed, couldn't help but think to himself, then spoke. Miss Shizu, are you finding it harder to suppress the spirit within you? Hearing that Zhang Chen could actually tell that a spirit resided within her, she asked with a surprised expression. As expected of Lord Zhang Chen. You actually noticed that a spirit resides in my body. The surprised Rimuru, hearing that Miss Shizu had a spirit inside her, immediately asked Great Sage internally. Great Sage. Does Miss Shizu really have a spirit residing within her? Notification. Based on detection and analysis, the spirit residing within the individual Izawa Shizu should be a high-tier fire spirit. Notification. There are many high-tier races in the world, including demons, angels, and spirits. The 3 races have a mutual restraining relationship, Spirits restrain demons, demons restrain angels, and angels restrain spirits. High-tier spirits are also considered high-level spirits among spirits. I see. Thanks, great sage, you can rest now. Hey. Miss Shizu, may I be so bold as to ask a question? Zhang Chen, with a slightly serious expression, spoke to Shizu, who was sitting opposite him. Mr. Zhang Chen, please speak. I can tell that Miss Shizu has always been suppressing the spirit within her. Why not consider a complete fusion? Hearing that Zhang Chen was asking this question, Shizu calmly replied. There are mainly two reasons. One is that my current body no longer allows me to fuse with a spirit. The other reason is that when I leave this world, I wish to do so as a human, not as a demon. Rimuru, hearing the hint of farewell in Shizu's words, couldn't help but anxiously blurt out. Miss Shizu, is your body already in such a bad state? Haven't you sought medical attention? Zhang Chen reached out and gently stroked Rimuru's head, saying softly. Rimuru, you don't need to worry about Miss Shizu's body, I can heal her. Really, A Chen? Yes. Don't worry, when have I ever lied to you? Shizu, looking at Zhang Chen comforting Rimuru, said gently. You two have such a good relationship. Rimuru-san, you don't need to worry about me. I've lived long enough, and I'm already tired of this world. To be able to leave like this, I feel, is already a great blessing. What? Hearing Shizu's words, which sounded like a last will, Ellen excitedly hugged Shizu beside her. Miss Shizu, how could you? There was nothing wrong just a moment ago. How could it suddenly, sniffle, sniffle, sniffle? Looking at Ellen, who had suddenly started crying, Shizu gently stroked Ellen's small head with her right hand, saying with a tender expression. I'm sorry. I've hidden it from you all for so long. To meet you all on my final journey, I feel incredibly blessed. So, Ellen, you don't need to be sad for me. Sniffle, 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 Miss Shizu. Listening to Shizu's gentle words and recalling the times Shizu had looked after them in the forest, Ellen cried even more sadly. Kabaru and Guido, standing nearby, also had red eyes as they gratefully said to Shizu. Miss Shizu, thank you for taking care of us during this time. We are truly grateful. Hee hee. Kabaru, Guido, you must protect Ellen well in the future. Boys should protect girls. Yes. Please rest assured, Miss Shizu. Asterisk 2. Zhang Chen, watching the group enacting a scene of parting, his mouth twitched slightly, and a clear vein popped on his forehead. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhang Chen spoke. Everyone. Did you not hear what I said? I said I can solve Miss Shizu's physical problems. Hearing that Zhang Chen could solve Shizu's physical problems, Ellen, who was in Shizu's arms, immediately looked up and asked Zhang Chen in surprise. Really, Mr. Zhang Chen? Of course. Ellen, upon hearing the affirmative reply, said to Shizu with a face full of pleasant surprise. Miss Shizu. Did you hear that? Mr. Zhang Chen said he can solve your physical problems. That's wonderful. Sniffle, sniffle, sniffle. However, there's a problem now, and that's your thoughts, Miss Shizu. Do you need me to help you solve your physical problems? Zhang Chen knew that Shizu didn't want to live just because of physical problems. Her heart had actually died when she personally killed her best friend. Everything after that was merely to find the demon Lord Leon who summoned her. Hearing Zhang Chen's question, Shizu couldn't help but fall silent. And seeing Shizu fall silent, Rimuru couldn't help but speak out. Miss Shizu, is there anything to hesitate about? Let A Chen heal you. Rimuru. Let Miss Shizu choose for herself. This is her own life, others have no right to choose for her. Looking at the serious-faced Zhang Chen, Rimuru seemed to understand something and stopped speaking. Ellen and the other two also remained silent, just looking at Shizu with hopeful expressions. Shizu looked at Rimuru and the others, who were gazing at her with hopeful eyes, and then thought of her students. Suddenly, she felt that she wasn't so alone after all. She still had friends who wished for her to live, adorable students waiting for her to return to class, and Hinata Sakaguchi, whom she was still a little worried about. Composing herself, Shizu stood up and, with a determined expression, bowed to Zhang Chen, saying, I have decided, Mr. Zhang Chen. Please heal me. There are still friends in this world who wish for me to live. I beg you. Looking at Shizu, who was bowing before him, Zhang Chen finally couldn't help but smile and said to Shizu. Yes. Don't worry. I will solve your physical problems. Yay. That's wonderful, A Chen. This is great, I almost thought I'd never see Miss Shizu again. Watching the overjoyed crowd, Shizu's formerly closed heart cracked open significantly, as if a ray of sunshine pierced into her heart, making her feel warm inside. Izayoi Sakuya, sitting beside Zhang Chen, rarely showed a slight smile and whispered. As expected of master. He has his own unique gentleness. Zhang Chen, looking at the slowly calming crowd, spoke. Then let's all eat first. After dinner, we'll go solve Miss Shizu's physical problems, and then how about we visit Mrs. Kamado's house? Alright. An hour later, in an open space outside the town. Zhang Chen ignored Rimuru and the others muttering around him and said to Shizu. I will help you completely fuse with the spirit and enable you to fully control it. Miss Shizu, are you ready? Shizu, hearing Zhang Chen's words, nodded with a resolute expression and said. Yes, I am ready, Mr. Zhang Chen, please proceed. Seeing that Shizu was ready, Zhang Chen no longer questioned her. He directly extended his right hand and condensed a golden spiritual energy. As the spiritual energy was injected into Shizu's body, Shizu felt her whole body fill with power, and even her dilapidated body began to recover rapidly. Zhang Chen's first step was to heal Shizu's collapsing body. Then, he activated his divine sense and entered Shizu's mental space. Ifrit looked at the man standing before him and, for some reason, felt his soul tremble, as if he were facing the spirit Queen Ramirez in her prime. You are Ifrit, correct? Ifrit, hearing Zhang Chen's question, cautiously replied. I am Ifrit, may I ask who you are, sir? You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that from now on, Shizu is under my protection. Do you understand? Looking at the man before him, who seemed ready to kill if his answer wasn't satisfactory, Ifrit indicated that a good spirit should know to be a wise man who understands the times. He then replied respectfully. Sir, please rest assured. I know what to do. I will actively fuse with her, and I will also protect her safety well. Zhang Chen nodded with satisfaction and said to Ifrit. Young fellow, you have a lot of potential. Work hard, and in the future, I will release you and give you a complete body. Yes. Thank you, sir. As expected of a great person. If I curry favor with him, I might even have a chance to advance to a higher tier spirit in the future. Ifrit expressed. Sir, I really want to improve. At the same time, in the outside world, everyone watched the two motionless figures. Great sage. Why did A Chen and the other person suddenly stop moving? Rimuru asked the great sage, confused, looking at the two people who had suddenly frozen. Notification. Lord Zhang Chen is currently communicating with the spirit of fire within the mental space of the individual Shizu Izawa. Oh. So A Chen was trying to properly persuade that spirit of fire. Ifrit. Yes, it was indeed persuasion, the kind where if you don't listen, you die. Zhang Chen, whose consciousness had returned, looked at Shizu, who was slowly opening her eyes, and asked with concern. Miss Shizu, how do you feel now? Shizu reached out and touched her chest, feeling her heart beating strongly. With a joyful expression, she said to Zhang Chen. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang Chen. I feel lighter than ever before, and Ifrit no longer fights me for control of my body. Is that so? That's good then, it wasn't a waste of my and Ifrit's breath. At this moment, Ifrit, inside Shizu, heard this and felt like he had truly been played. He thought, you call that a waste of breath? Mr. Zhang Chen, just call me Shizu. Zhang Chen heard this and immediately replied with a smile. Alright, then I'll call you Shizu from now on. Rimuru, Ellen, and the others rushed over to ask once the two resumed their conversation. A Chen. Is Miss Shizu alright? Is Jingjiji really better? Miss Shizu really looks fine. Listening to their jumbled words, Zhang Chen directly interrupted. Stop. Shizu is fine now, you can all rest assured. Upon receiving the affirmative answer, everyone immediately became overjoyed, clamoring to go celebrate. Zhang Chen didn't object, but still reminded them. Aren't you planning to visit Mrs. Kamado? I almost forgot we were going to see Sister Kui. Jing Ji, how about we visit Sister Kui first, and then go celebrate? Looking at Ellen, who was hugging his arm and swaying, pouting playfully, Shizu said gently. All right. Whatever Ellen says. Yay. Jing Ji is the best. Then let's go. As everyone went to visit Mrs. Kamado's house, Mrs. Kamado was very happy about their arrival. She even asked Nezuko to call Kamado Tanjiro, who was training with the garrison, back home. They all enjoyed the meal until night fell, and then everyone dispersed. 3 days later, Zhang Chen's house morning. Zhang Chen and Rimaru's house was not actually in the town hall. Instead, they had built a 3-story European-style house by a small lake. It was only a 20-minute walk from there to the town hall. At this moment, in Zhang Chen's bedroom, the curtains were tightly drawn, preventing any sunlight from entering. Zhang Chen, sleeping soundly on the bed, felt no sense of impending danger. Rip. As the curtains were pulled open, the dazzling morning sun streamed into the room and shone on the bed. The caterpillar completely wrapped in the quilt slowly opened its eyes. Ah! So dazzling, it's the sun, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Lord Zhang Chen. It's already morning, you should get up. Sakuya said helplessly to Zhang Chen, who had closed his eyes and burrowed his head back into the quilt, refusing to get out of bed. I don't want to get up. I have a disease where I'll die if I leave the quilt. Zhang Chen's muffled rebuttal came from within the quilt. There's no such disease. You should get up quickly. Otherwise, breakfast will get cold. HMPH. Sakuya was met with a series of snores. Unable to bear it any longer, Sakuya reached out, grabbed a corner of the quilt, and flipped it up. It didn't budge. Zhang Chen was holding the quilt tightly from the inside. Sakuya looked at the caterpillar in front of her, feeling helpless. She could only take out a flying knife and cut the quilt directly from top to bottom, revealing Zhang Chen curled up inside. Looking at Zhang Chen, who was wearing dinosaur-themed pajamas, Sakuya continued. Are you still going to lie in bed? Feeling waves of coolness on his body, Zhang Chen, who had been feigning sleep, finally couldn't stay in bed any longer and could only say helplessly. Sakuya. There's nothing important today. Can't you let me sleep a little longer? It's not that there's nothing. Several ogres arrived in town today, and Lord Rimuru has already gone to meet them. Hearing that ogres had arrived, Zhang Chen instantly woke up, sat up, and asked Sakuya in surprise. What? Ogres have arrived? Could it be Benimaru and the others? No, I have to go see. Yes, do you want to go see? I'll go meet them too. Having said that, Zhang Chen prepared to get out of bed, while Sakuya stood by, serving him as he dressed and washed. System. How enviable. After finishing his meal, Zhang Chen had just arrived outside the town hall's meeting room when he heard the discussion inside. Lord Rimuru, thank you very much for temporarily taking us in. It's all right. You can stay here for now. I'll send people to investigate who destroyed your village. Thank you very much for your help. Asterisk 6. Hearing this, Zhang Chen already confirmed the arrivals were Benimaru and the other ogres, who would become important combat forces under Rimuru later. He directly pushed the door open and entered. Creak. Hearing the meeting room door open, everyone looked towards the newcomer. A beautiful young girl with blue hair and golden eyes excitedly waved at the newcomer and said, "Hey Chen, you're here. Come quickly, I have some people to introduce to you." That's right, the blue-haired girl was Rimuru. As for why she suddenly had a humanoid form, it was actually very simple. Rimuru had used the Great Sage to analyze Shizu's body, thereby gaining a humanoid mimicry. After all, the original Rimuru looked like this, and if she took on someone else's appearance, Zhang Chen would feel a bit awkward. So he discussed it with Shizu, and Shizu agreed without hesitation. The first time Ellen saw Rimuru in this form, she initially mistook Rimuru for Shizu, until she saw the real Shizu and realized her mistake. The ogres stood up immediately when they saw Zhang Chen enter. They knew that the only other leader Lord Rimuru would refer to in such a way must be Lord Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen looked at the standing ogres, seeing the tension on their faces, and said with a slight smile. No need to be so nervous, sit. I heard ogres had arrived, so I was just curious to come and see. Rimuru. What have you been discussing with them? I seem to hear something about taking them in, and their village being destroyed. What exactly happened? Chen, it's actually like this. Listening to Rimaru's narration, Zhang Chen understood that the ogre village was still destroyed by the orcs, just like in the original story. The difference was that this time, Benimaru and the others did not clash with Rimuru when they arrived. After all, when they arrived this time, this was no longer the village from the original story, but a prosperous small town. There were also many humans living there, so this time Benimaru and the others had visited proactively. So that's how it is. Then you all should rest up well here for now. Oh, by the way, what are your names? Lord Zhang Chen, we don't have names. I see, it's very inconvenient to communicate without names. Rimuru, why don't you give them names? Zhang Chen looked at the ogres, slowly guiding them. As long as they accepted Rimuru's naming, then they wouldn't be able to escape. Benimaru and the others are mine. Not even Jesus can save them, I said so. Huh. Are you really going to give us names? Lord Rimuru. Is this true? Looking at Zhang Chen, who nodded gently to him, Rimuru understood and said to the ogres with a wide smile. Of course. Let me think, what names should I give you? After thinking for a while, Rimuru suddenly seemed to have an idea and pointed at the red hair ogre, saying, You shall be named Great Jura Forest. 1 week later. A full week had passed since Rimuru bestowed names upon Benimaru and the others. During this time, Benimaru and his companions had slowly settled down, until, swish. A figure in a blue bodysuit with short, dark blue hair suddenly appeared in the conference room, kneeling on one knee to report. Lord Zhang Chen. Lord Rimuru. My reconnaissance has located a large force of orcs, estimated at 200,000, with their main force heading north along the Great River. And based on the movements of the main force and the detached units, their rendezvous point is the wetlands to the east. Very good, Soe, stand up and find a seat before you continue. Yes. As Soe sat down, Rigard, the village chief, who was seated at the first position on the left side of the conference table, spoke. That would be the lizardmen's territory, then. Yes, that's right. Hearing the exact number of orcs, Rimuru held a teacup in his right hand and propped his cheek with his left, saying, 200,000. That's an exaggerated number that feels unreal. What is the orcs' objective? Chen. What do you think? After speaking, Rimuru looked at Zhang Chen, who was sitting directly opposite him, and asked. You all should state your opinions first. Knowing the truth, Zhang Chen decided not to speak first, wanting to see what everyone in the room thought. After all, there were many more people this time than in the original story, not to mention the Demon Slayer Corps members, even Miss Shizu had come to the meeting. On a side note, Ellen's trio had already left the town. On the day they departed, they cried profusely while hugging Miss Shizu and Rimuru. However, upon seeing the high-grade equipment Rimuru had prepared for them, crafted personally by Kajin, they became excitedly animated, and finally left happily. Kajin, sitting beside Rigard, spoke. Orcs are inherently unintelligent monsters. If their invasion isn't driven by instinct, then we might have to suspect a hidden manipulator behind them. Hearing Kajin's statement, Kurobi, with his short black hair and honest face, said. The existence of a mastermind. Hearing, mastermind, Rimuru propped his cheek with his left hand and said with a serious expression. Like a demon lord. After a pause, Rimuru continued. Well, although there's no evidence yet. Miss Shizu, do you think Demon Lord Leon might be involved? Miss Shizu thought about the Leon she knew, then gently shook her head, saying. It shouldn't be him, he probably isn't interested in such matters. Rimuru nodded, indicating he understood, then continued. Regardless of whether a demon lord is involved, how did a force of 200,000 orcs get organized? Miss Shizu, who had extensive experience, suddenly thought of a possibility and said. I believe such a vast number of orcs appearing is highly likely due to the emergence of an orc lord. Seeing Miss Shizu guess the appearance of an orc lord so quickly, Zhang Chen couldn't help but marvel that her 80-plus years hadn't been lived in vain. As expected of the legendary adventurer known as the Flame Dominator, she truly knew a bit about everything. Orc Lord. Rimuru, hearing this name for the first time, asked with a puzzled expression. Lord Rimuru, an orc lord, is a special monster that only appears once every few centuries. Only an orc lord has the ability to command an army of up to 200,000. I'm afraid Miss Shizu's guess is correct. Benimaru responded with a serious expression after hearing Rimuru's question. Rimuru nodded in understanding after hearing Benimaru's explanation. At this moment, a goblin wearing glasses raised his hand and said, "Since there's a possibility of an orc lord, we should heighten our alert. Many of our Demon Slayer Corps members haven't joined the security force yet, but they can be conscripted for battle at any time." Kagaya Ubuyashiki said calmly, propping his chin with both hands. Since arriving in this world, the Demon Slayer Corps members had either been training or building houses. At most, those who joined the security force could go into the forest to clear out some monsters. After being rigorously trained by Zhang Chen, their strength had greatly increased, and they were eager for a real fight. Hearing Kagaya Ubuyashiki's words, Zhang Chen considered the current strength of the Demon Slayer Corps. He felt that directly annihilating the orcs might be difficult, but stopping them would be easy. After all, the strength of the 9 pillars had now reached B+ rank, just one step away from a rank. It's worth noting that Benimaru and Hikuro, who had received names from Rimuru, had only just reached a rank. Of course, Hikuro's strength couldn't be simply calculated by rank, but even so, it was still very impressive. It's important to remember that when the Demon Slayer Corps first arrived in this world, the pillars only had C rank strength. Now, even the ordinary member's strength is not below D rank. Zhang Chen carefully calculated the entire town's combat power and found that it wasn't weak at all. There were 3 special A-rank individuals: Rimuru, Miss Shizu, and Izuyoi Sakuya. There were 5 A-rank individuals. Benimaru and the others, excluding Kurobi, were all A-rank, with Benimaru and Hikuro even reaching A+. There were 12 B-rank individuals: Village Chief Rigurd, Gabuta, Riguru, and the Demon Slayer Pillars, among others, were all B-rank. B+ also belongs to B-rank. There were 330 plus C-rank individuals. The security force members all had at least C-rank strength. There were 2,000 plus D-rank individuals. Numerous goblins and former Demon Slayer Corps members were at this level. If he, a pervert who was at least SS rank, was included, Zhang Chen declared, "Rimuru, let's go save the world." Leaving Zhang Chen, who was indulging in divergent thoughts, let's return our attention to the conference table. I can also begin conscripting the goblins. We are always ready to charge into battle for Lord Rimuru and Lord Zhang Chen. Rimuru looked at Rigurd, who was so excited he had stood up, and quickly waved his hands, saying, no need, Rigurd, don't get excited yet. Calm down first. Yes, Lord Rimuru. Watching Rigurd finally sit down and slowly calm, Rimuru secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sometimes, subordinates being too loyal could also be a hassle. Just as Rimuru was about to say something else, Zhang Chen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Rimuru, wait a moment. We have guests. Guests. While Rimuru was still confused, a gentle breeze suddenly swept through the center of the conference table. Accompanying the breeze were emerald green leaves. The leaves and the breeze slowly merged to form a human shape. When the leaves and breeze vanished, what appeared before everyone was a beautiful woman wearing a dark green gauze dress, with long light green hair and pointed ears. Seeing the woman's appearance, Benimaru immediately stood up and exclaimed in surprise. Dryad. Lord Rimuru. Lord Zhang Chen, be careful. Seeing the Dryad suddenly appear, Tomioka Giyu and Uzui Tengen quickly stepped in front of Rimuru, shielding him. Meanwhile, Sakuya stood in front of Zhang Chen, protecting him with a throwing knife. You who command many monsters and visitors from afar, please forgive my sudden intrusion. I am the Dryad, Torini. It's a pleasure to meet you all. The Dryad, who had appeared out of nowhere, gracefully introduced herself, her right hand gently caressing her chest, her eyes slightly narrowed. Rimuru Tempest, the one who commands monsters, I wish to entrust you with the subjugation of the Orc Lord. After stating her request to Rimuru, she turned and bowed slightly to the seated Zhang Chen, saying, this must be Lord Zhang Chen. I sincerely request your assistance as well. Torini could sense the terrifying power contained within Zhang Chen. If this power were fully unleashed, it would likely endanger the entire Great Jura forest, so she showed him great respect. Eye of identification. Torini. Loyalty. 0. Affection. 92. Abilities. Forest prayer, scattered dancing leaves, atmospheric compression rupture / contract spirit. Comprehensive strength rating, S class. Oh, why don't you go subjugate the Orc Lord yourself? With your strength, you should be able to kill the Orc Lord, right? Zhang Chen looked at her stats panel and asked the slightly bowing Torini. One should know that the current Rimuru was only a special A class. It was only after devouring the Orc Lord that he reached the strength of a Demon Lord seed, which was around S class. This is mainly because we, the Dryad race, as guardians of the Great Jura Forest, cannot act freely. After all, the orcs also belong to the Great Jura Forest. Moreover, the orcs are vast in number, and we alone cannot completely control such a large group of monsters, which is why I took the liberty of coming here. In fact, only half of what Torini said was true. They indeed could not act freely, but not being able to act freely did not mean they could not act at all. The fundamental reason was that as a guardian of the Great Jura Forest, Torini was aware of every movement within the entire forest. She knew about Rimuru and Storm Dragon Veldora bestowing names upon each other. As Veldora's close friend, Torini actually wanted to elevate Rimuru to the position of ruler of the Great Jura Forest. That is why she came to issue the request, precisely to allow Rimuru to gain immense prestige, so that he could integrate the Great Jura Forest. Note: this is not something the author made up. When Rimuru unsealed Veldora and returned from the sealed cave together, Torini was not surprised at all. Oh, is that so? Let's assume what you said is true. But if you entrust us with subjugating the Orc Lord, what is the reward? Zhang Chen heard Torini's explanation and a playful smile appeared on his lips as he spoke. Torini felt as if Zhang Chen had seen through her intentions, but since Zhang Chen did not directly expose her, she simply pretended not to know. Then, with a slight smile, she said, "Oh my. It seems, Lord Zhang Chen, that you intend to accept the request." Zhang Chen did not directly answer Torini's words but instead spoke directly to Rimuru. "Rimuru, what do you think?" Hearing Zhang Chen's question, Rimuru put down his teacup, looked at the people seated on either side of the conference table, especially Benimaru and the others, and then, as if having made up his mind, said to Torini. "I accept this request, but only I accept it. Chen. This time, you don't need to intervene. We can't always rely on you for everything. We also need to grow, and we can protect our own home." Hearing Rimuru's spirited words, Zhang Chen extended his hands and clapped softly, the applause growing louder. The people seated around them also began to clap. For a moment, thunderous applause filled the conference room, and everyone was filled with a strong fighting spirit. "Lord Rimuru, let us lead the charge for you. I guarantee we will not let you down." Village Chief Rigard stood up excitedly and requested to fight for Rimuru. "Lord Rimuru, you mercifully took us in and even bestowed names upon us. We have no way to repay you and are willing to die for you." Benimaru also stood up, not to be outdone, and requested to fight for Rimuru. He. My sword is still as sharp as ever, willing to be wielded for Lord Rimuru." "Hikuro, you speak as if we won't fight for Lord Rimuru." Exactly. Our garrison members have long been eager for a big fight. No one should try to steal our chance. How can such a magnificent event not include me? Lord Rimuru, let me be the vanguard and eliminate all the orcs for you." Looking at the people eagerly requesting to fight before him, Rimuru was deeply moved. He looked at Zhang Chen, who was smiling encouragingly at him, and said with a resolute expression. "Then, I'll leave it to all of you." "Yes, Lord Rimuru." Zhang Chen was very satisfied with the current situation. Rimuru had always been very dependent on him. Especially after he brought the Demon Slayer core back from the Demon Slayer world, this sense of dependence grew stronger. Zhang Chen had originally wanted to find an opportunity to properly train Rimuru, but he didn't expect him to proactively train himself. He truly was worthy of being the future leader of the Demon Country Federation. "Torini, since we have accepted your request, let's discuss the reward." Rimuru said to the Dryad Torini with a slightly serious expression. "All right, Lord Rimuru, the reward I offer is the dominion over the entire Great Jura forest. How does that sound to you? What? To hand over the dominion of the entire Great Jura forest to Lord Rimuru. All the monsters present looked at Torini in astonishment. One must know that ever since Storm Dragon Veldora disappeared, all the races in the forest had been vying for control of the Great Jura forest. Now, the Dryad was actually going to hand over the dominion to Lord Rimuru, which surprised and excited the monsters present. This was a dominion acknowledged by the Dryad. It was like conquering an entire empire, but without the imperial seal, many people would still not recognize you. The Dryad race, as guardians of the forest, was equivalent to the imperial seal. If they recognized you, you would be the rightful ruler of the Great Jura forest, and anyone who opposed it would be useless. Dominion. Rimuru, not fully understanding, asked with a hint of confusion. Lord Rimuru, Lady Torini means that as long as you subjugate the Orc Lord, the entire Great Jura forest will be your territory, and all monsters must obey your commands. Shuna, dressed in pink, leaned down and whispered softly into Rimuru's ear. Is that so? But I don't want to be a ruler. Chen, why don't you do it? Feeling that he couldn't be a ruler, Rimuru hurriedly shouted to Zhang Chen, who was watching the show. As a member of the town's recognized duo of idlers, Zhang Chen declared that since one of them would eventually have to bear this heavy responsibility, then he, Zhang, would naturally be unhesitating in refusing. Translator's note. This is a play on words, as take the lead. Dang Ren Bu Rank means to not decline a responsibility, but he twists it to reject. Ju Wei meaning to refuse. Isn't being idle good? Has Kanae lost her charm, or has Sakuya not been taking good care of him? Finding work for himself for no reason. Impossible. Rimuru, from today onwards, you can only leave our duo of idlers. Oh dear. This is a request someone accepted himself, it has nothing to do with me. I'm not doing it. You'll have to handle it yourself. Oh no. How could you, Chen, you actually? Rimuru-san was on the verge of tears, looking at Zhang Chen, who was across from him, looking disgusted and saying, don't bother me with such troublesome things. But seeing the expectant gazes of everyone present, especially Rigard's expression that seemed to say, if you don't agree, I'll commit seppuku in a minute, Rimuru-san could only reluctantly accept. With a face about to cry, Rimuru-san said, I'll do it, I'll just do it. That's great. I knew Lord Rimuru would agree. HMPH. Of course. This is Lord Zhang Chen's best friend, Lord Rimuru. With Rimuru-san as the ruler, the Great Jura forest will surely experience long-lasting peace. Seeing Rimuru-san agree, everyone present exclaimed excitedly. Especially the monsters, who, upon realizing that the one they pledged loyalty to was about to become the ruler of the Great Jura forest, all expressed that their chosen master was extraordinary and their judgment was truly excellent. Since Lord Rimuru has agreed, shall we begin discussing how to subjugate the Orc Lord? Torini, standing on the table, asked with a smile after everyone had slowly calmed down. Yes, that, Miss Torini, why don't you come down from the table first? Shion, please get a chair for Miss Torini. Yes, Lord Rimuru. Watching Shion go to get a chair, Torini placed her right hand on her chest and bowed slightly, saying, hee hee. Then I'll trouble Lord Rimuru. As Torini sat down among everyone with a cup of black tea, Rimuru-san continued, the orcs are attacking the lizardmen's territory this time, which is still some distance from us. What are everyone's thoughts? Hearing Rimuru-san's question, everyone present started discussing animatedly. Shuna suddenly thought of something and asked Soe, did you investigate our village? Soe responded expressionlessly, yes. Hearing Soe's answer, Shuna continued with a look of disappointment, it seems there really wasn't anything. Hearing Shuna's words, Soe said with a slightly serious expression, yes, not a single body of our kin, nor of the orcs. Rimuru-san, not understanding what they were talking about, asked curiously, what do you mean? Soe, with a serious face, uttered two words, bodies. Benimaru, sitting next to Soe, also spoke at this moment, I've been wondering how a 200,000 strong army would manage their food supplies. Rimuru-san seemed to understand something and said, it couldn't be. Just then, Torini said with a serious expression. Unique skill. Starved. Starved. This is a skill that the Orc Lord, a calamitous monster that brings chaos to the world, possesses upon birth. It affects all creatures under the Orc Lord's dominion, devouring everything around them like locusts. It gains the power and abilities of whatever it devours, making them its own. It's very similar to your predator. At this point, Torini glanced at Rimuru-san meaningfully before continuing. The price of starved is an insatiable hunger. The orcs will. As Torini narrated, everyone gradually understood the terrifying nature of the Orc Lord. After listening to Torini's explanation, Rimuru-san stretched in front of everyone. After attracting everyone's attention, he reached for a potato chip on the table, shook it, and said to everyone with a smile, Stormfang Wolf, Ogre, Large Goblin, members of the Demon Slayer Corps, regardless of the taste. All of you, as bait, possess the power they desire. Benimaru, sitting nearby, said with a slight smile, you haven't forgotten the bait they desire most, have you? Rimuru-san, who was about to put the potato chip into his mouth, looked at Benimaru in confusion. Benimaru continued, it's right here. The strongest slime and the strongest human. Rimuru-san then ate the potato chip in one bite and nonchalantly joked, where is it? Zhang Chen smiled without speaking. Torini also continued, moreover, with the birth of the Orc Lord as an opportunity, I have confirmed the existence of a demon lord and believe you wouldn't ignore him. Rimuru-san placed his right hand on his chin in thought and muttered, a demon lord. Just then, Zhang Chen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, Rimuru-san. There's no need to think so much. Don't worry about a demon lord or anything. Just do what you want to do. Don't worry. I've got your back on everything. Let alone a mere demon lord, even if a demon king comes, I can scatter his ashes. Listening to Zhang Chen's arrogant words, Rimuru-san immediately felt incredibly at ease, as if with A Chen present, there was nothing to worry about. Everyone present was also shocked by Zhang Chen's statement. They had always known Zhang Chen was strong, but they never knew how strong until today, when they finally got a glimpse of his power. Hee. As expected of Lord Zhang Chen. It seems we made the right choice to follow you to this world. Kagaya Ubuyashiki, who had been watching everyone speak without interjecting, said to Zhang Chen with a smile. A Chen's words are truly arrogant, but I like them. Kanae Kocho said, then winked at Zhang Chen. As expected of Lord Zhang Chen, with you here, we fear nothing. Lord Zhang Chen is invincible. Gabuta shouted excitedly. In fact, although Zhang Chen and Rimuru-san had always been the leaders, everyone actually respected Zhang Chen more. Although everyone knew that Zhang Chen had a very good temper and wouldn't mind even jokes, due to Zhang Chen's immense strength, everyone subconsciously treated him as an absolute powerhouse. As for Rimuru-san, everyone loved her more than they respected her, because Rimuru-san usually acted like a pure and cute little girl. Everyone subconsciously overlooked the fact that Rimuru-san also possessed great strength, and they treated her more as a group favorite. As for being a leader, everyone in the town knew that Zhang Chen and Rimuru-san were famously the idol duo. General affairs were usually handled by Kagaya Ubuyashiki and Rigard. The garrison had always been handled by Kanae Kocho. Zhang Chen and Rimuru-san only appeared for major events. Otherwise, they were either hiding from Sakuya everywhere or had run off to play somewhere. Alright. If you praise me any more, I'll get embarrassed. Zhang Chen, flattered by everyone, finally couldn't take it anymore and stopped them with a slightly red face. Let's get back to the main topic. Since we know the danger of the Orc Lord, we must prepare for it. This time, since you, A Chen, are not taking action, you will stay and guard the home. As for the rest, I plan to. Benimaru, who had been called, immediately stood up and respectfully replied, your subordinate is present. This time, you will lead all members of the garrison with me. You will be the commander of the garrison for this operation. After careful consideration, Rimuru finally decided to appoint Benimaru as the commander of this operation. Firstly, Benimaru was the strongest among those present, with the exception of a few individuals, and those stronger than him would not be participating this time. Secondly, Benimaru and his people harbored a deep grudge against the orcs for the destruction of their village, and Rimuru had previously promised to help them get revenge. Thirdly, she had chatted with Zhang Chen about Benimaru during a casual conversation, and Zhang Chen had said that Benimaru was very suitable to be the Grand General of an army. This. Lord Rimuru, your subordinate has just arrived, how can I be qualified for such an important position? Please withdraw your command. Upon hearing that Rimuru had appointed him as commander, Benimaru immediately refused, filled with trepidation. It was well known that the garrison had always been led by Zhang Chen as the supreme commander, and it included many experts from the Demon Slayer Corps, all of whom were more qualified than him to be commander. Haha. Benimaru, since Rimuru has appointed you as commander, just accept it. I believe everyone here shouldn't object, right? Zhang Chen looked at the apprehensive Benimaru and spoke directly. Of course. We fully obey Lord Rimuru's command. Benimaru, don't decline. Our first squad completely obeys your orders. Rengoku Kyujiro, sitting beside Tomioka Giyu, spoke with a hearty laugh. That's right, just accept the appointment with peace of mind. Big brother Benimaru, don't worry, our wolf riders also completely obey orders. Seeing everyone present express their support for him as commander, Benimaru was truly touched. Ever since his village was destroyed, he had never felt like he had a home again. Now, looking at everyone present, and then at Zhang Chen, who nodded at him, he bowed slightly to everyone, his eyes red, and said, thank you all for your trust. I will definitely lead everyone to win this war. Of course. We will definitely win. Ha 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 ha. It seems the young master has finally regained his spirits. Hikuro looked at Benimaru, who was thanking everyone, with a look of relief. Then it's decided. This time, the entire garrison will be deployed, plus 1,000 temporarily armed individuals, making a total force of 1350. Benimaru will be the overall commander of the force, and Rengoku Kyujiro will serve as the adjutant. As for the specific battle plan, Benimaru will lead the main force to the Lizardmen's territory to intercept the main orc force, ensuring that the orcs cannot cross the swamp one step further. And I will go directly to find the orc lord and eliminate him. Do you all understand your missions? Understood. Everyone present, except Zhang Chen, stood up and responded loudly. Then that's it. Go prepare, we depart tomorrow afternoon. Yes. As everyone left the meeting room, only Zhang Chen, Sakuya, and Rimuru remained in the spacious room. Lord Chen, Lord Rimuru, please have some tea. Izayoi Sakuya re-prepared 2 steaming cups of black tea and placed them in front of the two. You've worked hard, Sakuya. It's my duty. Reaching out to pick up the teacup in front of her and taking a small sip, Rimuru spoke, Chen. Can I really defeat the orc lord? Zhang Chen looked at Rimuru, who still had a hint of worry, and said to her with a smile, don't worry. I believe you can do it. You are the one who will rule the entire Great Jura forest in the future. Since Chen believes I can do it, then I don't need to worry. HMPH, just wait for my good news of triumph. I'll wait. After speaking, Zhang Chen got up, intending to leave the meeting room, but suddenly remembered something and said to Rimuru, oh, right, make sure to keep the mask Shizu gave you. It will be of great use in the future. Is that so? Don't worry, I've always kept it safe. Saying this, she took out the mask from her stomach and showed it to Zhang Chen. Seeing this, Zhang Chen nodded and said, then I'm relieved. Sakuya. You should go make dinner now, your dear master is about to starve to death. Looking at Zhang Chen, who was putting on a pitiful act, Sakuya's lips curved slightly upward. Yes. Lord Chen, I'll go prepare lunch right away. Ah. Chen is so cunning, I want Sakuya's lunch too. Rimuru, who had been craving Sakuya's cooking ever since she had tasted it, immediately raised her hand and said excitedly upon hearing that Zhang Chen had asked Sakuya to cook. Yes. I will prepare a portion for Lord Rimuru as well. Sakuya. You're the best. The next day, early morning. 1,000-strong army lined up in neat formations at the town entrance, everyone looking energetic and vibrant. All the departing personnel wore the latest armor crafted by Kajin and others, and their weapons were also among the finest. At the front of the formation were the ogre kin led by Benimaru and the pillar-level swordsmen. After them were the members of the garrison, followed by the temporarily conscripted former Demon Slayer Corps members and the Great Goblins. This entire force, in terms of sheer strength, could easily annihilate a small nation. Seeing the assembled army, Benimaru quickly walked to Rimuru, knelt on one knee, and respectfully reported, "Lord Rimuru. Lord Chen. The troops are assembled and ready to depart at any moment." Hearing the report, Rimuru nodded, turned to Zhang Chen, and said, Chen. Then we're off. Go. Be careful. Sakuya, standing beside Zhang Chen, also bowed slightly to Rimuru and said, "Lord Rimuru. I wish you martial success. I will prepare your favorite pudding and await your return. Pudding, I'll be back as soon as possible." After speaking, Rimuru turned back and commanded Benimaru, let's go. Yes. Lord Rimuru. Great Jura Forest, Lizardmen territory. Clang, clang, boom, die. You fooled orcs. Kill. Slaughter these orc scum. In the swamp, the orcs and lizardmen were engaged in fierce combat, their figures interweaving. The heavily armed orcs, as if not knowing what fear was, fought while shouting, "Trample, trample." Gabble, standing on a high ground with a trident in hand, looked at the orcs below and said disdainfully, "Mere orcs are no match for us lizardmen. That's enough, withdraw for now." As Gabble raised his trident and pointed forward, the lizardmen fighting the orcs below began to retreat. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect, Gabble did not go to the goblin village this time, so he also did not utter the arrogant words about letting the goblins clean up the mess. Just as Gabble turned to leave, he suddenly noticed an anomaly below. He saw the orcs below, in twos and threes, beginning to frantically devour the corpses of their comrades. Gabble watched this scene, muttering in shock, "What's going on? The orcs are cannibalizing each other." And the lizardmen, witnessing all of this, were also terrified by the sight and retreated one after another. A lizardman who couldn't retreat in time was grabbed by the ankle, instantly pulled to the ground. It looked up and only saw pairs of crimson eyes staring intently at it. No. Watching his comrades being frantically devoured by the orcs, Gabble hastily issued an order to his troops. Retreat quickly. Just as everyone was about to retreat, a trusted aide holding a spear shouted to Gabble. "Lord Gabble, we've been outflanked." "Nani, what?" Gabble, regaining his composure, looked at the orcs constantly closing in from all sides and shouted in shock. As the encirclement tightened, countless orcs had completely surrounded them. Gabble looked at the orcs around him, who were clearly acting strangely, and was at a loss for what to do. What's going on? Their movements have clearly become more agile. Gabble, who was observing the orcs, suddenly noticed that they had grown webs and scales on their bodies. Isn't this just like us? Lord Gabble. Earlier, one of our comrades was eaten, and since then, they've become more agile. They can actually gain our abilities by devouring us. Without time to think, Gabble looked at the orc in front of him, wielding a giant axe, and hastily raised his weapon to block. Clang. Gabble used all his strength to push back the orc in front of him by several meters, then shouted to the remaining troops. "All the orcs have evolved. Form a tight defensive circle." Hearing the order, the lizardmen quickly moved towards the center, forming a circular formation in no time. Trample. Even facing the lizardmen in formation, the orcs showed no fear, still advancing fearlessly towards them. Gabble looked at the constantly approaching orcs and loudly shouted to the many lizardmen warriors. "Do not fear. We are the renowned lizardmen, the time has come to show our strength." Hearing Gabble's words, the morale of the many lizardmen warriors instantly soared, and they raised their weapons, shouting loudly. Oh. Just as the lizardmen warriors were preparing for a desperate fight, an orc wearing black armor and wielding a giant axe emerged from the orc ranks. Gabble looked at the overwhelming and terrifying magic power emanating from his opponent, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. What terrifying magic power? Gabble, steadying his mind, held his weapon and asked the pig-head general. "You must be the orc lord. My name is Gabble, leader of the lizardmen. Do you dare to duel me?" The opponent looked at Gabble and said indifferently. "I am not His Majesty, I am the pig-head general, and my strength is less than 1/10,000th of His Majesty's." Not the Orc Lord. Such power, yet it's less than 1/10,000th of the Orc Lord's. Thinking of this, a drop of cold sweat trickled down Gabble's forehead. The pig-head general took 2 steps forward, holding his giant axe, and said, "You want to duel me? Interesting. I accept." Hearing that the pig-head general had agreed to the duel, Gabble charged forward with his trident and thanked the pig-head general. "Thank you." Clang clang clang. Somewhere in the forest, a strange person dressed in a clown suit and wearing a clown mask was gesticulating wildly, saying, "It's getting more and more exciting. Isn't that right, Lord Clumet?" The bird-headed demon wearing a gentleman's suit looked at the duel between Gabble and the pig-head general displayed on the magic crystal ball in his hand and said, "Everything is proceeding smoothly according to our plan, and I believe my son will soon conquer the forest hegemony. When that day comes, my ambition will also." Just as the bird-headed demon was about to say more, a flash of green light suddenly appeared beside him, and an elegant female voice came through. "You two are having a very pleasant chat. Who?" The clown looked in surprise at the elegant woman who spoke. "My name is Torini, and no trick targeting this forest can escape my eyes." Looking at the serious-faced Torini, the clown couldn't help but say, "This is bad, Lord Clumet. The forest administrator, the Dryad, has arrived. What? I shall banish you for disturbing the forest. Spirit summon. Wind Maiden." As Torini finished speaking, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared behind her, which was the wind spirit. "Wait, wait." Torini ignored the pleas of the person in front of her and continued to clasp her hands in front of her, praying. "The time of judgment has come, confess your sins and beg for forgiveness." Air compression severing slash. As the wind spirit chanted loudly, blades of wind rushed towards the clown and the demon. The two, hiding in a protective barrier, struggled to withstand the onslaught of the wind blades. "You're being too merciless. You're not giving anyone a chance to explain. Well, anyway, our goal has been achieved." The clown, with one arm severed, thought of this and pulled out 4 smoke bombs from his hand, holding them between his 5 fingers, and said, "Goodbye." Saying this, he threw the smoke bombs to the ground, and instantly a cloud of pink smoke rose, obscuring Torini's vision. After the smoke cleared, the two had already fled. They escaped. The situation is not optimistic. Rimuru Tempest. The subjugation of the Orc Lord, it all depends on you. After saying this, Torini transformed into a green light and disappeared from the spot. Heh heh. Torini. They didn't just escape. If that clown really wanted to kill you, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Zhang Chen looked at Torini, who had disappeared from the water mirror, and muttered softly. According to what he knew from watching anime in his previous life, the masked clown was named Laplace, a member of the moderate clown troupe, and was formerly a hero. He probably had S-rank strength, although not comparable to the veteran awakened demon lords. However, killing Torini, who wasn't even an awakened demon lord, would still be very simple for him. Good heavens, what an actor. If I didn't know his background, no one would realize he was hiding his strength. I wouldn't accept an Oscar for Best Actor if you weren't in it. As Zhang Chen lightly swiped his right hand across the water mirror, the scene instantly shifted to the duel between Gabble and the pighead general. Yua. Gabble, holding his trident, was sent flying several meters by the giant axe. Gabble, regaining his footing, glowed with golden light, aimed his weapon at the pighead general, and shouted loudly. Turbulent Lance Water Stream Attack. A shockwave made of water quickly rushed towards the pighead general. The pighead general saw this, swung his giant axe, and unleashed a shockwave made of wind to meet the water stream. The two shockwaves collided, producing a large amount of smoke. As the smoke cleared, both shockwaves had cancelled each other out. Seeing this, the pighead general stomped his right foot heavily on the ground and shouted. Chaos Devourer. Several black tentacles entwined with red magic power appeared around the pighead general, and the tentacles rapidly attacked Gabble. Seeing this, Gabble quickly leapt backward, dodging the attack. Are you trying to devour me? The pighead general said indifferently. Let's see how long you can dodge. Clang clang. Huff huff huff. I can't go on, I have no strength left. As the battle progressed, Gabble's strength gradually faded, and he finally stumbled and knelt on the ground. Seeing this, the pig-head general raised his giant axe high. Die! Lord Gabble. Seeing this, a despairing Gabble closed his eyes, awaiting death. Flame breathing, first form, unknowing fire. A human figure dressed in black, with fiery red hair, swung his long katana, unleashing a scorching flame towards the pig-head general. HMPH. Seeing the incoming flames, the pig-head general abandoned Gabble, changed the direction of his great axe, and met the flames. The magic-infused great axe and the flames collided, causing an explosion. Boom! The thick smoke from the explosion obscured the pig-head general's vision, preventing him from seeing the situation clearly. Flame breathing, second form, rising scorching sun. Oh no! Watching the slash break through the smoke, the pig-head general had no time to parry with his weapon and could only retreat quickly, but unfortunately, he was a step too late. PFF'd. The pig-head general's chest was sliced by a long sword wreathed in flames, and the owner of the long sword appeared before him. Ah! The wounded pig-head general spat out a mouthful of blood, propped himself up with his great axe, and knelt on one knee, looking at the man before him. A human. How is this possible? Why would a human appear in the lizardmen's territory? Looking at the pig-head general before him, Rengoku Kyujiro held his long sword and stood in front of Gabble, saying seriously. Let me introduce myself. My name is Rengoku Kyujiro, a subordinate of Lord Rimuru, who will rule the entire Great Jura Forest in the future. As for why I am here, it's simple, I am here by Lord Rimuru's command to stop you all. Hearing Rimuru's name for the first time, the pig-head general said disdainfully. Rimuru. An unknown nobody wants to rule the Great Jura Forest. How ridiculous. I admit you have some strength, but do you really think you alone can stop my orc's army? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Hearing the pig-head general's disdainful words, Rengoku Kyujiro raised the long sword in his hand, rested it on his shoulder, and with a raised eyebrow, smiled at the pig-head general, saying, ha ha ha. Who said I was alone? Ah ah ah. Boom. HMPH. Kill them all. For Lord Rimuru, charge. Suddenly, a large number of troops appeared from all directions, charging into the orcs' encirclement. Hee hee. Take this. A short goblin riding a storm-fang wolf charged left and right with a spiked club, followed by dozens of goblin cavalry also riding storm-fang wolves. As the numerous goblin cavalry charged, a gap was forcibly torn open in the originally massive encirclement. Gabuta. You're charging too fast. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Tomioka Giyu, in his Demon Slayer Corps uniform, used water breathing to instantly cut down dozens of orcs in front of him, creating a small vacuum in his path. Boom boom boom. Several massive black flames suddenly appeared across the battlefield. Any orcs touched by the flames were either killed or severely wounded. In just an instant, thousands of orcs perished. Is this the lizardmen's great magic? I must quickly deal with this person in front of me, then go deal with whoever is casting this great magic. Thinking this, the pig-head general slowly stood up, pointed his great axe at Rengoku Kyujiro, and shouted. Come, human strongman. For the king's ideal. Today, one of us will surely not leave this place alive. Looking at the pig-head general opposite him, a hint of admiration suddenly rose in Rengoku Kyujiro's heart. Those who disregard their own lives for the survival of their race are always highly respected. Pig-head general. Come, let us decide life and death. After speaking, both of them charged towards each other simultaneously. The orcs on the outer perimeter of the encirclement, who were on alert, saw three figures slowly emerging from the thick fog in front of them and shouted loudly. Who goes there? Benimaru, who led the way out of the thick fog, said with a grim expression to the orcs blocking their path. Didn't you hear me tell you to get out of the way? The orc soldier looked at the three figures in front of him and asked nervously. Who exactly are you? Hearing the orc soldier's question, Benimaru's eyes revealed his killing intent, but his tone was flat as he said. Forgotten so soon. That's rather hurtful. Our village was completely devoured by you, after all. Noticing the ogre horns on Benimaru's head, the orc soldier exclaimed in surprise. Those horns. Could it be ogres? Benimaru, a cold smile playing on his lips, suddenly conjured a ball of black flame in his hand and said to the orcs before him. I've finally been waiting for this moment. Shion, standing beside Benimaru with a great sword on her shoulder, also said in a low voice. Thanks to Lord Rimuru and Lord Chen for giving us this opportunity. Benimaru slowly raised the black flame in his hand and said to the orcs before him. One last warning. Get out of the way, you foolish pigs, if you don't want to be reduced to ashes. Black flame. After speaking, he threw the black flame in his hand towards the main body of the orc army. Boom. Quick, get out of the way. The black flame exploded among the crowd, instantly annihilating hundreds of orcs. Rimuru, floating in the air, couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. How amazing. Benimaru and the others are even more capable than I imagined. Let me see, where exactly is the Orc Lord? Just as Rimuru was searching for the Orc Lord, the sky suddenly became covered in dark clouds, with streaks of lightning interwoven within them. The strong winds formed tornadoes, and wherever the tornadoes passed, the orcs were all swept up and thrown into the sky. Rimuru, noticing this situation, asked Great Sage. What is this? Answer. Individual name Ronga's large-scale attack skill, Black Lightning Storm. Ah. Is that so? Ronga has become so capable too. Thinking of Ronga's usual demeanor, Rimuru never would have imagined that such a terrifying attack was launched by Ronga. Swish swish swish. Streaks of sword light flashed, and Shiro's figure moved rapidly through the orcs. When he stopped moving and sheathed his sword, the orcs behind him all spurted blood and fell to the ground. Shiro stood upright, a slight smile on his face, and said, Lord Rimuru's grand debut. Looking at the many orc soldiers blocking their path, Shion put down the great sword from her shoulder and said, Let us present the first victory report. Shion, holding her great sword, forcefully swung a slash forward. Where the sword light passed, orcs perished on the spot. After the sword light disappeared, it left a scar dozens of meters long on the ground. Shion sheathed her sword and happily waved to Rimuru in the sky. Lord Rimuru. Rimuru in the air smiled and waved back at Shion, then began to observe the battlefield situation. On the battlefield, the Demon Slayer Corps members used their breathing forms to move freely through the orc army. The goblins, relying on their excellent equipment, were engaging the orcs in direct combat, while Benimaru and the others had become the main force for eliminating the orcs. The number of orcs on the battlefield was visibly decreasing rapidly. Speaking of which, the ogre and the garrison trained by A Chen are truly astonishing in their combat power. The number of orcs is decreasing so quickly. But this is good, it can end the war faster. By the way, I wonder how Soe's progress is. On their way to the battlefield, they encountered Gabel's sister, just like in the original story. From her, they learned that Gabel had indeed betrayed them. Finally, at Gabel's sister's request, Rimuru assigned Soe to rescue the Lizardmen leader. Oh ho! The Demon Slayer Corps has made significant progress. Their bodies have actually been strengthened by this world after coming here. Could it be that any person from another world gets this benefit? Zhang Chen couldn't help but exclaim as he watched everyone active on the battlefield through the water mirror. System. Why wasn't I strengthened by the world? Even if my body isn't strengthened, I should at least get a few skills. I'm not greedy, just give me a few 7 virtues skills or something. Host. You have me, and you're still thinking of getting benefits from this world. Host. You are a 3-dimensional being who has traveled here. The 2-dimensional world cannot recognize you. In their eyes, you are a jumbled mess. Hey. You can just say, virus, you don't have to be so evasive. Forget it, I won't argue with you. I'm going to continue watching the live broadcast. After speaking, Zhang Chen's right hand glided across the water mirror, and Rimuru's figure appeared in it. At this moment, a giant orc was standing in front of Rimuru. Rimuru looked at the giant orc standing before it, a flicker of surprise in its eyes. Is this the Orc Lord? Why does it seem weaker than I imagined? Unlike the original story, with the guidance of Zhang Chen and Shizu, Rimuru was considerably stronger than in the original. At this moment, the Orc Lord had not yet devoured Clumet, which is why Rimuru felt it was relatively weak. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Suddenly, a figure crashed down from the sky between Rimuru and the Orc Lord. The impact created a large cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, what appeared before everyone was a demon with a bird's head. It was none other than the demon Clumet, who had rushed over after separating from the clown Laplace. Looking at Clumet who appeared before it, Rimuru muttered softly. A demon. Seeing the rapidly diminishing orcs, Clumet raised his gentleman's staff and pointed it at Rimuru, roaring furiously. What are you guys doing? You've ruined Clumet's meticulously laid plans. Hearing Clumet's name, Rimuru recalled something Rigard had told her earlier. Clumet. Is that the demon who bestowed a name upon Rigard's eldest son? Answer. Yes, it is. Clumet raised his hands in front of him and roared in anger. I was just a hair's breadth away from cultivating a new demon lord who would be completely obedient to me. A new demon lord. That's right. Zhang Chen listened to Clumet's endless speech about his grand plan and couldn't help but frown. I came to watch a fight, not to listen to your speech, good heavens. You're never going to stop, are you? Zhang Chen raised his hand and lightly flicked at Clumet in the water mirror. Who is it? Who is attacking me? Come out. Clumet, clutching his forehead and crouching on the ground, screamed wildly, completely oblivious to the Orc Lord approaching him from behind. The Orc Lord, having arrived behind Clumet, raised the greatsword in his hand and directly struck Clumet's neck. PFF'd. Why? As the greatsword fell, Clumet's body and head instantly split into two, his head falling to the ground, his eyes still filled with disbelief. The Orc Lord actually killed Clumet. Rimuru exclaimed in surprise, watching the Orc Lord frantically devouring Clumet's corpse. As the devouring continued, the Orc Lord's aura grew increasingly terrifying, and the amount of magicules in his body rapidly increased. Confirmation complete. The Orc Lord, the individual named Kurut's magicules are rapidly increasing, beginning to evolve into a Demon Lord seed. Is that the Demon Lord seed A Chen told me about earlier? Answer. Yes. Individual named Kurut has evolved into the Starved Krut. Starved Krut. Looking at the fully evolved Kurut before it, Rimuru recalled what Zhang Chen had told it before coming out. A day ago. Rimuru. If you encounter the Orc Lord, and he is about to evolve into a Demon Lord seed, remember to let him finish evolving. Rimuru looked at Zhang Chen with confusion and asked. If I let it finish evolving, wouldn't it be even harder to kill? Zhang Chen smiled mysteriously and replied. Just listen to me, you won't go wrong. After it finishes evolving, don't fight it, just devour it directly. Don't worry, it can't devour you. There will be a surprise after you devour it. Alright. I'll listen to you, A Chen. Time returned to the present. Although I really want to try the great sage's abilities, since A Chen said to devour it, then I'm going for it. Thinking this, Rimuru instantly transformed into its true form and charged towards Kurut. A slime. To possess such terrifying magic power, and it's a slime. Kurut was very surprised to see the slime transforming into its true form and charging towards him. But his body was not idle. He materialized several magical tentacles and attacked the charging Rimuru. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! Rimuru's small body dodged and weaved, rapidly approaching Kurut amidst the tentacle attacks, until it reached Kurut's front. Devouring isn't your exclusive right. With that, Rimuru transformed into a giant watery net, entangling Kurut's body. Will you eat me first? Or will I devour you first? Whoever completely devours the other first, wins. Seeing the slime wrapped around him, attempting to devour him, Kurut stretched out his hands and frantically tore at Rimuru on his body. However, Rimuru's regeneration ability far exceeded his imagination. The more Kurut tore, the more Rimuru spread, until his entire body was enveloped by Rimuru. Benimaru and the others, who had finished dealing with their opponents, looked at the starved Krut being devoured by Rimuru and couldn't help but express concern. Will Lord Rimuru be alright? Should we go help? If something happens to Lord Rimuru, how will we explain it to Lord Zhang Chen? Hakuro pondered for a moment and said. I think it's best not to interfere. Since Lord Rimuru decided to do this, she must have her reasons. If we forcibly intervene, we might disrupt Lord Rimuru's plan. Although Benimaru found Hakuro's words reasonable, his concern for Rimuru still made him say. But, Lord Rimuru Benimaru. Don't worry. Just watch quietly. She will be fine. Lord Zhang Chen. Benimaru, still conflicted, heard the voice in his ear and cried out in surprise. What? Lord Zhang Chen. Where is he? Xian, hearing Benimaru mention Zhang Chen, frantically looked around for Zhang Chen's figure. Yes, I understand. Lord Zhang Chen. Benimaru, having replied, couldn't help but rub his forehead, looking at Xian who was still looking around. Lord Zhang Chen isn't here. I just received a telepathic message from Lord Zhang Chen. He told us to just watch quietly, Lord Rimuru will be fine. Is that so? That's wonderful then, since Lord Zhang Chen said she'll be fine, then she definitely will be. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief, their trust in Zhang Chen's words was absolute. It was well known that Zhang Chen was the pillar in everyone's hearts, as long as Zhang Chen was there, they feared nothing. Meanwhile, in the inner world of the starved Krut. In the desolate inner world, Kurut, standing on the parched, cracked earth, spoke of his experiences with his back to Rimuru. That adult told me that as long as I became the Orc Lord and kept devouring, my clan members would not die. Even if I'm used as a pawn for an evil plan, I can only choose to go all in, so I must keep devouring. Even if you are a slime that can devour all things, I absolutely cannot become your meal. Rimuru, illuminated by a ray of sunlight, brought a touch of color to this gray world. In terms of devouring power, I have the advantage over you, you are bound to lose. Rimuru also spoke with its back to Kurut. I devour every other monster I see, I even devoured Klumet, and I even ate my own kin. In Kurut's voice, one could clearly feel the anguish he was suffering internally. My kin are still suffering from hunger, I absolutely cannot lose. As his voice grew fainter, Kurut's figure finally slowly collapsed to the ground. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. You have already lost, so it is you who will die. Rimuru looked at Kurut lying on the ground, its voice tinged with a hint of reluctance. I cannot lose. If I die, the sins will have to be borne by my kin. I am not afraid of my own grave sins, as long as my kin no longer suffer from hunger. I am willing to bear all the hunger in the world alone. Rimuru, transformed into a long river of slime, responded. Even so, you cannot escape death. But don't worry, I will devour your sins and the sins of your kin as well. Kurut, on the ground, spoke weakly in his dying moments. Devour my sins and the sins of my kin, you are truly insatiable. As his voice grew weaker and eventually vanished, Kurut finally let go of his mission and slowly closed his eyes. Looking at Kurut with his eyes closed, Rimuru slowly said. Yes, I am that insatiable. Chen. I am also greedy and want to be with you forever. On the distant mountaintop of the battlefield, the sun finally slowly rose. The morning sunlight shone upon the earth, seemingly symbolizing new hope. Confirmation complete. The starved Krut has disappeared. Whoosh. Rimuru, in human form, looked at the rising sun and whispered. Rest in peace, Kurut. As the Orc Lord was devoured by Rimuru, the effect of starved also wore off. The frenzied orcs regained their sanity. Rimuru, with his long sword at his hip, came before everyone and proclaimed loudly. Everyone. It's all over. Oh, oh, oh. It's finally over. Is this Lord Rimuru? Thank you for saving the lizardmen. Everyone present erupted in celebration, and little Gabuta even jumped 3 meters high. The orcs knelt on the ground, mourning their deceased king, while the Orc Lord's son, watching this scene, lowered his head, tears in his eyes, and whispered. Oh, King! You are finally free. Rimuru then approached Benimaru and the others, smiling as he said to them. We made a promise back then. Once the Orc Lord was defeated, we would grant you your freedom. Thank you all for your hard work during this time. Benimaru looked at Rimuru, who was smiling at him, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. It was Rimuru who took them in when they were homeless, and to help them get their revenge, he even appointed Benimaru as the commander of the army. He recalled the people he met in the town, the kind Mrs. Kamado who would always invite Shuna and the others over as guests. Kocho Shinobu, who, despite the barbecue shop owner always being angry at Zhang Chen, would smile at others. Kagaya Ubuyashiki, who always wore a gentle smile, and Gabuta and the others who were always getting into trouble and being lectured, and, thinking of these things, Benimaru's heart settled, and he spoke to Rimuru before him. Lord Rimuru, we have a request. Rimuru asked, puzzled. What is it? Benimaru suddenly knelt on one knee, and the others behind him followed suit. Please, you and Lord Zhongchen, accept our fealty. We are willing to serve you both like dogs and horses from now on. Rimuru asked, very surprised. Are you truly willing? Hikuro said with a smile. This old man has no objections. Soei's usually stern face also showed a rare smile as he respectfully replied. To meet you and Lord Zhongchen is our good fortune for 3 lifetimes. Xian stood up and immediately threw herself onto Rimuru, hugging Rimuru tightly and happily saying, I am Lord Rimuru's secretary and bodyguard, you know. There's no way I'll ever leave you. Until the end of our lives. Rimuru listened to the 4's vows of loyalty and slowly said, I don't have a problem with it, but I don't know A Chen's thoughts. I still need to go back and ask A Chen. No need to ask, I agree. Lord Zhongchen. Lord Zhongchen, how did you get here? Everyone looked at Zhongchen, who had suddenly appeared behind Rimuru, and shouted excitedly. Rimuru turned around and saw Zhongchen smiling at her, accompanied by Izuyoi Sakuya. A Chen. Rimuru instantly broke free from Xian's embrace and rushed into Zhongchen's arms. Alright, Rimuru, you worked hard too. I saw everything. Hee hee. Watching Rimuru nuzzling in Zhongchen's arms, Xian, standing to the side, pulled out a handkerchief from somewhere and bit down on it tightly, mumbling with tears in her eyes. So envious, to be able to enjoy Lord Rimuru's pampering so much. Even if it's Lord Zhongchen, woo woo woo. Ignoring Xian's frenzy, Benimaru and the others were overjoyed to hear Zhongchen's reply and immediately said respectfully. Thank you very much for accepting us. We swear to be loyal until death. Zhongchen stroked Rimuru's little head and said to Benimaru and the others. Alright. Get up quickly, everyone. We're all family, there's no need for so much formality. Yes. Hearing Zhongchen's words, the few immediately stood up and responded. Ha ha ha, isn't this a happy ending for everyone? The ending of a story should be this magnificent. Big brother Benimaru, this is great, I was worried you all were going to leave. Gabuta darted to Benimaru's side and excitedly said to Red Hair. Ouch. That hurts. Gabuta, whose head was hit by a sword hilt, immediately squatted on the ground, looking tearfully at the person who struck him. This old man hasn't finished teaching you, my unpromising disciple, how could I leave? Master. Seeing Hikuro and Gabuta's master-disciple interaction, everyone present burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Alright, everyone, we're going home. Yes. Lord Rimuru, Lord Zhongchen. Great Jura Forest the day after the Orc Lord's subjugation battle ended. In a cave, representatives from various races gathered to discuss post-war issues. Then, Speaker, Rimuru Tempest, please begin. As Torini's words fell, the meeting officially began, but Rimuru, sitting in the main seat, was constantly dripping cold sweat from his forehead. He glanced at Zhongchen, who was sitting to the side observing, hoping for help, but unfortunately, Zhongchen had no intention of helping her. Are you kidding? Zhongchen was currently planning to enjoy Rimuru's predicament, how could he help? It would be good if he didn't lead the laughter. Seeing that he couldn't get help, Rimuru could only endure the gazes of the many racial representatives and nervously began to speak. Well, this is my first time hosting such a meeting, and I'm not very skilled yet, so I'll start by sharing my thoughts, and then everyone can discuss it together. Let me state one thing first. I do not intend to pursue the orcs' crimes. What? How could? All the orc representatives present looked at Rimuru with shocked expressions. Ignoring the shocked orcs, Rimuru continued. The lizardmen, who suffered heavy losses in this incident, might be dissatisfied. Please allow me to explain. Rimuru looked at the lizardmen chief and others who had been rescued by Soei, and said with a serious expression. Wait a minute. Rimuru. What is it, A Chen? Rimuru looked at Zhongchen, who was sitting to the side, and asked curiously. Zhongchen did not answer Rimuru's question, but instead turned to look at the lizardmen representatives, narrowing his eyes and slowly saying. Are you sure you need Rimuru to explain to you? Think carefully before answering. The lizardmen representatives, who were initially somewhat dissatisfied with Rimuru's decision not to pursue the orcs, felt cold sweat trickling down their foreheads as they looked at Zhongchen, who was staring at them expressionlessly. Just as a high-ranking lizard man was about to say something, he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. When he opened them again, he saw lizardmen corpses everywhere, blood already staining the entire swamp. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He actually saw his own body, but this body was missing its crucial head. Who? The high-ranking lizardman, having come back to his senses, gasped for breath, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, with his legs crossed, spoke to him without a trace of emotion. What do you want to say? Speak, let me hear it. No, nothing. Sir, you misunderstood. I don't want to say anything at all. The surrounding lizardmen representatives also expressed their agreement. Exactly. We have no problems. We don't need Lord Rimuru to explain to us. Yes, Lord Rimuru saved our lizardmen, so we will listen to whatever you say. You guys are smart. Watching the lizardmen back down, Zhang Chen abandoned the idea of a massacre. Rimuru saved them, yet they still dared to be dissatisfied. Even if many lizardmen were killed by the orcs, Benimaru and the others, whose village was destroyed, could let go of their hatred for Rimuru. Why couldn't they let go of their hatred for my cute Rimuru? Although Zhang Chen knew this thought of his was a bit shameless, for him, he always sided with his own people, not with reason, and besides, he held absolute truth. Looking at the numerous lizardmen representatives who were all expressing their stance, Rimuru was full of questions. What's going on here? I haven't even explained yet. Rimuru, full of unanswered questions, didn't dwell on it further, only thinking that the lizardmen were grateful, and she couldn't help but think that the lizardmen were truly good people. Ultimately, this incident was caused by the Great Famine. If it were us or other races experiencing the same thing, we would probably make the same decision. Although I don't think you all will fully accept this reason, but. Just as Rimuru was about to say more, Benimaru stepped forward and interjected. For monsters, there is one unchanging common rule. The strong prey on the weak. You should have been prepared for this when you decided to fight back. Benimaru looked at the many racial representatives present and said loudly, while Rimuru, with a hint of surprise, said to Benimaru. Your village was also destroyed by the orcs. Don't you have any grievances? Benimaru replied calmly. To say none would be too fake. If there's a next time, we will never be defeated so miserably again. But since Lord Rimuru, you said you do not intend to pursue the orcs' sins, then as your subordinates, we will naturally act according to your will, even if it means abandoning our hatred, we will not hesitate. Zhang Chen looked at Benimaru, who was expressing his stance, and couldn't help but think. See, that's why Benimaru is the best subordinate. He can abandon the hatred for his destroyed village for his boss. Who wouldn't like such a subordinate? I understand what you mean, Benimaru. Then let's discuss the resettlement of the orcs. Although the number has decreased significantly, there are still no less than 150,000 orcs that need to be resettled. After much deliberation, Rimuru seemed to have found a solution and said to everyone present. It might sound a bit far-fetched, but I hope everyone can cooperate fully. Cooperation. Lord's meaning is. Everyone present expressed their confusion at Rimuru's words, and Rimuru continued. The lizardmen provide quality water sources and fish, and we will help the orcs build housing and provide processed goods. But in return, the orcs must provide labor. All races in the forest will form the Jura Forest Alliance, where all races will benefit from each other and help each other. What do you all think? The Orc Lord, the son of the current Pighead tribe leader, asked with a surprised look. You mean, we orcs, can also join this grand alliance? Rimuru replied calmly. Anyway, you have nowhere to settle. We will prepare your housing, but you must work hard. I won't forgive you if you dare to be lazy. Hearing Rimuru's words, the orcs present all knelt on the ground, shouting with tears in their eyes. Yes. We will do our work well, even if it costs us our lives. Rimuru looked at the orcs kneeling and expressing their stance, nodding in satisfaction, then asked Torini. Miss Torini, do you have any objections? Torini narrowed her eyes slightly and replied with a gentle expression. I have no objections. My Treant tribe, which I protect, is also willing to contribute and provide various fruits from the forest, which should alleviate the orcs' current hunger. After speaking, Torini stood up straight, opened her slightly narrowed eyes, and said to everyone present. Then, as the manager of the forest, I, Torini hereby swear again, acknowledging Lord Rimuru as the new leader of the Great Jura Forest, and establishing the Jura Forest Alliance in the name of Rimuru Tempest. After speaking, Torini took the lead in kneeling on one knee, and representatives of various races also knelt on one knee to show their respect. Lord Rimuru, please guide us in the future. Looking at the crowd below, Rimuru remembered what she had said before about ruling the Great Jura Forest and could only bite the bullet and say, well, that's pretty much it, everyone. Please take care of me from now on. Yes. Zhang Chen looked at the established Jura Forest Alliance and thought, since the Grand Alliance has been formed, is the Demon Country Federation still far away? After the meeting, Benimaru, who was walking away, turned back and asked, is something wrong? The current pighead tribe leader said in a low voice. The strong prey on the weak. It sounds simple, but hatred cannot be easily erased. It was us, who destroyed the ogre village. At this point, the pighead tribe leader knelt on both knees and continued to Benimaru and the others. No amount of apology can atone for our sins, and I know it might seem presumptuous to say this, but, can my head be used to repay the blood debt owed? After speaking, the pighead tribe leader's body trembled uncontrollably, hoping that his death could earn their forgiveness. Benimaru looked at the kneeling pighead tribe leader and said solemnly, after the war, we proposed that we also wanted to serve under Lord Rimuru and Lord Chen in the future, and Lord arranged positions for us. Xian is secretary, Hikuro is instructor, and Soe is a spy. As for me, I was even honored by Lord Chen and Lord Rimuru, bestowing upon me the position of garrison commander. Zhang Chen. I actually just wanted to get rid of the troublesome position of commander. As the saying goes, one must fulfill one's duties in one's position, so naturally, one cannot arbitrarily dispose of talented individuals. After speaking, Benimaru turned and walked outside. The pighead tribe leader looked up in shock at Benimaru's back. Suddenly, Benimaru paused, and without turning back, said faintly, if you harbor hostility towards Lord Rimuru, I will not show mercy. But if you join the alliance and respect Lord Rimuru, then you are no longer my enemy. Hearing Benimaru's words, the pighead tribe leader quickly said, how dare we harbor even a trace of hostility? That lord is our savior. We can only swear allegiance to the death. It is absolutely impossible to be enemies. Hearing the pighead tribe leader's words, Benimaru extended his right hand and waved it, replying, then we are companions serving the same master. At this point, Benimaru turned his head and said with a slight smile to the kneeling pighead tribe leader, as long as you serve Lord Rimuru and Lord Chen with all your heart and soul, that will be the best atonement for us. After speaking, Benimaru turned his head and walked straight out. The pighead tribe leader stood up and bowed deeply to Benimaru and the others who were leaving, and pledged, in the name of my father, Starved Crut, we will definitely keep our word. Zhang Chen and Rimuru, hiding behind a rock, watched the entire scene. Rimuru couldn't help but exclaim, what does it mean to be broad-minded? Just look at Benimaru, and you'll understand. I need to learn from him too. How about it, Rimuru? I told you Benimaru is very suitable to be the person in charge of the General Affairs Unit. A-Chen's judgment is indeed never wrong. Ha ha ha. That's right, I am that excellent. Ah. A-Chen, you're too narcissistic. HMPH. The next day town outskirts. Zhang Chen looked at Rimuru, who was planning to name the 150,000 orcs, and silently expressed deep sympathy for a certain power bank. I hope you can inherit the will of Starved Crut, the pighead demon lord. Let Kurut be your name. The pighead tribe leader, no, he should be called Kurut now, Kurut said gratefully to Rimuru. Yes. Thank you. Lord Rimuru. Kurut, who had just finished speaking, was enveloped in a golden light. You are called. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.